So let's finish off some Samantha Lux video. Come with me to the Glamour Award show.
Hello everybody, we are here in New York getting ready for the New York GLAAD Awards. Mumsy, you ready?
No, I messed up my hair.
Oh my god, somebody get this girl a hairstylist.
Yeah.
I just did my hair. Also, this is what's left of my bruising from my surgery, just that little dot. How cute. This is my first time getting glam since my surgery, so I'm very, very excited. And also the GLAAD Awards, so I'm excited about that too, duh. I heard Trixie Mattel's gonna be here. Mom, we have to find Trixie.
We're finding Trixie.
We have to. I don't know how we'll spot her though. She's just so, you know, she just blends in so much.
We'll look for her shoes.
Oh my god, speaking of shoes, should I show them?
Oh, well, or you surprised them.
No, I'm trying. Literally everything. So cute. I'm probably gonna fall, but
Maybe Trixie has the same shoes.
well, maybe she'll give me a tip.
On what, how to not fall?
Yeah, not a tip over, but like a tip on how to stay up. Kelly, my drunk older ego, is a little bit better at walking in heels, so hopefully she'll save me tonight.
I might need a little help.
With what?
The ending of my hair.
Alright, we'll go find a hairstylist.
Your fans will be mad. They like it.
My fans know that I have a mean sense of humor. Also, I tanned this time. Now I'm not going to be ghostly pale. Bitch, this forehead? Come on, forehead.
Did you show them your dress?
No, not yet. That will be the surprise.
All right, so can you help me for 2 minutes?
We got a little makeup here.
Can you help me for 2 minutes?
What? How?
Come look at the back.
Oh my god, this.
All right.
Yogurt break. Oh, my hands are like slippery from that. Oh, there's like a little surprise inside. Yum. So, what are you most excited about tonight?
I'm going to see a loaf in my own head.
Oh.
Pretty
This
sure.
bitch is the biggest fan of Alok.
Biggest.
Alok.
Biggest
What is
fan.
it? Vade McMenon?
Biggest fan.
Oh my god.
Big Menon.
Vade Menon? Not McMenon? Are you sure?
Are you kidding?
the walk,
What is wrong
the
with
walk
you?
back over. Anyways, I'm excited for the Kettle One sponsor. No, I'm just kidding.
Hello, Kelly.
I am walking the carpet again tonight. I'm very excited.
Me too.
I think we're gonna write on my back again, right? Last time I did protect trans kids on my back, and this time we're gonna do trans kids belong, right? Like conclude the little storyline of trans kids.
Well, it's not going to be concluded because this room is ridiculous, but we can.
Well, I meant, you know, for my GLAAD
For
immediate,
your second GLAAD award.
for my little appearance, we have to conclude the little storyline. Next year I'll still have a little storyline, but it'll be a different storyline. Don't worry. Hey, whoever put little chunks of strawberry in yogurt needs to go to jail.
I'm considering this.
What, pinning it? No. Ask the audience.
No. They won't answer. They don't hear us.
I need help. I need a freaking coffee. I need a clip. I'm stressed out.
You want me to call guest services for that too?
Yeah, we called guest services because I'm like, I need a rope. I need a rope. Can't glam without a rope. The fuck? If you will start with eyes, right?
How do I do with my hair makeup?
Real good. Boy, got my little eyebrow razor. This thing's heavy duty. Heavy duty, bitch. Here, let's try it. I like never pluck my eyebrows anymore because I'm afraid that my eyebrow hairs won't grow back. So if you're afraid of that too, just get a little one of these and just shave them instead.
What makes you think that that's not going to make them not grow back?
Well, plucking like damages the hair follicle. Shaving doesn't. Shaving is just surface level, you know? You think I should shave the tails off like I normally do, or they're kind of like lifted now? I think I'm good.
I wouldn't shave any tails off anybody.
Like I used to like shave right here and then lift my eyebrow, so I had a more lifted look. But I got a surgical eyebrow lift, so I don't
What
really.
if I did something like this? And pin these curls up here,
Opposed to what?
them being down.
I don't really. I think it looks kind of funny sticking out.
What does?
this curl. That's just my opinion though. Do what you want to do.
Yeah, but what if I pinned it all the way up to my head?
Right, that's what I think you should do.
No, I mean like right here. What if I pinned it into the do?
Yeah, as long as it doesn't stick out too far right here.
Like right there.
Sure. Okay, no more advice. You're gonna make me late. This is always what happens. I'm always late for things because she makes me get
No!
Yeah, it's true.
That is not true.
Yeah, it is.
You're a liar.
I'm not a liar. That's the frickin' truth. That's frickin' tea, Miss Ma'am, and you know it.
I asked for very little help.
Girl, you've been on camera this whole time. They know the truth.
Relative to the other people asking for all sorts of help in the room, like get me a robe and how about a yogurt?
You offered. Don't make me seem like a bitch. Listen, you're my +1, so you'll do what you're told.
We're +2 though. Chris is gonna be here.
Oh yeah, Christmas High is coming. What's their position?
They're executive director at JP Morgan.
Yeah, so we're going to be hanging out with the executive director of JP Morgan. Me saying fancy words. You think Trixie's going to go on the stage?
Probably give it a roar.
That bitch better be full frickin' drag.
What I did.
How are my eyebrows?
How's this?
Y'all are seeing this, right? She's asking me for advice. You can. She's going to claim she didn't.
How's it look?
It looks good. It looks exactly the same.
I added these curls.
Oh, then it looks a little different.
What do you want? What about them?
Do they look good? They're uneven. Excuse me.
That one might have a little one hair at the end of it. They're fine. I'm not touching it anymore.
I'm wearing a black dress, so I'm thinking of like a nice eyeliner look with like a nice neutral. This is the look I do every single time with like a nice neutral eyeshadow. What do you think, Mom?
I don't know.
Maybe a red lip. That could be cute. It could be a little bit extra though. I don't want to be too drag looking, you know?
Ah, Sam.
What?
Why would you say that?
Because I don't want to look like a drag queen. I want to look like a frickin'
Beauty queen?
yeah, exactly. Mother, coffee. Meow.
Oh my god, you can't even place a curl for me?
Tell them you know I'm kidding. Tell them.
Nope.
Tell them.
No, sometimes she's mean and it's not kidding.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you deserve it though, because you're mean to me too.
It's super bad.
Shut up.
Like, I cry at night
I
sometimes.
know you don't.
I sure do.
Well, you need a therapist.
I what?
That's a brow.
Just gonna leave it for now and then fix it later right before the event. I'm just gonna sit still. For 4 hours now we got left. Want me to do a time check?
Yeah, could you? I think it's like 1.
No, it's past 1. It's 2. Did you take your Tylenol?
Yeah. Thank you.
Where's your coffee cup?
Right there. How do y'all take pills? Do you do pill, drink, pill? I do drink, pill, drink.
You're weird. No one does that.
I do, so no one's you. That's what you're saying. Y'all heard it, see? She thinks that she's the nicest, sweetest little girl, and she's a bully.
Sweet old lady.
That's ageist. This bitch is always like, I'm so old, and I'm like, I'm gonna beat your ass. Right, Memsy?
Not loving my hair.
Well, you gotta do your glam. You'll like it more when your glam is done.
My glam takes 3 minutes.
Well, then do it. Oh my god, I'm tapping right here. I like feel it up here because the brow lip. Kind of weird. How are my brows? I can't really tell how my brows are in this lighting. I'm taking my lighting off of here. Hold on.
Do you even know how to do your makeup now?
No, it's weird. Maybelline Fit Me Concealer. Sponsored me. I said sponsor. Actually, I did say sponsored, but I meant sponsor. We're blending.
Are you doing a GRWM?
Yeah, half a GRWM, half little vlog. Frankie's gonna be here tonight.
I love Frankie.
I love Frankie too. Frankie just joined the board. If you didn't know, I feel like sometimes I say this, sometimes I don't. I am on the board of GLAAD. I bet you bitches are like, why is this girl going to the GLAAD Awards? Who is this random ass girl? I'm on the board, that's why I'm invited. And yeah, Frankie just joined the board as well. Frankie Grande. We freaking love Frankie.
Did you find your scissors?
Y'all hearing this? She's asking for my help again. See, we're a team. Don't even pretend we're not.
Oh, gonna make coffee.
I don't know where my scissors are, but I have this razor you can use.
No.
My eyes look so much better since my surgery. And like right here is like, I'm so happy with it. I haven't done full glam. I think I already said this, but I haven't done full. Are you freaking? I haven't done full glam since my surgery, like I already said. And Oh, that's so much better. I just changed the lighting. Sorry, you definitely saw me do that, but this one's way better. So sorry for the lighting change. But I haven't done my glam yet, so I'm excited to see what I look like with like my hair done, my eyes done, little lashes, because I've been in natural girl mode since the surgery.
Me too.
It's true. But you're always a natural girl because you're a little cisgender beauty.
Yeah, okay.
We're working on her confidence. Everybody boost up Mumsy's confidence in the comments. Natural girls don't need scissors. Their eyebrows are perfect.
I'm not natural.
Girl, natural's overrated. Nobody likes natural anyways. They say they like natural, but by natural they mean full glam, fucking weave in, eyebrows threaded. I should really be looking in this mirror instead of at the viewfinder because it's just not a good idea. Alright, I need to pause this, get ready, and then I'll be back. Like,
Okay, bye.
no, wait, no, I wasn't. Hello, it is me checking in after I did my eye makeup. My eyeliner is very cute and little baby wing. I'm always afraid that if I do a giant wing, I'm gonna look like a crazy person, so I did a little baby one. Hopefully my lash will kind of make it even cuter. But yeah, this is what we're doing. I decided to do a sparkly one because of my sparkly shoes. So maybe no red lip, because I feel like that might be too much. You know what I mean, Mumsy?
Oh, you talking to me?
Now I am, yeah. A red lip plus the sparkly eyeshadow might be too much, right?
No.
She said no. But what is this
I got
push
it
now?
on.
Did you? Oh, it looks cute. Yeah, it'll be good. Just kidding. Okay, next we're gonna move on to skin. We need to crack some champagne. Champagne! Okay, everybody, we are just about ready. This is what the makeup is looking like.
Yep, this is it. Yep.
You're so little and cute, petite, and small.
You two put shoes on and I'm really small.
Yeah, my 6-inch heels. Okay, so I have to do a little lipstick. I have to put my dress on and everything. Oh yeah? Is this one mine? Cheers.
Okay, cheers. Cheers.
I'll just put my shoes on and we'll be the same height. Anyways, so what time is it? Let's do a time check. It's probably like 3:15, 3:20.
Right.
Anyways, we have like an hour until showtime, until I have to be at the carpet. So we're gonna have a little drink. We're gonna
3:34.
3:34. Oh, 3:33. We started this. Anyways, we're spraying my feet right now. We're numbing them. Ooh, it's so cold.
No, it creates a barrier.
Yeah, it's like a thin layer of glue that you put over your toes or over your feet where the shoe is gonna be like rubbing, and it creates like a little film barrier so you don't get blisters. I'm not putting the product in because they don't sponsor me, but if they do, I'll let you know. We're gonna get dressed.
Do my eyelashes.
Yeah, maybe my mom will film a little something once I'm like dressed to like show you what we're looking like. But yeah, we're gonna get ready. We're gonna keep going, and I'll talk to you in a second. Okay, I look naked, but I'm not. I promise. We're in the dress. Gloves. Lipstick first. What do you think for lipstick?
I can't decide. I can't be a part of this.
Oh my God, we are ready. We're very stressed. We're very late, so we're gonna get going. But this is the outfit. I'll show you more later. Love you.
I was sure that it'll be easier to clear you from my mind. Struggle with dusty corners till we're filled with fatal bombs. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Situation got upset when I stepped and it made me thought that I had to break free from the minefield that you were. Bomb, bomb, bomb. I wish you falling from the window, take a bad trip to the ground.
Hi everyone, we just got off the red carpet. I am here. This is what the outfit looks like. I'm waiting in line to do a boots, so I figured I would tell you.
Oh goodness, I love your sneakers. Did you see the sneakers, Sam? Oh my God, I think of yeah.
Channel 1 wants to raise a glass to all the bars, clubs, and theaters across the country that welcome drag artists, LGBTQ people, and allies.
You're reflecting and deflecting, burning tires to move on.
Francis declared in a new interview that homosexuality is not a crime.
I'm gonna wear something subtle tonight. Never thought I would just be myself, so shout out to Christian Siriano.
Tamron, let's go!
You got it, let's go!
Listen, you took my blonde hair back.
I did.
Stole my look back, but our friendship has remained.
Let's be queer. This is not a distraction or a diversion, it's duality, darling. JVN is the first non-binary recipient. Woo! Congratulations, my dear friend.
Many of the kids who used to call me fag and bully me mercilessly when I was growing up in rural Illinois are now the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, Ron DeSantis's, and Greg Abbott's of the world, which really scares me, you guys. I googled Marjorie Taylor Greene and she's like literally like 6 years older than me. I was like, oh, it really was her.
A cis lesbian who stands with trans people and reminds the world that the T in LGBTQ is not going anywhere.
I just wanted to say congratulations from your family here. And also, I do officiate weddings. We could do it right this second. Don't Say Gay bills are now law in 9 states and counting.
They've also attempted to rob me of the power to protect trans students in my classroom. But despite this incredible challenges, trans people will never, ever be erased.
Now, who can say why someone becomes a homophobe or transphobe? Tennessee, transphobe. She found a home among the steers and queers, and she's making the world of country music get alive. Learn, you say, because they love the loudness.
I'm one of the girls who has survived.
Writing this movie was the greatest honor of my life. It's the thing I'm most proud of, and I am so proud to be a member of the Writers Guild of America.
Everyone, we're here to you guys. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but we're having a great time at the Glass Awards tonight. Look at this amazing display that we have from Hyundai. Hanover photographer. A lot of fun. Great time meeting my beautiful friends. And yeah, it's been so much fun. It's gonna be a great time. Want to say hi, Mumsy? Hi. Love you guys. Bye.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go out even later. So cabinet, there's no daily HIV pills. For adults, more undetectable. Cabinet is the only complete long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider. Ask you at 6 times a year. Don't take Cabenuva if allergic to its ingredients or taking certain medicines.
He says that these young men, first of all, you don't know anything, huh?
My body.
6 times a year. Allergic to its ingredients or taking certain medicines that may interact. Serious side effects.
Like, yes, they have long hair, but that means they're girls now? Isn't this your friend? How are you gonna do Jesus like that? Sorry, Jesus. These extremists are going to lose their effing minds when they remember what their favorite rock band looked like. Little Miss Kiss with the full glam, full face of makeup, long hair. You like a girl band now? Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Have you ever heard of Transhausen by proxy? It's a psychological disorder named after Munchausen by proxy that typically affects a parent or a mother, women, and causes the affected parent to force their child to transgender. Now, why would a parent do such a horrible thing for publicity? Attention, clout, woke points. Duh. The latest Transhausen offender is actress Megan Fox, who was recently spotted with her 3 freshly transitioned trans daughters. Get this. Brace yourselves. They had long hair. It's just awful. It's just awful. Fear not, though. Your favorite Twitter accounts and wokeness and Jordan Peterson are here to expose the madness. And scene. That's what I would sound like if I was a dumb bitch. No, you guys, Transhausen by proxy is not a real thing. It's not real life. Megan Fox did not transgender her children, and nobody else did either, just for clarity's sake. But ironically, the anti-trans activists, the anti-trans extremists, have transitioned some small children without their consent. These photos are real, yes, but neither Megan nor her kids have come out and said anything about being trans, anything about transitioning, but rather extremists are critiquing and judging and commenting on the way that another person's child is dressing and acting in order to create false proof of parents forcing their kids to transgender and to be transgender. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. Can we take a minute to just like appreciate my glam today too? I'm feeling so glam. I haven't done like a full eyeshadow look in a minute, and I can't speak, that's first of all, because my makeup is just too good, but I'm really enjoying it. I hope you are too. Are you done? Thank you very much. Also, before we get into this video, before we laugh at some extremists, I almost said conservative, but I'm trying to be nice. My first Twitch stream is going to be this week, this Thursday. Is that today? I think it's today. At 6 p.m. Eastern time. I think that's like 3 p.m. Western time. What's, I don't fucking know. It's like 3 p.m. on the West Coast if you care. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna do a little welcome to my Twitch channel segment, and then we are also gonna be playing Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So please come join me. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm so excited to chat with you all. So be there or be cis-het. Also, make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. But yeah, other than that, let's get right into this video. So this is the original tweet that was tweeted out by End Wokeness. I can't with that Twitter name. It's fine. It has 40 million views. Yeah, Twitter is fully broken. And it reads, Megan Fox has 3 sons that all dress like girls. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. And then these photos are included. Now, this might be a little bit detail-oriented, but like, babe, a girl? I really don't think that these two are even dressed like girls, but even this one is like, they're just wearing pink. See, now I'm calling them she and everything, goddamn. Like, yes, they have long hair, but that means they're girls now? Isn't this your friend? How are you gonna do Jesus like that? You know, I'm starting to think that they were serious when they were all asking, what is a woman? What's a woman? Define a woman. I really don't think they know. And to think the answer was right in front of us the whole time. All we had to say was, somebody with long hair that wears pink. Sorry, Jesus. These extremists are going to lose their effing minds when they remember what their favorite rock band looked like. Little Miss Kiss with the full glam, full face of makeup, long hair. You like a girl band now? I'm sorry. Blur that out. Ben Shapiro also obnoxiously chimed in. Duh, he just has to. He can't keep his mouth shut. And said, the genetic bottleneck in Hollywood is one of the great mysteries of evolutionary biology. Or it's a social construct fostered by up parents. One of the two. I just don't know. Duh, one of the two. Really pushing that concept of trans housing by proxy, of parents forcing their kids to transition, which, I mean, unfortunately does make a lot of sense when you have the same view on parenting as Shapiro and a lot of his conservative friends, some of which we have spoken about on this channel. Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles. Parents like him, parents like Matt Walsh brag about controlling everything about their children, from what they can wear, how they can express themselves, even what they can eat. I mean...
At Red Robin the other day, my 5-year-old told me he wanted to order salmon. Now, I knew damn well that that kid did not want salmon. He wanted chicken tenders and fries because that's what he always wants, and it's the only thing he'll ever actually eat at a restaurant. So I didn't let him have the meal that he wanted because I knew that he didn't really want it. Because he's a kid.
It just makes sense that everything a child does would fall back on the parent because, you know, they're in control. So to them and to maybe other parents like them, when they see a kid dressing however they want and behaving in ways that they personally would not allow their children to behave, they interpret the parents to be at fault or at the very least responsible. Ben says that the kid's long hair must be the result of the transgender social contagion that's taking over the world, that is corrupting and damaging the youth, which he elaborates on in this tweet. I honestly feel like I'm explaining statistics to like a 3-year-old, but this tweet says, everyone who identifies as LGBT is born that way. Pure genetic issue. There is no social or environmental aspect to this behavior among literally all behaviors on the planet. And then shows a little graph that documents a few different generations and the number of people in that generation that identified as LGBTQ. And as you can see in the chart, Gen Z is the highest of all of them, and they are still increasing. Now, there are a number of reasons why this chart can look like this. Like I said, I feel like I'm explaining statistics to a 3-year-old, but there's very obvious reasons for why some of the lines stay flat, why some of the lines are increasing. But my favorite way to explain this is with the left-handed analogy. So when you're looking at a graph charting the number of left-handed people throughout the last 100 years, 120 years, you see a very similar slope. This is due to being left-handed going from something that was not socially acceptable, something that was demonized and even punished, to becoming something that is accepted, which therefore allowed left-handed people to just be left-handed, you know, just live their life authentically as left-handed individuals, their true left-handed selves. They transitioned from right-handed to left-handed, yes. It is the same for the LGBT community. The more socially acceptable acceptable it is to be LGBT, the more people that are going to come out and identify as LGBT. When we look at the other generations, we can see that the lines stay flat. And again, we can use that same analogy to explain why they stay flat. If you were born in 1945, which a lot of the traditional generation was, they were born around that time, and you lived your whole life using your right hand, you're likely not going to switch from using your right hand to using your left hand after 79 fucking years. Especially when you may still believe that being left-handed is a form of witchcraft, socially unacceptable, demonic. Now, apply that to the LGBT community and people that have been living as closeted straight people for 80 years. They're likely not going to come out at the age of 82 and be like, you know what, I'm gay, I'm gonna go find a husband. I mean, maybe they will, maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't really think that's very reasonable to think. It really is ironic though, because conservatives notoriously say that kids should be allowed to be kids as an argument to allowing kids to be trans. They say that you shouldn't push kids to transition, you should allow little girls to play with trucks and little boys to play with dolls, and without saying that they're really a girl or really a boy, which I fully agree with. That's not what's happening. You know, little boys are not being pushed to become little girls just because they play with a doll. That's not what's happening. What is happening is little trans girls are coming out and saying, I'm a girl, stop calling me a boy. They don't say the F word, but you know. Very, very rarely young people will come out and demand that they are the opposite gender or the other gender. It's not as simple as they just want to play with dolls, or they just want to play with trucks, or they just want to have long hair and wear pink. But now suddenly that's what these three young boys are doing. Arguably not even all three, just one of them. They're growing their hair long because they're a kid, that's what they want to do. They're wearing pink because as a kid, that's what they want to wear. But conservatives, the same people that were saying let kids be kids, are now saying that these young people, just because they have long hair, are little girls now, and they're being forced to transition. They're saying that they are no longer boys just because they have long hair. What happened? You're dumb. Jordan Peterson also chimed in and said 3 trans children equal a malignant, narcissistic mother. Jordan Peterson, who if you don't know became infamous, I'll say, when he publicly declared that he refused to use his students' pronouns. He refused! Because they're trans, not just because, like, you know, they were a student and he wanted to call them like a cow. No, they were trans and he said, no, you are not going to be called a he. Absolutely not. First of all, they're not trans. I mean, we don't know if they're trans. They could be, they could not be. Either way, we don't know at this point, so shut the up. I'm sorry. Was that mean? I'm sorry. But for real, get a life. Like, aren't you bored? Second of all, calling Megan a narcissist, like a malignant narcissist, is just, like, it's a bit much for me. It's very, very bold, especially when you've seen the interviews of Megan talking about her children. Like, it's just such a stretch. It's such a reach. Before we look at what Megan has said about her children, let's quickly take a peek at what a malignant narcissist is, because I need to know what he is claiming poor Megan Fox is. Okay, let's look. A malignant narcissist is an individual who possesses the characteristics of both narcissism and psychopathy. Psychopathy? Psychopathy? I think it's psychopathy. I don't fucking know. They have an exaggerated sense of self-importance and a lack of empathy for others. Malignant narcissists are often manipulative, exploitative, and aggressive towards others. They can be charming and charismatic, but their behavior is often unpredictable and can be harmful to those around them. Now, obviously I don't know Megan. I wish. Hi, Megan. I love you, girl. Transformers was my it wasn't. But Jennifer's Body, that was, yeah. No, in all seriousness, I don't know Megan, but I personally just don't think that that shoe fits. Megan has been in interviews talking about her sons and how one son specifically really, really enjoys wearing dresses. Let's take a little peek.
You have 3 sons.
Yeah.
And your son, Noah, is very much into fashion.
Yeah, he's really into fashion, and he's the one, like, sometimes he'll dress himself and he likes to wear dresses sometimes, and I send him to a really liberal, like, hippie school, but even there, here in California, he still has little boys going like, boys don't wear dresses or boys don't wear pink, and so we're going through that now where I'm trying to teach him to be confident no matter what anyone else says. Yeah. He had stopped wearing dresses for a while. He just wore one 2 days ago to school. And he came home and I was like, how was it? Did any of the friends at school have anything to say? And he was like, well, all the boys laughed when I came in, but he's like, but I don't care. I love dresses too much.
How dare she? How dare she teach her sons to be confident in themselves? How dare she allow them to wear dresses and not be ashamed? You know, honestly, I think that has a lot to do with this. These anti-trans extremists see people that don't fit into what their idea of what a woman is or what a boy is, and it triggers something in their brain. Maybe it's beliefs that were pushed onto them as a young person that they've held onto so strongly. Maybe it's some internalized disgust for their own desires to be more feminine. Who knows? I don't know. But it makes them want us to feel shame about ourselves. Not just trans people, but anybody that dares to disobey their gender norms. As we can see from these little boys. They push it back on us instead of dealing with the discomfort that it causes within themselves, because that would just be too difficult. Self-reflection? Ew, no, not me. I do joke, but I mean, that's not to say that I think that these extremists are closeted. I don't really like that perspective, that narrative, that argument, if you will. But they likely do have these gendered roles and even some form of gender policing deeply embedded in their minds. And not even just their minds, deeply embedded within their worldview. It causes them to see mothers supporting their sons as narcissistic abuse instead of unconditional love. It causes them to twist acceptance into manipulation, and young boys wearing pink into victims of a radical social contagion. These anti-trans extremists, their gender policing, and their attacks on gender nonconformity will and already is hurting everybody, not just trans people. Trans activists have been warning the public about this for quite a while now, that these policies and these laws and these bills that they're pushing to attack trans people are going to affect everybody. Honestly, they're probably going to affect cis people more than they affect trans people. A lot of trans people just want to transition and blend in and live their lives. So in my opinion, the people that are going to be affected by these bathroom bills and these bills about trans women not being able to compete in sports, they're going to affect cisgender people that do not look the way that an extremist conservative pictures a woman to look. I mean, you can Google it for yourself. The people that are getting called out for being trans in the bathroom are cis people, not trans people. Y'all dumb as hell. But okay, you guys, that is it for this video. That's pretty much all I have to say on this whole Megan Fox trans husband by proxy situation. What do you think? Do you think that Megan is a horrible, malignant, narcissistic mother for allowing her children to wear pink and have long hair? Or do you think that she's a great mother? She's providing unconditional love and allowing her children to be children. If you guys did enjoy this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe. I post new videos every single week here on my channel. And don't forget to come join me on my first ever Twitch stream today, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Eastern time. I'll see you there. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you very, very soon. Bye, everyone.
Mercedes Monet.
One of the biggest misconceptions
Gets the job
Are we topless at the White House? You sure are. Okay, yeah, damn, she really did. I was like, this didn't really go topless, did she? She didn't really have her whole boob out, did she? No, she did. You're celebrating trans joy, something that is so heavily politicized right now. It's a big moment, you know? However, at the White House. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Going topless in Washington, D.C. is legal.
I don't know if it is, but I'm pretty sure that indecent exposure is illegal in Virginia. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Oh my god, making sure my top is on. Don't want to upset the transphobes, don't want to upset the conservatives. You get it? This Pride Month, the White House, which is the home of the President of the United States, hosted a Pride celebration where a bunch of different trans activists, you know, just public trans people, were invited to the White House to celebrate Pride. They even had the beautiful little rainbow flag with the transgender colors on it. However, conservatives and transphobes alike have still managed to make this beautiful Pride event into something not so beautiful. My Twitter has been filled with tweets and videos filled with conversation about a trans model, a trans activist going topless at the White House. Now, it wasn't me, don't worry, it wasn't me. And it has created quite a storm. A lot of my audience has been requesting that I talk about this, that I give my opinion on whether or not I think that the trans woman was in the right or in the wrong, whether it was disrespectful, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, for today's video, I want to show you guys the TikTok that has created this storm around the White House Pride event, as well as talk about the response that the White House press secretary, the White House released in regards to the situation. So yeah, let's blow the top off this thing. Let's get chatting. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Also, make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Twitch to keep as up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Patreon, so if you guys like the work that I do here on my channel and you would like to donate, the link for that is down below in the description as well. But of course, no pressure. But yeah, with no further ado, let's roll the clip. So like I said, the White House hosted a Pride event where a bunch of different trans activists, LGBT people, family, children, all that kind of stuff, went to the White House and attended this big celebration where the president spoke and a bunch of different people spoke, celebrating being gay, being LGBT. Love to see it. We love the LGBTs. We love being celebrated. One of which of the attendees posted this video about her experience. Let's give it a little look.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Year. Happy Pride Life.
Yeah.
Transgender children.
You are beautiful.
You are heard.
You belong.
You're understood.
You are loved.
And you belong.
T, Joe, T, you tell those little children that they belong and that they're great and that we love them.
I mean, you're
just so cute. I love the big rainbow behind him.
Can we take a little video? Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor. Trans rights are human rights.
Oh my God, Mr. Joe Biden doesn't even know how to film a video. That's okay, he's got people for it. He's got helpers. This celebration looks like a lot of fun. It looks very heartwarming. It seems like a great time. Where was my invite? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't have gone topless. Just saying. Cleavage would have been pushed up, but that's about it. I'm sorry, I'm so annoying. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have, yeah, anyways, let's continue the video.
Gay news.
Gay news, he said gay news.
Are we topless at the White House?
You sure are. Okay, yeah, damn, she really did. I was like, this bitch didn't really go topless, did she? She didn't really have her whole boob out, did she? No, she did. She was out there, girl. Okay, so as you can see, it was like a 5-second clip in the TikTok video, but Rose did pull her dress down. Her boobs were exposed. She did have her hands over her areolas, but she was still shirtless. There was also a trans man next to her, maybe another one on the other side, who had their shirts off as well, were showing their top surgery scars. Listen, it's a great thing. I do want to say that I totally understand feeling affirmed in your body and feeling confident and just getting caught up in the moment of trans joy and celebration and maybe feeling a little bit extra free in that moment. I can totally feel the feeling behind that moment. You know what I mean? It's just a giant celebration. You're at the White House with the most important people in the country. You're celebrating trans joy, something that is so heavily politicized right now, and it's a big moment, you know? However, at the White House, yeah, I don't know about that. Now, I am a strong believer of time and place, you know what I mean? There's definitely a time and a place for this kind of radical activism, if you can call it that. However, I don't think that this was the time nor the place. The event was a Pride celebration. A lot of the people featured in the video were, you know, over 18, they were adults. However, in the video, you can also see children just like running around. To me, it's very obvious that that was a family event. It was meant to be wholesome. So there's that issue of doing this kind of activism, if that's what you want to call it, around minors, around children, around families that are just not there for that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of that. I think that that was incredibly inappropriate. And apparently the White House agreed, at least the press secretary agreed. They said the behavior was simply unacceptable. It was unfair to the hundreds of attendees who were there to celebrate their families. And they also said that individuals in the video certainly will not be invited to future events. They said that this was not a normal thing that has happened under this administration. They said, hold on, this is not something that we stand for. We do not stand for taking your shirt off in front of children. This is not the vibe.
This is not it.
And honestly, I mean, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Even in Rose's video, Biden is talking to children. He's addressing children. Like I said in the video that Rose posted herself, there's children all around. In all of the photos that were released from this event, there's children, there's families. So personally, I just think that there was probably a better way to express that trans joy and that freedom. What that is, I'm not quite sure, but it's not this. There's also the issue of optics for this kind of activism. Like, I am sure that Rose is aware of the narratives that are surrounding the trans community right now. The anti-trans extremists are pushing this narrative that trans people are groomers, that they're coming after children, that they are trying to sexualize children. And so for a trans woman to go to a family event at the White House with children around and do something sexually explicit, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's a very bad look. It's very bad. Not only is it a bad look for her individually, like just as a professional, but for the whole trans community. Honestly, like I hate to be that bitch that's like, you're making us all look bad, but you have to understand, as a advocate for trans people, you need to act right, girl. You need to get it together. Rose also posted a video after the whole situation started going viral. I'll just play it. She said this.
It has recently come to my attention that conservatives are trying to use the video of me topless at the White House to try to call the community groomers, etc.
First of all, I don't think that she's a groomer. I just want to make that very, very clear. I do not think that this was an action that was intended to be grooming children, that was intended to sexualize children, that was intended to be harmful in the least. I don't think that that is the case. However, your intention behind something is not always the extension that is witnessed.
And I would just like to say that, first of all, going topless in Washington, D.C. is legal.
I don't know if it is. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that indecent exposure is illegal in Virginia. That's where Washington, D.C. is, right? Let me do a quick Google so I don't look like an idiot. Yeah, Virginia. Yeah, so girl, I don't know if you're right on that one, but maybe she is. But regardless of whether or not it is legal, is it appropriate? Is it advised to do such a thing? No.
And I fully support the movement in freeing the nipple, because why is my chest now deemed inappropriate or illegal when I show it off? However, before coming out as trans, it was not.
Okay, babe. Listen, I support free the nipple. Like, if you want to breastfeed your child out in public, free the nipple, take it out. Let's feed that baby. This is another issue that I have, though, because it's very common knowledge that women are not allowed to just have their titties out. Like, that's just not allowed. And so, as a trans woman, if you're going to transition from male to female, from a man to a woman, you have to follow the laws that are in place for women. I get the narrative, like I get the position of like, oh, well, I used to be a boy and my nipple was fine to be out in the open and now it's not. You've gone on hormones, you have had surgeries, you look like a woman. She's giving woman. The average person that's just looking at you sees a woman. I'm sure that all the kids and the families at that celebration saw you as a woman. They saw a woman with her shirt off. I mean, yeah, that's just not a really good argument for me. But yeah, let's continue.
All you're doing is affirming that I am a woman.
I mean, that's a good point to say to like conservatives, like, oh, so you think I'm a girl? So you think I'm a woman? Like, it's inappropriate for women to have their shirts off. You think I'm a woman? Is that what you're saying? Because if they really thought that trans men were women and trans women were men, then they would go after the trans man that took his shirt off because, according to them, he's a woman. Wow, the gender euphoria that I feel for not being able to take my shirt off at the White House.
All you're doing is saying that trans women are women because for some reason people like to sexualize women's bodies and say that they are inappropriate. My trans masculine friends were showing off their top surgery scars and living in joy, and I wanted to join them. And because it is perfectly within the law.
I should also say that I don't think that the trans men should have taken their shirts off either. I don't think that's appropriate. Like, I don't want to push a double standard here. I don't think that that's appropriate to do at the White House. You keep your clothes on. Keep them on.
In Washington, D.C., I decided to join them and cover my nipples just to play it safe.
I don't know if it is, but even if it is legal, that does not mean that it is advised, welcome, appropriate.
Because I wanted to be fully free and myself.
Okay, but here's the thing. You're not fully free at the fucking White House. You're not free to take your clothes off. You're not free to take your clothes off in front of children. See, this is difficult. I hate critiquing, I'll say, a trans woman who is just trying to live freely and advocate for the community even. Maybe this was a form of activism. However, I think that we should be very careful about this kind of thing. Like, there's already so many narratives going around about trans people sexualizing children, about trans people being these sexual creatures and being groomers. We want to be careful. It sucks that we have to be responsible for correcting that narrative, but I mean, what other option do we have?
I had zero intention of trying to be vulgar or be profane in any way. I was simply living in joy, living my truth and existing in my body. Happy Pride, free the nipple.
Like I said, I don't think that she was trying to be vulgar. I don't think that she was trying to be inappropriate, sexualize kids. I don't think any of that is the case. However, you can't do that. No. I don't like it. If you want to post a picture of your shirt off on Twitter and be like, free the titty, free the trans titty, that's fine. At the White House? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I will say that video that we just watched was taken down from, actually I think both of those videos were taken down from Rose's TikTok. However, this video was very recently uploaded, so let's take a look at what her perspective is on the situation now.
Today I need to apologize. Earlier this month, I was invited by the White House to attend a Pride celebration with both President Biden and Dr. Biden. I, alongside other powerful voices in the queer and trans communities, were invited to be represented, seen, and heard in unique and a very special way. As anti-2S LGBTQIA+, especially anti-trans violence and legislation runs rampant across our country, I was proud to be invited to speak at the National Press Club during my trip to Washington, D.C., in order to speak about transgender people and experiences at the highest levels of our nation. In a quick moment of fleeting and overwhelming trans joy, I decided to do something unbecoming of a guest of the president at the White House lawn celebration. More so than ever before, I have learned how powerful and just how impactful my actions are and how impactful it is when we share our stories and experiences and how we do so with the world. I want to take this moment to apologize for the impact of my actions. I especially want to apologize to my Black trans brothers and siblings, especially transgender women who are Black, because I understand that you all are constantly at a disproportionate level impacted by the actions of others and especially by anti-trans violence. I would also like to apologize to my family and friends who have been harassed.
Yeah, no, that's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. I mean, her apology to them is acceptable. Harassing friends and family of a trans woman because you don't agree with what they've done, get a life. Get a grip. Get a hobby. Shut up. That's the thing, like, if people are really gonna go and attack somebody's family because they don't like that she took her top off at the White House, whatever, it is a bad thing that she did, but going after someone's family and their friends, at that point, it clearly is not about you caring about the children. It's not about you caring about the families that were there to celebrate Pride. It's about you being transphobic. It's about you finding a new outlet for your transphobia. You see people dogpiling on this trans woman that did something at the White House and you say, oh yeah, fucking hate trans people. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's attack their family. Let's send threats to their friends. Girl, no. You can disagree with somebody's actions, but you don't go after their friends and their family. Like, are you fucking kidding?
I would also like to apologize to my own community, the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. And last but not least, I would like to apologize to the president, the White House, and the nation. It was also never my intention to create a situation that would lead to harassment and harm of myself and others, nor for trans joy, like my little moment of trans joy, to be weaponized by vile people of the opposition. Moving forward, I am committed to using this moment as a catalyst for creating positive change, both within myself and within the broader community and the world at large. It is my sincere intention to actively promote empathy, equity, inclusion, and understanding through my words and my actions and my advocacy efforts. I also feel energized to educate and articulate to others the importance and power of trans joy in a more effective way. Finally, as I work to engage in meaningful conversations with my community and my allies, I would like to ask for everyone, especially media outlets and journalists, to please respect mine, my family's, my friends, and my loved ones' privacy during this time. I am unavailable for additional comments, and I will not be conducting interviews at this time. Thank you so much for listening.
Period. See, Miss Kelly Cadigan, that is how you do an apology video. As I'm sure a lot of us expected, I don't think that this was some malicious thing. I don't think that it was intended to do anything like what transphobes and extremists are saying that she was trying to do, whether it be sexualizing children, grooming, whatever. Like, I don't think that she was trying to do any of that. I truly do think that it was something where she got caught up in the moment. She was feeling so great, feeling so free, and it just kind of happened. That being said, I do think that it's super important to be aware of how we're acting in these situations. The trans community is very much under attack right now. There is like a microscope on us, and it's vital now more than ever to be good advocates. We don't want to give conservatives, transphobes, extremists, any of those people any ammo to come against the trans community. That's not to say that they won't find some. That's not to say that they won't make some up. But we certainly should be careful about our actions, especially when we're at the White House talking to the president about trans issues. But okay, you guys, that's pretty much all I have to say about this topic. No hate to Rose. I'm sure she's a wonderful person. I do enjoy her content. I think that her little apology video was very, very well done. So I'm excited to see what kind of work she will do in the future. If you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you are not already. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Blood leaking from Jericho's mouth, likewise from Ishii's nose. I think that juice effect caught the right on the button. Ishii was looking for the right. Igiri, Jericho drops to his knees. Ishii charging in. Oh! Again from Jericho. What timing, huh? What timing? Jericho. Timing, anticipation, but Ishii.
Oh my god, my little pride shirt. So I'm about to start getting ready. I look crazy right now, and you guys, I forgot my freaking hair dryer. That's such a first world problem. I'm so sorry. But it's difficult, especially if you have curly hair out there. You understand that you need a diffuser. I need it. But anyways, I guess we're just gonna do what we can. And I'm going to start my makeup. Obviously, I've been starting with my eye makeup lately. I was always one of those people that were like, no, I will never do my eye makeup first. Never, ever, ever. I can't. It's just too difficult. It messes me up. And then I tried it one time, and now I'm fully that girl. Also, can we talk about how cute this little bathroom is? It's so cute. My anxiety right now is a little crazy. Obviously, I mean, I feel like we're doing this kind of thing. It's just, you're gonna be anxious for a little bit. You just gotta kind of push through it. It's fine. But more than anything, I am just excited. This is such an honor, and it's just such an honor. Okay, I'm gonna do my eye makeup and be right back because I look like this. So I'm gonna fix myself a bit and I'll be right back. Okay guys, this is what the makeup looks like so far. The one thing about doing your eyes first is it's sometimes hard to envision the final look. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this looks so crazy. But once I do the rest, once I clean up under here and get my skin all looking great, it'll be great. Don't worry. I also took a little lorazepam, so I'm feeling a little bit better, a little bit less anxious. Still quite anxious though. But yeah, just being real about it. I wonder what it's gonna be like. Like, what's gonna happen? Who's gonna be there? Is it a party? Or like, what's the tea? Like, what's going on? Will there be entertainment? Hello, I need to be entertained. I'm just kidding. I don't need anything. I'm perfectly content. I'll sit against the wall. I swear. I'm just happy to be here. Okay, I'm gonna get started on the rest of my makeup now. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with a little bit of concealer under my eyes. This is the warmer tone concealer just to cancel out any darkness. And then I'll go in with like a brighter one to lighten after. I also go here, a little bit here, just to cancel out any shadowing. See that? It's like a little bit of a shadow. Oh my god, my first Twitch stream was last week. Thank you all so much for coming and for hanging out with me. I had some technical difficulties and I'm so frustrated about it because I tried for so long and I tested it so much to make sure it would be perfect and it wasn't. You know, I literally didn't have any audio for like an hour and I could not figure it out. And honestly, I still didn't figure it out. Like everything was plugged in the way it was supposed to be. Everything was set up the way it was supposed to be. I literally didn't even change anything from when it was not working to when it was working. So I don't know what the deal was. Honestly, I think it was an issue with the software, not me. But I mean, maybe I'll just take credit for it so I don't sound like a little like, it's not my fault. I swear, it's not my fault, I swear. It's been crazy trying to get here. Like I left yesterday. Today is Wednesday. I left on Tuesday morning, went to the airport, and like at the last second, I'm literally checking in to like print my bag tags or whatever. And it goes, oh, it's too early for you to check in. I'm like, what do you mean? Like it's like the perfect time. Like, what are you talking about? It's too early. What the fuck do you mean? So I asked the attendant, she's like, oh yeah, like I don't know what's going on. Just go over there and ask them in that line. I could tell she just wanted nothing to do with it. She's like, that's not my fault. I don't know. It's not my fault. And I look over and there's a line that is so freaking long. So long. I'm not good at estimating numbers, but I'd say maybe like 50 people long. It took me a good 45 minutes to get through the line. I mean, I know it's not that long. I'm sure there's been longer lines in history, but it took a while. And basically in line, I found out that my flight was canceled literally less than 2 hours before my flight. Literally less than 2 hours. I was at the airport and I got a notification on my phone standing in line to help me like figure out what was wrong with my ticket that said, your flight's been canceled. I get it. Sometimes things go wrong and, you know, sometimes there's weather conditions, stuff like that. And sometimes planes just can't go out. Like, I get it. However, there was no reason that this plane couldn't go out except for the fact that the day before there was really, really bad weather. And so the day before there was a bunch of delays, which kind of created a domino effect that rolled over into Tuesday, the day that I was supposed to fly. And so in order to catch up on their schedule, they picked a couple random flights and just canceled them. And mine was the lucky flight. Yes. This does not look like it's my shade, but I promise it's gonna work. It's gonna be fine. So yeah, I'm standing in line and I get another notification from JetBlue and they're like, oh, we've rescheduled your flight. You're gonna be going on Thursday. I'm like, bitch, I'm meeting Miss Kamala Wednesday. Like, what do you mean? I can't go on a Thursday. Literally everybody in line is, you know, frantically on their phone trying to find a different flight. And I'm literally sitting there watching flights go from $250 for a one-way ticket to $1,300 for a one-way ticket. Fucking criminals. That shit should be fucking criminal behavior. Well, it is criminal behavior, but it should be fully illegal. So my mom ended up finding a flight that took off from Hartford, which is like an hour and a half away from Boston Airport, that took off that night. So my original flight was at 2, this flight took off at 9, and it was in Hartford, an hour and a half away. So my mom had to come back to the airport to pick me up after she had just dropped me off and like driven home. We don't live close to the airport, like it was a ride home. She drove all the way back, picked me up, and I mean, we ended up having a nice day. We did some shopping, stuff like that, and then when it was time, headed over to the other airport. And thankfully, there was no issues with the later flight. I think it has to do with me switching off of JetBlue, like fuck JetBlue. American Airlines is where it's at. I also got to the airport pretty early, like over 2 hours early, so I got to go in the little restaurant there and order some drinks and some food. I ordered a lot of drinks, girl. I said, this day sucked, and I just kept ordering Prosecco and shit, and got a nice little drunkenness going on. Got on the plane and immediately passed out. Immediately fell asleep on the plane. Literally, we were taking off and I closed my eyes, and all of a sudden I just like woke up and like we were there. So probably not the best, but that's what happened. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, the flight was only like an hour, so it's not like I passed out for like 8 hours, so that's good. All right, you guys, I'm gonna continue my makeup, hopefully finish it up soon, and I'll talk to you in a second. Okay, everyone, this is the final makeup look. Well, I still do have to put lipstick on, but I'm waiting to brush my teeth. I'm about to get into my outfit and put all my jewelry and stuff on, so let me show you what it looks like. Hold on. So I have my jewelry lined out, of course, and then this is my outfit. Of course, I wanted it to be pretty professional looking. It is smart casual. I don't really know what that means. So I just did a little dress with a pink jacket. I'm still deciding if I want to wear that one or that one, but so far I think I'm gonna do pink and then a blue dress with the white heels because, you know, pink, blue, white, duh, trans colors. And then of course I have my glad pin. Love that. So yeah, I'm very excited. It's gonna be fun. I did my best doing my hair without a diffuser. They did have like a hairdryer in the bathroom, but there's no diffuser, which if you have curly hair, you know you need a diffuser. So I did my best. It's still a little bit wet and it's not very curly and not very defined. Ugh. I'm very upset with myself for forgetting it, but we're doing what we can do, okay? That's all we can do is what we can do, okay? Okay, guys, I'm ready to go meet the freaking vice president for the vice president pride reception. I am so very excited. This is the outfit that I decided to wear. As you can see, I have pink, blue, and then white shoes. Duh. Gotta represent the trans community. Duh, right? Of course. This is what my makeup looks like. My hair came out kind of decent. I'm not too mad at it. I'm gonna put lip gloss on so my lips don't look so crusty, but yeah, what do we think of these little diamond things? I think they're kind of cute. But yeah, this is going to be the outfit for the night, for the evening. I wish this was more like, oh my god, why does more video needs to stop? It's gonna be a lot of fun. A few of my fellow board members are going to be in attendance as well. Frankie Grande is going to be here. I'm so excited. I love Frankie Grande. I'm gonna see him again. Oh, he's the best. Love him. And of course, some amazing other people from the board as well. And I actually just got notification that we're going to be going into a private meet and greet / photo opportunity with Miss, I shouldn't even say Miss, with Vice President Harris. I'm gonna pass out, bitch. I'm gonna fucking pass out. So yeah, we have to head over a little early so we can grab some wristbands and do that. I'm so excited. I hope the picture comes out cute. They did say no phones in the meet and greet area, so I'm assuming that I'm allowed to have my phone in the other areas, just not that one. So yeah, I have about 10-15 minutes before I have to leave. I'm gonna try to decompress a little bit. I think this is one of the first times that I'm ever early getting ready for an event. I'm usually like down to the wire. As you can see in my little GLAAD Awards vlog, I was literally running out the door. This is much better, being able to just chill for a minute before I have to go. I'm so glad that I made it. I mean, glad, get it? Glad. For real though, I am so happy that I made it here. It is such an incredible honor to be able to be invited to things like this and to celebrate Pride with the Vice President is like, I'm speechless. I don't know how I got here, but I'm feeling very grateful and very humbled, if you will. So yeah, I really have no idea what's going to be going on tonight. I hope I can record some of it for you guys so you guys can have a little behind the scenes. Sorry if my camera's shaking. I'm like holding it and I am also shaking because I'm so nervous, but it'll be okay. I need to take a breath. Maybe a shot. I'm just kidding. I'm not taking any shots. I'm a professional, okay? My clothes will stay on, I promise. I kind of like the little pantsuit moment. I feel like such a businesswoman. I feel like if I were to be a businesswoman, which I kind of am, but if I were to like actually wear these kind of clothes every day, they would always be pink. Because like, bitch, a pink power suit? Are you kidding? So good. This is the aftermath of getting ready. A little bit messy, not too bad. And there's also clothes out here on the floor, towels on the floor. I did this new thing where I lay everything out before I start getting ready. Like all the clothes that I need, I laid out all my hair products in the order that I use them. I put everything where it has to be because sometimes when I'm getting ready for events and it's like a timed situation, I get very overwhelmed. I have like sensory overload almost, you know what I mean? So I like almost freeze and can't really do things. And having them all nicely laid out so that I didn't have to think about where things were while I was getting ready was super helpful. I know most of you probably don't care about that at all. It's not helpful to you, but if it is helpful to you, definitely try it out. Oh my God, I look so good in this lighting. Somebody take me on a date. But yeah, I did decide to wear the pink jacket because I just love the pink, blue, and white theme. Of course, it's Pride. I have to represent trans color stuff. Although that red houndstooth jacket is so cute. So I'm gonna need another event to wear that too. So hit me up. All right, you guys, I'm gonna chill for a minute and I will say hi from the car. Love you.
We did it, Joe.
We all made it.
We did it, Joe.
We did it. Thank you so much. We love you, Joe.
When it comes to challenging trans rights, when it comes to challenging the rights of our LGBTQIA plus youths, it feels so incredibly validating to be here right now.
And I know it can get discouraging. I know you could feel beat up and alone and beat down, but don't be like that because we've got your back. Please join me in welcoming this incredible leader from GLAAD. It's GLAAD's president and CEO, Sarah Kate Ellis.
The second gentleman said it, that all of the people in this room, we're outside, out by the pool, are the leaders of the community, and you're out there every day leading the way. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work that you do on a daily basis. As we close out Pride Month, we often look back at our LGBTQ history. And tonight, like I started, I want you to look at each other. Look at each other, because you are the frontline warriors. You're fighting the fight. By living your truth, by being out there and being honest, you are taking us to the next level.
Happy Pride, everyone! Happy Pride! Oh, what a wonderful sight I behold right now. To the rafters, balcony after balcony, celebrating this incredible moment where we were one step closer to fulfilling the promise of our country. Because we believe in the promise of freedom and equality and justice. That is an expression of our love of our country. Pride is patriotism. And when we celebrate Pride, we also understand they have passed the baton to us. And the question is, what do we do during this time that we each carry the baton in furtherance of this important movement. You've got these extremist so-called leaders who are talking about don't say gay. We got to be vigilant about defending and preserving and protecting these rights, and we will not throw up our hands when it's time to roll up our sleeves. That's where we are right now in this movement. And so with that, I say again, pride is patriotism. Pride is patriotism. And we love our country. We know what we stand for. We are here to defend and protect all that is good and all that is right. And we are all in this together. Happy Pride, everybody.
Okay, guys, I'm finally back in bed. My hair is a mess. It's fine. I've just been partying all night long with Vice President Kamala Harris. It's no big deal. Tonight was a lot of fun. I got to see a lot of my friends who you got to see clips of, and I got to meet a lot of cool people that I've looked up to, and of course, Miss Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as her husband, Mr. Doug. Hi, Mr. Doug. And it was just so great. I mean, as a youngish trans woman who, I'm from a very, very small town in the middle of literally nowhere. I grew up not seeing anybody else like me. I didn't even know who trans people were until I was 17 years old. It feels really, really good to be recognized for the work that I've been doing, but more so very, very humbling. I mean, I'm definitely experiencing a bit of imposter syndrome around all of these really, really cool people, super important people. And I mean, it's intimidating. I feel like anybody, no matter who you are, would be intimidated, but little me, a little YouTuber, a little content creator from a small little farm town, it's crazy. I'm so blessed, and I'm just so grateful for all of you guys for watching my channel and for helping me get to where I am today. Thank you so much, GLAAD, for inviting me tonight. It was an amazing, amazing reception. Of course, GLAAD killed it as always. I am so, so, so proud to be a part of GLAAD's organization and be a very small part of the incredible amount of work that they do for the community. I don't know, it's just really, really cool, and I just feel so, so grateful for these opportunities. This goes to show that even if you are from a small town, if you're a young trans person, even a young little gay person, I thought I was a young gay person for a while, and both of those experiences can feel very, very isolating and very hopeless at times. So I hope this video kind of provides a little potential model for you guys. You can truly do whatever you put your heart and your mind to. I never in a million years thought that I would even be a board member with GLAAD, let alone meeting the Vice President of the United States of America with GLAAD. So it's crazy. It's crazy. Tonight has been a lot of fun. I'm super, super tired though. So I hope you guys enjoyed the little clips and the little pictures. Oh my God, I haven't seen the picture of me and Kamala yet. I'm kind of nervous. I walked in there and I was like, hi, I'm Samantha. Literally could not, almost tripped also. I was like, hi, I'm Samantha, it's an honor. Shook her husband's hand. I was like, it's an honor, it's an honor. And I could hear the camera shutter clicking. They're already taking pictures. I'm like, girl, give me a second to pose. By the time that my pose was set, they were like, hey, you're good, get out. Sir! That picture might need a little face tuning, at least on my end. I'm sure Kamala looks great. But yeah, I think that's gonna be about it for this little vlog. I'm gonna order some DoorDash, watch a little TV show maybe, and get some sleep. I have a flight at 8 a.m. tomorrow, so I have to get to bed pretty soon. I'm off to Cape Cod with my mom and my sister for a fun little girls weekend. It will be fun, as long as my sister isn't a rat. Shout out to you, sister. Love you. All right, you guys, if you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you'd like to be, and come check me out on my Twitch channel. I stream games over on my Twitch channel multiple times a week, so definitely please come say hi. It's so much fun. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Continental champion.
I wouldn't even use the word celebrating. I think pride is a protest.
Is it a bit too much?
To me, this is the same argument as like, you can do what you want behind closed doors as long as you don't shove it in our faces, as long as you're not gay in front of my kids. Get over it.
I'm not triggered by a rainbow flag. I'm triggered by the fact that everywhere I go for a calendar month, everything has to be a rainbow flag.
I'm sorry you're not getting the representation you deserve.
It's tragic, truly.
There's not enough of you in the world.
And your life has been really hard. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. As you all know, Pride Month is officially over. I know. Can we get some boos in the comment because Pride Month is officially over? It's so sad, truly. It's awful. But there is some good news. It is officially Straight Pride Month. Round of applause for Straight Pride Month. Yes, I have officially declared that July is Straight Pride Month because I am sick of straight people complaining about gay people having a month and them not having a month. So I'm just gonna give them one. I don't know if I'm qualified to do such a thing, but yeah, you're welcome. Pick me. But unfortunately, I am very serious. Straight people, specifically extremist conservatives, are a bit upset about Pride Month. They say, I shouldn't have to deal with rainbow flags everywhere I go. I shouldn't have to see gay people in real life. And Piers Morgan is no exception to that. He recently posted this video where he basically screams about not having a straight pride flag, about how gay pride has gone too far, and how the LGBT community has too many letters. I don't know, a bunch of weird stuff. But for today's video, we're gonna be reacting to that, and drumroll please, I have a very, very special guest, Anne-Marie Forcino. I'm gonna bring her out in a quick minute. As another member of the LGBT community, she is here to celebrate the beginning of Straight Pride Month and announce her allyship with me. I'm gonna bring her out in 1 minute, so stay tuned. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitch to keep as up to date with me as possible. I stream video games on Twitch every single week, so definitely join me over there. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, with no further ado, let's bring out Miss Anne-Marie Forcino and Piers Morgan. Okay, welcome Anne-Marie. Thank you for being here with us today. Happy Straight Pride Month.
Happy Straight Pride Month. Finally, I've been waiting for this month all year.
Yes, you and me both. I can't, I'm done with the gays, they need to go.
Pack up the U-Haul.
Yes, the whole thing, get it out. So for people that may not know who you are, do you want to introduce yourself, say hi?
Sure. My name's Anne-Marie Forcino. I am a commentary YouTuber, and I like to talk about political and social issues and also current events. So subscribe if you like sinning, and subscribe if you like some gay shit.
She makes amazing content, kind of similar to the stuff that I do, but from a different lens, right?
Right.
Yeah. She's also super funny, so definitely check her out.
Oh, shucks. Don't make me blush.
Me, little old me. So today, to celebrate Straight Pride Month, we are going to be watching a little clip from, I think everybody's favorite, Piers Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar? You heard of him?
Unfortunately. Can't say I'm a stan.
No?
No, I cannot.
Maybe he'll change your mind by the end of it.
Right. What about yourself? Do you like him?
Yes. Yeah. No, I don't. No, I'm not going to lie to my freaking followers like that. No, we don't like him. We do not stan.
We don't with Piers Morgan. Can I curse on your channel? I forgot to ask.
You absolutely can, yes.
Okay.
And it's Piers Morgan, so I feel like if you don't curse at him, I mean, it's just not a real Piers Morgan reaction.
Right. I've heard him being referred to as Piss Morgan online, and I think that's more fitting.
It definitely is. I have not heard that one, but like you said, it's fitting. Okay, so we'll just call him Piss Morgan for the rest of the video.
Sounds great.
So in this video, he's talking with Tammy Laren, and they're ranting about rainbow flags. I understand. I also can't stand rainbow flags. Like, they just, I don't know. There's something about them that just bugs me, you know?
Tell me about it. I hate it. I can't stand it.
Rainbow flags, you gotta go.
What did I do?
You ready to hear what he has to say?
No.
All right, well, prepare yourself because we're starting. Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. You may have noticed it's Pride Month. It's pretty hard to ignore it. The rainbow flag has been hoisted over London's Regent Street in place of Union Jack and draped from the White House balcony in place of a Star-Spangled Banner, which has sparked quite a backlash in the States.
Dude, there's like 2 American flags right next to it.
Literally. For real. He's like, they are forgetting about the American flag and our heritage. He's literally acting like we burned the flag.
Right. And like, you're looking at the White House. People aren't going to forget about America when they're looking at the White House.
Especially with them plastered to the side.
Yeah, like,
he said America first and last, gay in the middle.
An American sandwich.
A little gay American sandwich. Get yours at the deli today.
Have we gone rainbow crazy? Or is Pride Month more important than patriotism? We'll debate this. I'm joined by Fox News commentator Thelma Laren, and in the studio, the comedian James.
There she is, everyone's America's sweetheart.
Oh no, and this twink. What's he doing here?
Somebody get him out of there. I feel like he's been on a few of Pierce's segments, no?
I'm not a Pierce stan like that, so I don't know who
How dare
the
you.
typical roster is. I know, I'm sorry, I'm a fake fan.
No, that's fine. I do genuinely feel bad for him, though. He's about to get attacked. It's
Right.
in the name of straight pride. Duh.
They're fighting for what's right.
Yes, for the children.
Yeah.
And for the, the burning of the gay flag.
Kelly Cadigan.
Oh my god, stop. That video, it's done. No more.
Your favorite, your friend.
Your favorite conservative trans, well, you can't call her a woman because she's not a woman, right?
Right.
Isn't that what she say? She's not? Sad for her. Anyways, R.I.P. to you. Just kidding.
Well, listen, I wouldn't say I am enraged by it, but I am irritated, and a lot of American conservatives agree with me. Now, listen, Pride Month is not a new...
If anything, I'm irritated by that leopard print top of yours, Tammy.
You and me both. Also, I am not angry. I am irritated as she's cursing out the rainbow flag, talking about a piece of cloth. Notice how she says the majority of conservative Americans, because she knows that if she says the majority of Americans, then her claim would not be right, because super majority of Americans support LGBT pride in the workplace and in corporations and stuff like that. So she can't say that. Honestly, I would even argue that most conservatives don't care about pride like she does.
No, like normal, quote unquote, conservatives in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Not like the batshit ones we see online.
Yeah, the extremist ones that are locked in their echo chambers. They're just not the norm. But
no.
Also, yeah, no, you're so right about the top. It's gotta go. The LGBTs in general could help.
Yes.
Celebrating Pride Month for many, many years, and most American conservatives had no issue with it until it became forceful, until it became the need for acknowledgement, the need for forced celebration, the need for forced validation. That's when you lost people. And then we took LGB and then we added LGBTQIA+++, and then we included men who dress up like women and mock women, like influencer Dylan Mulvaney, and then a lot of...
Take Dylan's name out of your mouth.
I leave her alone. Oh my god, conservatives, I was gonna say they hate Dylan, but they love her. They're obsessed.
They're fans.
But either way, it's a cause to celebrate. They really are. They're clocked in. Tuned into her.
Post notifications on.
Dylan posted. We love her.
And like the T in LGBT has been around forever. Black trans women were the people who started Pride.
Mm-hmm.
And are like
they were there at
foundation.
Stonewall. We've been there since the beginning, you know? I don't get where this narrative of like, oh, the T was just added and blah, blah, blah. But it was never like this. It's always been like that. At least for my whole life, right? Have you ever known a time where there wasn't a T in LGBT?
It's always been there.
Right. These people are not correct.
Like the acronym's been expanded, but that's only to include more people as we learn.
I'm sure there are people out there that go by the whole acronym like LGBTQIA2SP, all that kind of stuff. But I feel like that's mostly a thing for conservatives just to be like, there's all this stuff. It's so confusing. It's so ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. The majority of LGBT people, I feel like they're content with LGBTQ.
I feel like that sums everyone up pretty much.
Right. Like I don't know. It's a way for them to avoid the real issues.
Make these stupid culture wars and whatnot.
Yeah. Also, I feel so bad for our guy in the pink.
Aww.
He's sitting there like rolling his
like-
eyes, fuming. Reasonably, understandably so.
He's kind of eating the role of gay conservative. He's like
I don't
really
even
doing
think he's a
his own thing.
conservative though, is he?
I assumed. Maybe, what they
No,
say
I
about
think
assumptions.
he's like they're arguing with him.
Oh, is that it?
I think so, yeah. Hopefully. We'll see. I mean, I haven't seen it, but
Oh, that'll be interesting. If they brought him on just to like make fun of him.
I know, and that's why I was like, this guy keeps coming back. Why do you keep coming back if they're just attacking you? I mean, he does seem like a smart dude, you know what I mean? Like he has comebacks.
Oh, I'm curious now.
And then a lot of American conservatives just said, listen, we've had enough. It's okay if you're proud of your sexuality, but why do I have to be proud of your sexuality? That's where you lost a lot of folks, and we're starting to finally stand up and say, enough.
I just gotta say, like, pride is not for you, Miss Tommy. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, why do we have to be proud and why do we have to deal with it? You don't. Go to Target, get your shit, and leave. Like, you're fine. It's not for you.
And it just goes to show how they think of gay people when they say that, when they think, like, we're just, like, sexual deviants who want to spread our agenda around, and, like, instead, like, being queer is, like, there's so much more to the LGBT experience than just the sex part. There's a whole culture.
And they don't think about that, because a lot
No.
of times these extremists just focus on the sex aspect of it, like you're saying.
Yeah, like, we're celebrating how far we've come and how we're able to get married and have access to gender affirming care and be ourselves without fear,
Right.
even though in a lot of places people don't have that privilege.
And for so long, especially in this country, there's been so much shame and like negativity surrounding the community. And now I feel like we have the right to shove it down your throats a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, when they're selling baby onesies of like ladies man written across or like daddy's little heartbreaker, I think we can feature a gay couple in a movie or two.
Right,
You're
or
not
put a
gonna
rainbow
die.
on a f***ing shirt. Like, you'll be fine.
A trans woman, Dylan is a woman, so you got that wrong. And secondly,
Well, Dylan was a gay man until last year.
Hang on.
Dylan was a gay man until last year.
They've transitioned, they're a woman. I think that we lost people right at the beginning when gay people were dying in the streets because no one was looking out for us. So actually what we're doing right now is just, I wouldn't even use the word celebrating. I think Pride is a protest.
Is it a bit too much? In other words, do you want to...
What does that mean? What is too much?
In other words...
To me, this is the same argument as like, you can do what you want behind closed doors as long as you don't shove it in our faces, as long as you're not getting in front of my kids. Get over it. This is who we are. This is what we're gonna do. You'll be fine.
I'm kind of surprised. I assumed that the guy in the pink shirt was going to be with Pierce and he was going to be like the token gay man that's like, yeah, I'm gay, but I'm not part of the LGBT. But like, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, it is a nice surprise for sure.
I agree with him that like it is a protest. That's how it started. And especially nowadays, it's turned into more of a protest.
Absolutely.
I think with every campaign, bringing people with you is really important, right? The moment it looks like it's just over the top, like it's everywhere you go, it's pride, 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 pride. Do we need to be that exuberant about it?
But like, not everything is made for you, Piers. Like,
Right.
you're not the target
kind
audience.
of is. As a straight man, most things in this world are made for him, so he can deal with the month of things not being made for him.
I know he's like used to having like things handed to him and being the center of attention. Just because something's not for you, that doesn't make it bad or wrong.
And also, like this man is about to say in the pink, I should know his name, but like he's about to say, this isn't gay people's fault. This is not the LGBT community's fault that there's rainbows in all these stores. It's corporations that are taking advantage of Pride Month.
Yeah, rainbow capitalism.
Rainbow capitalism, yes.
I was talking to my friend about this the other day. Have you noticed that less companies are using rainbow branding like on their social media?
Yes, I have.
Does it feel unsettling or is it just me?
No, it's definitely unsettling. Like even, I'm pretty sure, did you hear about like Starbucks not being able, like the people couldn't wear Pride stuff and they told them to take all their Pride decorations down?
Yes, I've seen something like that.
I mean, to me, it's pretty clearly a result of extremist conservatives boycotting brands and saying that they're corrupting children, blah, blah, blah. Like, brands just don't want to deal with it anymore. They should stand with us. It's just unfortunate, you know? Like, we had come so far for so long, and all these companies were celebrating and doing great things. I mean, it's all falling apart. We're seeing the companies for what they really are, just like greedy and money hungry and doing things for the money. And it's also, like you said, it's just unsettling. Like living in a country where people are afraid to show their support for you is not a good feeling.
No. And like with the Target thing, the Target CEO released a company email saying that they were going to like take down the Pride stuff to protect their employees. I just wish it didn't have to come to that. Like, I get it. It's just sad.
It's unfortunate that the opposition is violent when it comes to this stuff, definitely. But also Target, like, get some security guards. Like, you don't have to get rid of the whole Pride section.
Like, people should like get banned for like destroying merchandise or displays in Target.
Right.
Crazy world
Too
we
much.
live in. Just let us be LGBT in peace.
Right, give us our rainbow merch, give us our little gay shirts, not like
I
that.
would kill for a rainbow lanyard from TD Bank right now.
Like, I just need one. I've been waiting all year for this.
Please, I just want a rainbow pen from some weird company. I've been dying to write with a gay pen.
Yeah, no, I'm done with the cisgender straight pens. It's not okay anymore. I don't feel represented.
Honestly, I don't care what sexuality anybody is. I don't think most people do anymore.
Right, so what is the problem then? Why are you so triggered by a
I'll
flag?
tell
It's
you
a
what
rainbow
problem.
flag.
I'll
You
tell you,
mentioned Regent
I'm
Street.
not triggered by a rainbow flag. I'm triggered by the fact that everywhere I go for a calendar month, everything has to be a rainbow flag. And
Well, I'm triggered that everywhere I go for the entire year, everything has to be straight. Why is straight
Where's
everywhere?
my straight flag?
Here's Morgan. I'm not angry. I'm tired of seeing it.
Yeah, literally screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm not mad. I just hate this and wish it would all go away.
You can handle seeing a rainbow flag here and there when you go to the store.
Yeah, and if you can't, like, go blind. Not my problem. Oh, sorry. Just kidding. Don't go blind. Love you.
No.
Also, Tommy's evil smirk on the side right now is, like, making me very uncomfortable.
Jump scare. I think his name was James. He's like kind of spitting facts right now.
Yes, right? I'm glad he was there. Like, I feel bad that he was there because he's getting kind of dogpiled on, but I'm glad that he was. He's put them in their place.
Yeah, he's outspoken. I love that.
He doesn't let them take anything. He said, no, Dylan's a woman. Come again.
Like,
Yeah,
everything
he's
is straight, pretty much.
He's so right, though, for sure.
Yeah. Like, is it not indoctrination, us seeing a man and a woman kiss in a Disney movie when we were 5 years old?
Right, or like a princess kissing like a beast.
Literally, bestiality is fine.
Bestiality. They said the gays, that's too far. Bestiality?
Like, I can excuse bestiality, but I draw the line at gay people.
Reasonable.
But it's a slippery slope.
Where is my straight flag?
Straight people holding hands in the
When
street.
have you ever seen a straight flag?
Why is me?
I've seen many a straight flag. Does this man not know about the super straight community?
That?
Well, with their Pornhub flag?
With the grinder colors?
Yeah, somebody has to tell him.
Yeah, we got a community for you, buddy.
Yeah, we have a place. Your friends are waiting for you.
You might have to travel south a lot, if you know what I'm saying, but your friends are there. This is such a stupid argument. Like, are we actually arguing about this in 2023?
He just doesn't even have a conversation about it. He just like filibusters the whole time. Every time that poor James like brings him a point, he's like, well, blah, 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 blah. Where's my flag? Where's the straight flag? Blah, blah, blah. Like, let the man speak.
Like, I'm sorry, you cishet, white, able-bodied Christian man. I'm sorry you're not getting the representation you deserve.
It's tragic, truly.
There's not enough of you in the world.
And your life has been really hard because,
He's gone through great deals to be able to complain about straight pride on national television.
It's tragic. We should start a movement for him.
Yeah, straight pride, ally. I'm an ally.
No, I'm not. We hate the straights. Even though I'm straight. Okay.
That's
Ready?
internalized heterophobia on your end, I
No,
guess.
dead ass. People will be like, well, aren't you straight? I'm like, how dare you? First of all, how dare you?
Why would you remind me?
It's bad enough. I have to live with it, okay? Yeah.
You're one of our strongest soldiers.
Doing God's work.
You are.
Only one straight flag hanging right now anywhere in the world.
Why are straight people
Where
pushing
is the straight flag?
identity?
Where's the straight flag?
Everywhere.
Where's my straight flag?
It's everywhere.
There's never been a straight flag.
You're a straight flag.
I think he included an extra L in that.
You're a straight flag.
But drop the L in flag.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's fine.
It's fine. It's all good.
It's fine. I was called that word my entire life. I can call other people. Oh, look at Pierce's smile.
Oh, little baby boy.
He's so cute.
Look at Tommy not contributing anything to the
She
conversation.
said.
Just sit and look pretty.
Yeah, literally. That's all you have to do as a conservative woman. Just
Go
blonde
girl, give us
hair.
nothing.
Go girl, yes.
Yes, mediocrity.
Let me bring Tommy back, because this made me laugh. Demi Lovato has revealed she got tired of using they-them pronouns due to constantly having to educate people about it. She said it was exhausting. Well, I know the feeling, Demi. She's exhausting, isn't she, Tommy?
Oh my god, did you hear about that? Like, people were twisting that story. Or she
Refresh
like,
my memory, though.
Yeah, Demi like said in an interview that they were tired of using they/them pronouns because they would always have to explain themselves and like justify their using of they/them pronouns. I don't think in the interview she ever said like, I'm gonna go back from using she/they pronouns and I'm only gonna be going by she/her. I think she just expressed her frustration. And then all the headlines were Demi Lovato goes back on they/them pronouns because she got tired of it. Blah blah blah. Or she got bored of it. Or making it seem like it was just like a phase for her. But that's just like, it's just obviously not the case.
Yeah, like
But it
conservatives
would be
ran with
tired
it and they
having
were
to do
like,
that.
this is proof that non-binary is fake and Demi Lovato is just lying. And when in reality, I don't blame them for that sentiment just because they've been dogpiled for years at this point.
Right. Imagine like every interview you go to do, they're like, well, tell us about your pronouns. Tell us about you being non-binary. To explain this for all the cis people that actually don't care about it at all.
Right.
I'd be tired too.
Yeah, I absolutely don't blame them. Do they still you said they still use they them.
I think it's she they.
She they, okay. Justice for Demi.
Justice for Demi. Free her. Free they. Free them. Got a little confused for a second there.
A little
Okay.
confused, but you got the spirit.
Yeah. And ever seen those? They're like memes of like grandmothers being supportive. Grandma loves you.
I love
Would
that.
they like to go to dinner with me tomorrow? Like talking to the actual person, just not using you, replacing you with they.
Yeah, my they child is coming to dinner with me.
Yeah, it's fine. You got it. Absolutely.
You're almost there.
Yeah, it's a thought that counts.
Your heart's in the right place. I mean, Demi gave us La La Land. We owe her a lot.
They've done enough.
Yeah, they did the damn thing on Camp Rock.
But that kind of also is like a tie back to what Tommy was saying earlier, where she was like, you have to respect the pronouns, and if you make a mistake, then you're suddenly genuinely a transphobe, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not true. Nobody cares. Like, you make a mistake, correct it. Like, it's not that deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell trans people how to react when they're being misgendered, but I feel like most of the time, it's not a huge deal, or like
Right.
people try not to make it a huge deal. Like, the
Like-
general advice is like, just correct yourself and move on. Don't make like a big stink out of it, because then it's just embarrassing for both of you.
Exactly. Mistakes happen. It's not like we're that evil where we're like, oh, how dare you make a mistake? You're canceled. I'll never speak to you again. It's like, no, you made a mistake. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's just the intention of it.
They have this like caricature of a trans person in mind that you're all
Yeah,
like
just-
off the rails and like volatile and impulsive, when in reality trans people are normal people with emotions and feelings and thoughts and
Meanwhile, they're yelling about a piece of rainbow cloth.
right.
And where are the triggered ones?
Where's my straight pride?
Bring my flag!
Relax, Piss Morgan.
We'll get you your flag. It's okay. It's gonna be all right.
You have Toyotathon, all right? That's your straight pride.
Literally, like, go to like a gun convention or something. I don't know.
Yeah, your NRA membership, that's your gay card.
It's all exhausting. Listen, nobody cares what you choose to be. It's just this, everybody has to keep up with what you feel like today or tomorrow. Everybody has to change the way that they address.
I mean, she clearly cares.
She's affected.
That some stranger, some celebrity she's never gonna meet uses she, they pronouns.
I don't understand. Like, do you have stock, like, in the term she, her? Like, are you missing out on something by not using the right pronouns that somebody wants? It's just weird. And also, like, they're like, we have to keep up with this, and it's just so difficult. Like, Timmy's been using the same pronouns for years.
Right. And it's
Not
like,
that hard.
you have to, remembering someone's name or how to address them is really that hard.
Like-
That's like the basics in making friends.
Well, maybe they don't have any friends.
Yeah, not real friends. Again, see the leopard print.
And if somebody, heaven forbid, makes a mistake, then all of a sudden they're a transphobe and they're akin to a domestic terrorist. It is absolutely ludicrous.
No trans person has ever said that ever.
For real. They love to put words in our mouth.
They've never met a queer person. Like, it's ridiculous.
Honestly, I don't even know if the majority of these people, like Tommy Lauren and like Piers Morgan, if they really believe what they're saying or if they're just appealing to the extremist conservatives that don't like the LGBT community.
I think
but
she's
either
full
way,
of
it's
shit.
out.
She's
Yeah.
full of shit.
That girl, she don't even know what's up.
Yeah, I think she knows what she's saying, but like she doesn't believe it. She's lying through her teeth.
Right. Like, when has anybody ever called you a domestic terrorist for misgendering them? I would like one example. A single one, please.
Right, that's never happened. The side that's all about facts over feelings can't even cite a source or like an article or a story about people being called domestic terrorists. Or like in our video, the guy who got arrested for violating the gag order, that turned into like he was being like a vigilante stopping his child from transitioning. Like, they don't care about the facts.
Until it's like some pseudo scientific fact. You know what I mean? They bring up some like anti-woke doctor and quote
Right.
them and say like, these are the facts. These are the facts.
They believe the science when it comes to the science, I say in quotes, when it comes to trans people, but not when it comes to vaccines. I'm just saying.
You heard her. You freaking heard her. Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Well, they don't like science. We all know that. They don't even know what science is.
What is science?
Tommy?
Tommy.
You got the answer? We're waiting.
Tammy.
Tony. Oh, sorry. I'm a domestic terrorist. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, you are a terrible person.
I'm so sorry.
How dare you
Yeah, so mean.
misgender? The police are outside your house right now. Hello?
It's absolutely
Go
not
back to
true.
this
That's
pride
And
thing.
by the way,
Listen,
how many
if you
letters
were
are
just-
there now?
No, I let you talk.
Well, yeah, exactly. What is
I
it?
let you talk.
The girls are fighting!
Forgot what side she was on. She literally said, Pierce, shut up. I'm talking.
I just think there are two self-centered personalities trying to fight for the spotlight.
They don't care about the agenda, about their positions. They're like, it's my turn to talk. It's embarrassing. But then he immediately backs out. He's like, yeah, you're right. You got it. Go ahead. Sorry. She's powerful.
She is. She's
think it's the
girl
Jeter.
bossing too close to the sun right now.
You got Piss Morgan to stop talking? That's like a superpower.
That's a +1 for her. Maybe I like her like 1% more for that.
Yeah.
We can agree about hating Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
That's +1 in my book.
Oh my god, we're the same community as Tommy Lahren, the piss hating community.
Wow, look at us.
Ally.
Yeah, and there's another part of this whole pride thing. Listen, if it was just rainbows girls and love is love. There's no problem with that. If you look at 9 to 10 of these pride events, it's grown men and grown women wearing bondage gear, smacking each other. Often children are involved to watch this spectacle.
In what pride event? There are designated 18 plus sections, sure, but
No, but even like the pride parades that I've gone to like massive pride events, like Boston Pride, like all these different things. I've never seen any of that. I mean, maybe it does happen, like you said, at 18 plus events, but I really don't think it's 9 out of 10 of these pride celebrations.
like, yeah, for the most part, like every pride I've gone to has been family friendly.
Yeah,
like I've seen
yeah.
plenty of kids like having a good time, like whether there be like food stands there, you know, booths, events, merch. This is an outlier for like seeing people in bondage.
I have not seen that. Not to say that, like, you know, I've never seen it, so it's not real.
Right.
I'm gonna need a source for that one. That's all I'm saying.
I think she's referencing the story from WeHo Pride, because you know how there was like those guys on the truck wearing like fetish gear?
Oh, no, I did not know about that.
You're also going in like an adult gay neighborhood where there's like
Oh,
a
yeah.
huge nightlife scene. And
Was
there
that,
were
like,
like
an
no
18+
children in
one?
the photo.
There wasn't, or there was?
I don't think there was.
The LGBT community is not the community that is known for harming children, so yeah, you might want to double check that one, Tommy.
Right.
Check out some churches or something.
But Hooters has a kids menu. I'll leave it at
They
that.
do?
They do.
You're lying.
No, they do.
That's fine. Little boys need to see some boobs.
I've seen more photos of little boys at Hooters with the waitresses around him, and like the dad's captioning it like, oh, just preparing him for the future, or like he's
Right.
getting started early. I've seen more of that than actual like inappropriate stuff at Pride.
Right, being so proud of them too. Like, yeah, that's my boy. No, that is a child. That is a baby.
He doesn't have those thoughts. You're sexualizing your
oh,
kid.
gross. That's
Fucking
gross.
weirdo.
No.
I hate these people. Except James. Justice for James.
Hashtag free James.
Right.
I mean, my goodness, if you want equality...
Well, Sam Smith
why do
never
you
let
have to
anybody
do
else.
this
He's
as a
always up
normal
there.
thing to
They.
do?
They. Sam is a they pronoun. Sorry, please finish.
Sam used to be a he too, right? And we can't keep up with any of them. Demi Lovato used to be they,
Demi's
them.
exhausted, 'cause
Now
it's so
she's
funny,
a she
by the way.
again.
It
He's
is-
been a he. He wants to be called they, them.
Stop.
He'll be back to being
Stop.
a he
It
again.
is so funny.
They can't make their minds
that
up what they are.
Both of you.
They do though. When they
They
explicitly
do.
say like I use they them, that's them making up their mind.
And when did Sam Smith come out? Like 2012 or like 2013 or something? I remember that when I was in high school.
They've been out for quite some time.
Right, like it's not like this new thing that Pierce is trying to imply they're gonna flip back and forth and never make up their mind. Like, no, their mind is made. They are they them.
And like people don't like seeing them like in more effeminate clothing and stuff like that. Especially since they're a plus size person and that comes with like a whole other territory of like fat phobia I've seen directed at
Right.
Sam Smith. Which is sad. They seem cool.
Yeah, I feel like honestly they kind of tie together. You know what I mean? Like one feeds into the other.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they wouldn't be making the comments about their weight if they weren't non-binary.
Right.
They just love to hate on us, you know?
They hate us because they ain't us. I guess you
That's
could say.
true. Frickin' true. True
Oh
that.
yeah.
Both of you are straight, and you're saying you're exhausted.
How do you know I'm straight? How dare you guess my
For God's
sexuality?
sake, like, let's not play games here. It is
I
exhausting.
don't remember
being gay.
Tommy revealing her sexuality
There are
to you.
72 countries in the world where it's illegal to be gay.
I hate him so
Yeah.
fucking much.
How dare you? How dare you assume my gender? How dare you guess what my sexuality is? How old are we now? How
That
long
would
have
have
we
been
been
a
using
hit
that
joke
line?
5 years ago.
Right, like move on.
Who has ever said that? Genuinely. You don't talk to people.
No, it's just sad. And I mean, it goes back to the filibustering thing again. Like, he doesn't have any actual arguments, so he has to make these jokes and appeal to the conservative mind.
Yeah.
Oh, don't assume my gender, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing.
Billy Bob from Montana can take that clip and be like, did you just assume Pierce's gender? The gays are
Yeah.
canceled. And like share that on his Facebook wall and think he did something.
Right. Get his little friends to like it. Got like 5 likes. Be like,
Yeah.
I am smart. Trans community is bonkers.
Wokeism has gone too far. Too damn far.
You see them rainbow flags in the store? I almost burned the whole place down.
Where's our straight flag?
Somebody just really does need to nail them. The super straight flag. Did they not hear about that?
I think unironically, Piers would rock that flag and call himself super straight if he knew it existed.
It's again one of those like little gags. Like, ah ha ha ha. I'm
Yeah.
super straight. I'm declaring my own sexuality and you can't do anything about it. Like,
Like,
okay, you can be super
gotcha.
straight, but you're also super dumb.
Super straight, more like super stupid. Owned. Hashtag owned. You made a video on that, right?
About super straight? Yes, I made
Like
a
a
couple. I
while
mean,
ago.
one like talking about it and then one reacting to the comments about it. They were super straight. Like,
Super angry.
like, super furious, super transphobic.
I can only imagine. They're all secretly fans of you at the end of the day.
Really, you've commented on the last 5 videos within the first 2 minutes of it being live.
Like, I'm starting to think you like me.
gay. That's why I
Answer me
have
one
my
question.
flag.
Answer me one question. And I'm with you on gay rights to equality. Absolutely, 100%. Always have been. Answer one question. How many letters are there now in the
That's such
official?
a pointless question.
How many are there?
It's a flag that represents.
How many
I
letters?
don't even know.
How many are there?
I don't need.
Look at her devious smile. She's like, yeah.
You got him good, Pierce. You got him good. But again, he's so right. Like, does it matter? Like, why are you so mad?
Like, it's such a non-argument, such a trivial thing to get mad about.
I mean, I have to say, I do agree. 26 letters in the alphabet, that's just too many. I can't remember 26. Like,
Let's cut that down a bit.
Yeah, like 10 maybe? That's enough. A whole alphabet, it's just...
Q is a pointless letter. I think we should get rid of her.
Let's start a petition. Maybe a GoFundMe? Get him removed?
Exactly my point.
I don't need to know because it's not about.
There are so many letters now, we can't keep up with
It's
these.
not about that. It's about inclusion.
Nobody
for
knows if there an
LGBTQ
L,
plus
a G,
people.
a B,
Yes,
a C,
they
a
do.
Q.
You're just-
And now we found out, according to that John Hopkins Medical University.
Imagine that being your argument. Like, I'm not smart enough to keep up with all of this. Like, I don't get it.
Like, he's just showing how stupid he is.
Right. You can't get an extra letter after 10 years.
And who's, like, studying the acronym? Like, who's, like, so focused on getting all the letters right?
Right. He knows more of the letters than I do, to be honest.
Yeah, like, he even said some letters I didn't even know about. You're teaching me. The student has become
Crime.
the teacher. There should be a P in the acronym for peers.
Yeah, for piss? Yeah. LGBT piss IA.
For sure, for sure.
It's for
You'll
you,
love
Piers.
that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Lesbians are now no man who have relationships with non-man having a relationship with a non-man.
I personally don't even know what you're talking about. What?
Okay, let me clear the air as a cis lesbian. Unfortunately, there are a lot of us who are intolerant of trans lesbians and non-binary lesbians. Some would even say that they're not lesbians at all. There's like some weird like gatekeepy stuff when it comes to like trans women who also like women.
Yes, I've definitely heard that. I haven't really heard the narrative so much around like non-binary people. I think that's what Piers is referring to, but not accepting trans women as women is just pure transphobia.
Right.
I'm sure that all versions of it are.
At least my interpretation of the definition, they're not calling women non-men. I think it should be phrased a bit better because it's clearly causing confusion and distress for the straights. My interpretation of it is that like anyone who doesn't identify as a man dating someone else who doesn't identify as a man.
That makes sense. I've always been kind of confused, or like not confused, but just curious as to what non-binary people address their sexuality as. Like if you are non-binary dating like a man, you wouldn't say that you're straight or a lesbian. Like I'm curious about it, you know?
I think at the end of the day, it's not up to us to like gatekeep and like say how people can and can't label themselves. I think it comes down to comfort levels. It comes down to their own life experiences and feelings. I would rather stand with trans lesbians and non-binary lesbians all day than the TERF lesbians that exist.
Absolutely.
I feel like
I mean,
they're pushing our movement in a positive direction more so than the TERFs who are like, we're fighting for women's rights. We're fighting for women everywhere. It's like, no, you're not, babe. Cut that
You're
shit
not.
out.
You're fighting to get the trans people out of your community. Yeah.
Right.
And at the end of the day, like, it's a word. Why do you have so much attachment to a word? Like, if you don't own it.
I feel like the term gay has become more fluid, quote unquote. Like, a lot of bisexual people call themselves gay. Or, like, people who identify as queer call themselves gay.
Right. Yeah.
There's more nuance to the conversation than being like, you're erasing women.
Yeah, well, thank you for that explanation. I mean, I can definitely understand how that could be confusing to people. And I'm not a lesbian, I'm not non-binary, anything like that. So it's nice to hear from somebody that has a say in it.
Yeah, I'm not an expert. If you are a trans woman or a non-binary person in the community, I would love to hear your thoughts. I'm sure Samantha would love to hear them as well. Because I'm not an expert.
Comments are open, please, enlighten us.
Right. Let us know, because I'm just a cis lesbian. I'm not an expert on this either. It's just
We'll pass
not
the
my
knowledge
place.
along to Tess Morgan, too.
Right. It's not my place. It doesn't validate me as a lesbian in my experiences.
Yeah, especially coming from like a straight dude. Like, why do you care? Why do you have so much passion about who can be identified as a lesbian, blah, blah, blah? Like, you're not even LGBT.
And you would think he'd love it, because Pierce seems like the kind of guy that's like, I like women, I'm a lesbian too. He's like that kind of straight dude.
Yeah.
My flag is there to represent LGBTQ plus people and minorities. And like all sorts of movement, like Black Lives Matter, the reason it's so loud and to quote you, exhausting,
Okay.
because we need to...
All right, but I do want to come back next time I
right.
speak to you to the straight flag that you say exists, which I've never seen.
Right.
Because I want my own straight flag.
Sure.
Tommy, great to see you. Great to see you.
May I wish you a happy Pride Month?
You may, go on. Woo! Woo!
Yeah, Yay, ally, pride.
So Pierce just like completely cut that guy off.
Right, he's like, no making good points. No, none of that on my show.
Because like he was starting to like say some facts and make Pierce look even more dumb than usual.
He was literally about to answer Pierce's question. And Pierce is like, no, we don't get responses here. No. I just crack jokes at your expense. No. That's not how this is gonna work. I just don't understand how people watch this content and think that he did like a good job. He didn't even let the guy speak.
He cut him off every 5 friggin' seconds.
Yeah, to make his stupid comment like, where's my straight flag? Well, blah, 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 how many letters are there?
When the guy was trying to explain like his arguments were pointless and knowing things like that, Pierce was like, I need my straight flag. How dare you assume that I'm straight?
Well, I guess he's a gay icon then, if he's not straight.
Welcome, our arms are wide open for you.
Kinda. Like, no, he's gotta go. This is now a cult. You're no longer welcome inside.
No. We are voting you off the island.
You are the weakest link. Yes. Do you have any final thoughts about this? I mean, I feel like I could talk shit about them forever.
Piers Morgan is just as vile as I remembered him to be, and just as dumb.
Well, you're welcome for sharing that with you. You know, he's just such a genius. I had to share his knowledge, you know?
Or lack thereof. Sorry, I know you're a stan, so I don't mean to, like, personally attack you, but...
Yeah, how dare you? He's my hero.
He's your problematic fave.
He's not problematic. What are you talking about? No, he's great.
I'm just a sensitive snowflake.
Not the people screaming about a straight piece of cloth.
If you had to design a straight pride flag, what would it look like?
There would be a Bud Light can. There would be a gun. There would be... I don't know. What do you think?
I would propose just a plain white flag because they need to surrender this argument.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Yes. This is me waving my white flag. I don't have one currently because...
Time to give up. Relax. Yeah. Eat a Snickers. You're not yourself when you're hungry.
I definitely needed a little support to get through this one.
I'm very honored that you asked me to be a part of this monstrosity, but I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else.
Same here. Again, where can people find you? I know that people are going to want to check you out, so let's hear it. Where can they go?
Oh, shucks. Well, my YouTube channel. Cool.
I'm keeping that.
Oh, no, not you exposing me.
How dare you stutter.
You hate lesbians. Samantha Lux hates lesbians. Confirmed.
I do.
But if you do support lesbians, my YouTube channel is Anna Marie Forcino. You can find me on Twitter at Ann_Forcino, on Instagram, Anna Marie Forcino, TikTok. Same thing. I'm everywhere, pretty much. You can find me.
And as I said, she's very funny. She does great content, kind of similar to mine. So definitely check her out. Thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun. All right, well, thank you so much. That is about it for this video. So if you guys like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everyone. Bye, Anna Marie.
Bye.
I got mine like a rough. I'm just saying, we know you like it rough, girl. You like it rough, girl. I'm just saying, my girl. You like it rough. I'm just saying, you like it rough. Mariah May and Mia likes it rough. The bitch asses like it rough, don't they?
Alrighty, well, hello, sinners. How are ya?
Beautiful.
Okay, good.
On today's installment of the Letterboard of Truth, our quote of the day is...
Happy straight woman. I am a straight woman, so, you know.
Finally getting some recognition for your heterosexuality.
It's really hard, baby. Yeah.
So one of life's greatest mysteries is arguably, what is a women? Do you know what a women is?
Never heard of it. Mm-mm.
Fake.
I think it's some sort of, like, sea creature.
They're fake like mermaids.
Mermaids aren't fake.
Do you know something I don't?
I know a lot of things, yes.
But not what a woman is, apparently.
No, not me. I'm not that smart.
Well, today, we're finally going to answer one of life's greatest mysteries. Thanks to Mr. Dr. Witnesser here. Have you seen him floating around Twitter and YouTube lately?
Fortunately, no. He looks like quite the character, though. I'm excited to get into it.
So his whole shtick is essentially going on Fortnite to talk to children about the Bible.
Aren't these the same people that call us groomers?
Mm-hmm.
It's, giving hypocrite.
Right. Like, if I went on to talk about gay stuff or you went on to talk about trans stuff, we would be called all sorts of names.
Yes, and we are.
We'd be canceled in a heartbeat.
Well, they would try.
Like, in any other context, this seems like something you do to get on some sort of watch list.
And he's putting it on the internet, so he's giving us a lot of evidence.
He went viral a couple weeks ago, asking children about trans people on Fortnite, and as soon as I saw it, I knew I had to get you in a video to react to this little goofball here.
You're a little godly goofball.
So I hope you're excited. And his name is Edward Preach. He's living up to his name.
I go into games and tell people people about Jesus.
And God.
And the Bible. No Bible hate. I love the Bible. I swear.
Yeah, she has a few questionable passages, but...
What are you talking about?
You're right, what am I saying? I'm just a heathen lesbian.
A sinner.
We should all be sinners. Subscribe. So I think without any further ado, we need to see this guy convert some children on Fortnite.
Yes. I need to know the word of God. What's God have to say about a woman? A women, sorry.
A women, right. Females.
What is a woman, bro? Stop stalling.
He said, I need to know.
Tell me!
You know.
I mean, he definitely has all the answers.
Yeah, I'm excited to be enlightened.
Today's video is about What is a Woman Fortnite Edition. That's right, it's about that most recent documentary on Twitter that Matt Walsh released that at the point of making this video has gotten 158 million views.
158 million people have gotten brain rot.
Yeah, right. 158 million people now are upset with their lives, yes. I guarantee that 158 million people did not watch over 1.1 second of that documentary.
I'm sure Elon had a hand in making sure as many people as possible promoted it.
Him and his non-binary kid, right?
Well, he recently said that cisgender's a slur.
It's just biological. I'm just a normal girl.
I'm sorry that you have to face this.
It's really hard. It's really, really hard. They're taking away my identity, like who I am, like...
Can't even go to the bathroom anymore.
Yeah, you know. You get it.
As a lesbian, I'm with you. I'm in my Ariel Scarcella era. What can I say?
Canceled. You're canceled.
Ooh.
Ooh. Gotta go.
Is it possible to get hate crimes through a computer screen?
You're right. I'm just like, oh, just kidding. I don't promote violence. I swear.
We're just innocent, sweet little girls doing our sweet little innocent YouTube video.
Just being godly women.
Mm-hmm.
Read the Bible. Subscribe.
Or you're gonna go to hell and be a sinner, not the fun kind.
Not the fun kind. You don't even get to have gay sex. Like, what?
That's worth going to hell for.
So we're going into Fortnite asking people if they saw the documentary and if they did, what they thought about it, and ultimately asking the same question, what is a woman? We got some pretty interesting responses, and I think you're going to want to stick around to the end to see them all. It's some good entertainment, if anything.
How do you think the children on Fortnite are going to respond to this grown man?
I mean, personally, when I'm trying to play a video game, I'm not here to talk about the Bible or even trans things. Like, as a trans person, surprise, I am a trans person. Yeah, I would be pissed if somebody asked me about that kind of stuff playing Fortnite. Like, friendly fire, come here. You're on my team? Not anymore.
I always turn off the chat to protect my peace.
Hope you enjoy the video.
I love the little music break.
Right? He put some thought into this. I like how the outro is at like the 1 minute mark of the video. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, right. Video over. Bye.
See ya.
Bye. Go read the Bible.
That's probably his outro.
You can get your personalized copy of the Bible at my link.
He has like an Amazon storefront.
He makes commission from the Bible.
Just like what God wanted.
As God intended, yes.
God would never flip over his table.
He might steal his money. God needs money.
He has a Patreon, actually.
He does have a Patreon. I'm subscribed. I'm a godly woman, I've been saying.
What tier are you?
The godly tier? There's like a sinner tier, redemption, godly tier. I'm like way up there, yeah.
You have access to his exclusive Discord.
I've seen some things on that Discord.
I don't doubt it.
I'll tell you some later.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, bro, have you seen that new documentary that's out on Twitter, What is a Woman? Yep. What'd you think of it?
I felt like, with me not knowing some of the parts and me knowing some, I feel like it should have been a little bit more looked on instead of him. Like, I feel like it should have been more, like, looked into, to be honest.
He was talking to professional experts on the matter.
He said, what do you mean? He did a great job. He did amazing.
It was great. As an unbiased commentator, I think he did amazing.
I just genuinely appreciate Matt Walsh's work.
His dedication to transphobia is something we should all strive for. He had experts like Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Dr. Jordan Peterson. Yes, the professional.
I want everyone to tweet in response to this video a fan cam of Jordan Peterson.
I'm good. I don't need to see any more videos of Jordan Peterson. I'm good. I'm gonna shield my eyes.
You're good for the rest of your life.
Remember that godly Discord? It's not good.
He's also in the godly tier.
Unsubscribe. Block. Cancel.
My friends were like, yeah, it was a good idea, them talking about it, but they were like, oh yeah, they should have put more time into it and talking about it. Like, Matt Walsh should have, like, thought about it and been like, alright, so what would the pros and cons be of this?
Did you just call Matt Walsh lazy?
You can already see, like, the steam coming out of this guy's head, like...
He didn't put a lot of time into this. He just, like, went up and harassed women at women's marches.
Lied to some doctors to get into a room with them.
Did he post, like, a picture of, like, a minor's, like, top surgery?
Yeah, that sounds like something you would do, for sure.
But it's to protect the children, Samantha.
It's not like he's exposing, you know, a minor's private information and their naked bodies, but it's fine. It's what God would have wanted.
No, real talk though, thinking about that is like actually so up.
They literally emailed me like from his business partner or whatever, like, oh, we would love to do an interview with you. Like, it's going to be this great LGBT friendly thing. Like, it's going to be wonderful. And it just, I mean, obviously it didn't come out that way, but yeah, they just lie.
You were supposed to be in the documentary?
I mean, they tried.
I'm so sorry. You dodged a bullet there.
I did. I mean, imagine though.
Imagine the clout.
He could have saved me, my Christian followers.
You finally look for the godly man you've been searching for your whole life.
To serve and make sandwiches for.
To serve.
To serve.
We're always serving. Not always God, but we are serving.
We're serving something.
I'm giving gay today. I look like I'm going to build a bookshelf.
One of the people that Matt interviewed was, oh gosh, I don't even know. It was just too much detail for me.
That was a good headshot.
Get him, get him!
I got like invested in the gameplay for a second.
I mean, there's nothing else interesting going on, so yeah, just some rambling about God.
And just him riding Matt Walsh.
Let's say like a girl, she can be well, like, caring.
I'm sorry, did he say carrying or caring?
I think caring.
Oh, well, I don't care. So he's wrong. I simply don't. Also, this guy was like, I've been tricked a couple times. What does that mean? Like a transvestite? Like, they tricked you?
I would love for him to elaborate.
Those transies, they do be tricking people, I swear.
Tricksters.
Little traps. Isn't that like the anime term?
I think it should be called girl bossing.
Yeah, that's called hustling. What are you talking about? Trapping.
Am I gonna get canceled for saying that?
Nobody likes them anyways, it's fine. I'm just kidding, everyone. I'm just kidding. This is just a joke.
It's all jokes here. Except this guy. He's serious.
Yeah, no, he hates us.
Even one of my friends was like, yeah, I've dealt with abuse when I was little, and like, I can get what she's going through, and yeah, I know there's other people that have gone through this, and it's like she's not the only one. I'm one of the only ones too.
So that's your answer on what is a woman.
I had more.
I had more.
I wasn't done here. They're both confusing me.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I kind of agree with the confusion on Mr. Dr. Witness's face because I have no idea what this guy's talking about.
Is he implying like trans people are only trans because of trauma?
That's a claim. For sure.
I could be grassman straws here.
No, he's confused.
Yeah, I mean, coming out, I'm sure, can cause trauma, depending on who you're surrounded with.
Being forced to be a gender that you're not for years of your life, that could be traumatic.
Or being forced to talk about stuff like this while you're trying to play Fortnite.
Being confronted by Dr. Bible here.
Dr. Bible, that's incredible. He got a PhD, not a PhD.
He's an educated man. He read that book forward, backwards, in between, wrote his own little passage.
He was credited.
I was gonna say that.
Wow, it's impressive. So maybe we shouldn't be making fun of him.
Who's making fun?
Definition of a woman.
Definition? I don't know what she's talking about. Oh yeah, like, yeah, she has hair and whatnot, or what?
They're both talking in circles.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what a definition is. I don't know what you're asking me for.
Like, this kid just got home from school. He wants to play Fortnite.
Also, the fact that this kid took notes in the documentary.
He did?
That's what he said. He said, let me get my notes.
Just like a whole study guide.
Imagine taking out a notepad to, like, document what you learned in a Matt Walsh documentary.
That's like an oxymoron, learning something from a Matt Walsh video.
That's why he was stuttering so much. He didn't learn a single thing.
It was just, like, squiggly lines of, like...
There's nothing here.
Matt Walsh makes me feel better about myself. As, like, a YouTuber, a creator. Like, we're doing okay.
Yeah, we're not hated by the majority of the internet. And we're not lying about children and, like, exposing their bodies to the world, so.
Or calling 16-year-olds fertile.
Oh my god.
I just simply don't do that.
He's wild. He's an insane man. Didn't he also say that, like, teen pregnancy isn't a bad thing as long as you marry them?
Yeah, that was him.
He's got thoughts. He's got thoughts up there.
He's a stand-up guy. As in, if he entered a room, I would stand up and leave.
Stand-up comedian, as if I'm laughing at everything that he's saying right now.
Why did he include this? Because neither of them are making sense.
He's like, my video's 3 minutes long. I need to include another clip.
I need to bamboozle more kids on Fortnite.
Let's email Fortnite. Who made Fortnite?
Need to reach out to Epic Games. Go full Karen.
Epic Games, you need to get him offline now.
Epic Games supports transphobia.
Epic Games is freaking canceled.
But also, we're both still open to being sponsored, so hit us up.
I'm gonna be streaming Fortnite next week, so... Listen, if he can push the Bible on Fortnite, I can push trans things on Fortnite as well, okay? We can both play this game.
Yeah, that is your God-given right.
It's my God-given duty, not just a right. What should my name be? Transifier?
That sounds like a villain in a comic book.
Dr. Transer, yeah.
That's actually kind of dope. I'm not even gonna lie.
Changing my Twitter name right now.
Like Lettercook.
In Genesis 1:27, it says, "So God created man in his own image. In the image God created he him. Male and female created he them?
He said he them.
Adam uses he they pronouns.
Oh my god, non-binary icon.
We're not even 5 minutes in, and I feel like we've been here for an hour. He's just like whining whenever someone doesn't answer the way he wants to.
Yeah, he's like, you're just so fucking dumb.
Just sir, I'll tell your mom.
He's like, you know what, get your mom on the fucking microphone. I got something to say to her. Asks her what a woman is. Do you know your son doesn't know what a woman is?
You should take away his Xbox.
That would be bad for him though, because then he couldn't, teach him more Bible things.
He wouldn't have more children to talk to.
Honestly, that's probably a good thing.
I wish that was God's plan.
A woman is a character that can be loved in several ways. That can be treated in several ways.
Is a 12-year-old kid based?
Yeah, he is. He said you need to care for her, you need to cherish her, and yeah, he's right. Dr. Bible needs to learn something from him.
He's getting owned by a 13-year-old right now.
With his little notepad.
Maybe take some notes, Mr. Bible, Dr. Bible.
Just jot some footnotes down in your little Bible, sir. Or your big Bible. I don't know the size of your Bible.
It's not the size that matters, it's how you use it.
He's using it for God's work.
Multiple women of a woman can have different,
You can't use the word woman in your definition of a woman.
This kid's literally just trying to survive. He's getting blown up right now.
I'm trying to find a shield potion. Please stop.
Chug this shit.
I'm kind of impressed that he can multitask like this.
I know, reading notes, staying alive.
Imagine Dr. Witnesser wins.
Dr. Witnesser's fully dead.
He's dead?
He is dead.
He's just in the afterlife in Fortnite.
Poor guy. Honestly, now I get it. He's bad at Fortnite. I would be upset too.
We should challenge him to a Fortnite battle.
He seems like he sucks, so it should be easy.
Yeah, I mean, if this is how he spends his time, maybe he should up his skill level.
Yeah, focus on the game, sir.
Not talking to children, you creep.
Yeah, let me advise you, because if you really want those questions,
I'm going to move on to my next interview, bro. Thanks for your talking. You have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
He said, you didn't give me the answer I want. I'm kicking you out.
I'm gonna go harass another kid. This is wild. This is embarrassing.
He published this on his own YouTube channel.
For the whole world to see.
You can hear every single thing that was just planted in his brain by Matt Walsh. I don't know, I think Matt Walsh should pay him or something.
He's trying to get noticed.
Yeah, he's like, I love you so much. Look I even went on Fortnite for you.
He's a Walshinator.
He said, I'm doing God's work, aka Matt Walsh's work.
That's called idolatry, and that's worshiping a false idol. And that's a sin.
I feel like Dr. Bible should know that.
He has the same strategy as Ben Shapiro. Because you know how Ben Shapiro debates unprepared college kids and every one of his fans thinks he's owning people?
Right.
This is the same thing, except his demographic is 5-6 years younger.
Right, and they're trying to survive in a game. Kind of sad. You couldn't pick on somebody at your own skill level?
I'm sure if we were in a debate with him right now, we would be able to provide facts and rebuttals, but if we're in the middle of a game, we're gonna be focused on the game.
You can never win with these people. No matter what you tell them, no matter what definition you give them, they'll be, well, that's not good enough. That's not good enough.
They're not looking to have a good-natured discussion.
No, they're looking to just be transphobic and make a joke out of it.
Yeah, they're turning into let's own the libs instead of actually trying to understand trans people.
What's that phrase? It's
I don't know if this is the one you're thinking, but weaponized incompetence.
Yes, you knew exactly.
All right, let's see what other kids he's gonna harass.
So excited.
I'll just straight up ask you guys then, what do you think a woman is?
A biological female.
Okay, good answer. But I think there's more than that. There's a little bit more.
We're always going to disagree with these people because we believe gender and sex are separate, as it's been proven, and they don't. So until that gets cleared up, there's going to be no use arguing with these people.
Right, and it's funny because they're always well, when you look at science, when you look at the basic biology, this is just how it is. But no science agrees with them. No scientific, academic, medical communities agree with them in the slightest.
They could easily Google it. You've definitely cited a bunch of sources in your videos. You provide the facts and evidence.
It's not even a hard thing to prove, though. You just Google the difference between gender and sex, and there's all of these credible sources. I mean, it just goes back to weaponized incompetence. They just don't want to know. They're making too much money off of being transphobic.
Although with 13,000 views, I don't know how great he's doing.
Yeah, no, he just loves Matt Walsh. He's a super fan.
But it's crazy, there are so many people like him who follow Matt Walsh to this extent who don't have a platform. So it's how many people like him are just walking around this planet thinking this is okay?
Most of these people, they're not gonna meet a trans person, push these beliefs on them. They're gonna meet somebody that is cisgender, that doesn't look like how they envision a woman to look or a man to look, and they're gonna be transphobic towards them.
Didn't a masked lesbian a few weeks ago get kicked out of the woman's bathroom because she dressed not feminine presenting?
Yeah. I also saw a trans man that was working at a company. The company said that people that are transgender have to use the bathroom that corresponds to the gender that they were assigned at birth. So he went into the women's room because he was born female, and the women in there were there's a man in here. Like, I am uncomfortable. Bitch, we told you so. We told you this would happen.
Like, you literally have stated the consequences of shitty laws like this time and time again.
What's that TikTok audio? Oh no, it's the consequences of my own actions.
That's the perfect use of it, too.
Crazy cisgenders.
It was irritating me, like, to no end. My wife was like, you need to calm down. I'm like, this is... But the guy who did the video was a conservative talk show host, and he was making a point that this whole agenda that's being pushed on us is being pushed on our children. You know, people are trying to get our kids to do these operations and these medical procedures with no ramifications and no, talking to them. So
where?
Right, like, no, they're not. They're simply not doing that. They're just mad that the young girls, quote-unquote girls, that they're gonna prey upon are gonna, become boys, and they won't be able to prey upon them anymore.
And that's the truth of it.
How am I supposed to impregnate a teen when the teen is on hormones? You said it. Matt Walsh, it was you.
I mean, he did.
You can Google it.
These are the consequences of his actions. You obviously have first-hand experience, but, like, it's not easy.
Right. They think it's so simple, but especially as a minor, it is so difficult to be put on hormones, to transition, to do all this stuff. Like, you have to meet with teams of people, teams of medical professionals to, like, be passed to do it. Like, I mentioned in a video recently that when I went into my psychologist to transition, I was like, I can't live like this anymore. It's torture. Like, please let me transition. Please put me on hormones, all this stuff. She was like, no, like, that's not how you do this. You have to go through a mental evaluation. We have to make sure that you are capable of making this decision to transition and that you're, actually trans and doing it for the right reasons. So all of this is just fear mongering. Like, that's just not how it happens. And even if there was a trans kid, they're not having any operations. Like, they're just not.
At the end of the day, it should be left between the child, the parents, and the doctors.
Exactly.
Stay out of people's personal medical business.
Like, do I ask about your medical history? And I don't want to know either, Mr. Matt Walsh. Keep it to yourself.
He said something before about, like, he was getting really pissed off at the documentary and his wife told him to calm down.
He's like yelling about
So yeah, I'll see you next time. Give it a 7 10. Dynamite, decent show, better than NXT, somewhat better than Raw as well. I'm gonna say that. Other than that, yeah, I'm out.
transgenders, and his wife's like, please, I'm just trying to eat dinner. Like, please.
Come on, honey, let's just spend some time together. What is a woman?
Are you a woman? Define it. Define yourself.
Tell me what a woman is, Martha.
Poor Martha. Somebody save Martha. Hashtag free Martha.
They're pushing this stuff on our kids, in other words, you know what I mean? It's like really harmful to society. So it was a really good documentary looking at the effects of that kind of thing.
Says the guy on Fortnite talking to children.
You are so right. He's like, my job is I go into Fortnite and talk to children about the Bible and tell them that they're sinners and going to hell if they don't fuck a girl.
It's weird.
And it's also like young boys, you know what I mean? Probably young boys that are likely, leaning more towards his perspective. So he just wants people to agree with him. He's not going on to places that have people that are likely to disagree with him because he knows he doesn't have this evidence to back it up.
If an actual professional were to debate him, he'd be creamed.
Dr. Creamed, for sure.
Oh.
Yeah, no, maybe not. Maybe we'll skip that one.
I believe you should be able to do whatever the you want. The government shouldn't be able to tell you to do but the moment you're trying to tell kids it's okay to be like all this other type of that's just stupid as hell. You gotta leave the kids alone.
Yeah,
that whole trans, that's ridiculous too. Like, that's mental illness. It's not.
I thought he just said that people should be able to do what they want.
I know, right? Like, let me trick the kids into being transgender if I want to. I'm kidding. It's funny because if he was a parent, he would say the same things like, oh, you should be able to do what you want. The government should stay out of it, blah, blah, blah. So if he had a kid that needed medical care, he'd probably say the same thing like, I don't want the government involved. I don't want people involved. It's between me and my kid. He's been hearing all these things from Matt Walsh and people like Dr. Bible. He thinks that we're out to get children.
When statistically, people like Dr. Witnesser and Matt Walsh are more likely to come after your kids, but I'm just gonna leave that there.
That's just a statistic. So.
That's just a fact.
Facts over feelings, sorry.
Yeah, we don't like that around here. Dr. Witnesser doesn't like facts.
Did you hear about the guy in Canada who got arrested for calling his own child by the wrong pronoun?
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, he went to a hospital because they were going to force these hormones on his daughter without his permission, and he of course fought against it, and he like called his daughter by the wrong pronoun, and they arrested him and put him in jail, and he's out on bail right now.
That's nuts.
That is fully just not what happened. That man got arrested because he violated a gag order.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, the court was like, you're not allowed to, publish information about your kid's medical history, their names, anything like that, and he violated it. So he got arrested.
See, I didn't hear about that. That's up.
I mean, you don't. You just hear the headlines of like, man gets arrested for misgendering kid, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, if people got arrested for misgendering, then like half the internet would be behind bars.
Yeah, right? Half my comment section would be gone.
What do you think a woman is, bro?
What do I think a woman is?
Yeah, what's a woman?
Someone with ovaries.
Nice.
Giggling like a middle schooler in sex ed.
Yeah, literally. You said what?
So are people who've gotten hysterectomies not women anymore?
I guess not. No, they fully transitioned. Yeah, those are some man.
It's that easy.
I think it's kind of funny. Like, I'm enjoying that this is the representation of the Matt Walsh side. Just somebody that goes and attacks children in Fortnite.
Just the absolute, like, worms for brains.
My 6-year-old daughter, she has ovaries. Would you consider her a woman?
Matt Walsh would. Sorry.
So, bro, did you see that documentary on Twitter? What is a woman?
No.
Oh, it's a good one, bro. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, it's really good. I jack off to it every night.
That I have it saved on my phone. I watch it in the bathroom every time. Freaking love Matt Walsh's face.
I want to turn his beard white.
I gotta go. That's too much. Too far. I grew my beard out just for you, Matt Walsh.
Just for you, Daddy.
My Bible face is ready for you.
Can you tell me what a woman is?
I don't know. Is this a trick question?
No.
It is.
Genuine question. Do they ever ask what a man is, or is it only woman?
They know all about men. They know what they need to know.
They know the ins and outs.
I think it's kind of a sexism thing, They're like, no, we need our women to say pure.
With ovaries.
I need to plant something in your teenage ovaries, and I can't do that.
God actually told me that it's okay. I asked him this morning. I was in my worship session. I was like, God, I want a fertile young woman to implant my seed. And he said, I will give that to you.
On the way, Dr. Bible, my disciple.
I'm sending an ovary owner straight to your doorstep.
An ovary owner? Wow, that's gonna be my new Twitter name.
I'm asking you the question.
Bro, you're at 4 HP. Maybe you should focus on something else.
His teammates are just letting him die. They're like, no, man. No, I don't want to listen to you anymore.
Maybe we'll get him to shut up.
Have you ever had intercourse?
Games 24 hours a day.
Have you ever?
No.
You've never
I
had?
don't even know what that is.
Did you hear him say that? I don't know what that is.
Jokes aside, him saying, oh, you don't know what a woman is, so you've never had sex. Like, that's all you think that women are? Just objects to have sex with?
Like, that's our only purpose?
Anyways, Dr. Bible.
This 42-year-old man could not tell me it, like, what a woman was, bro.
Bro, you're a 53-year-old man talking to 10-year-olds on Fortnite. Get out.
This man gave you an answer. He said no.
You're more of a danger to children than every trans person combined.
With that beard alone.
Like, I would feel safer in a room with 100 trans people than one of him.
Absolutely. I would also feel less, like, interrogated and interviewed. Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to give you the answer you want. I don't know. Like, I've never met a woman.
Clearly, he hasn't.
At least after this video, he won't meet another one.
Martha left. She took the kids.
She was like 18, 19 now at this point after 10 years.
Yeah, she went off to college.
She joined middle school. She went boarding school.
Definition of a woman. Can anybody tell me? Breast and?
Do you have your notes?
Oh, I got it. I'm already there.
Breasts, ovaries. Okay. Are you gonna go up to a cis woman who had breast cancer and had to get a double mastectomy and tell her she's not a woman?
Honestly, they might. They might. They don't seem like the most nice people.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, no empathy, no respect for your fellow human. That's what this all comes down to.
I mean, that no fake vaginas, right? Just like the real deal.
What did he just say?
He said, if you've had a boob job, you are not a real woman to me. Sorry. Also, the irony of it is like, these bottom surgeries that trans people are having, like a vaginoplasty, even like a phalloplasty for a trans man, these are surgeries that were invented for cis people. You know what I mean? So when a cis woman had a vaginoplasty to correct like maybe a birth defect, if you want to call it that, they wouldn't say the same thing to them. They're not going to say you're not a real woman. And even like girls that have a boob job, like you're going to say that because their boobs aren't real, they're not a woman. Their logic isn't logical.
If anything, cis people have more access to gender affirming care a lot of the time.
Like one of the biggest people, like the biggest proponents of this anti-trans conversation, Joe Rogan. Isn't he on HRT, like testosterone replacement therapy? There's such a double standard. It's crazy.
What is a woman?
XX. A person with an XX chromosome.
I mean, the XX thing isn't even true because there are people born with like congenital congenital conditions all the time that affect your hormones and your chromosomes.
Yes, like there are people that are born XY, which is the typical male chromosome type, that develop fully female.
While it might not be like the majority, you still have to account for exceptions.
I feel like these people really think that trans women think that they were born female, you know what I mean? Like, I'm very aware of my biology, how I was born, how I live now, and it's...
But they just all think you're like delusional and out of touch with yourselves and you don't know what you want and you're traumatized and whatever transphobic garbage they have to say.
Like, at least I have an identity, and my identity is not just being obsessed with Matt Walsh in the Bible.
Yeah, because this is pathetic.
I wouldn't call my daughter a woman. She's a girl. She's a little girl. She's like 6.
Yeah.
But she's a female.
He keeps bringing up his 6-year-old daughter. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I feel like it really just goes back to that idea of, like, any definition you give them is never good enough. The person's like, yeah, a woman is a female, somebody that is, you know, biologically female. And he's like, well, not exactly. No. Matt Walsh says they're an adult.
And what he says goes.
He's actually signed, he's credited in the Bible, if you didn't know.
Yeah, if he says 16-year-olds are fertile young women, that's what they are.
Why is there a Pride Month but there's no Straight Month?
Yeah, that's a good freaking question.
Because the Bible says that the foolishness of God would be wisdom to man, and the wisdom to men is foolishness of God. So there will be no ordained heterosexual Christian male praise or month organized for those groups of people because it's not what secular and sinful nation wants.
Babe, you're just saying words.
I know, I'm like, can we please speak in English? I can't. I'm just a woman. I don't know what you're talking about. It is heterosexual Pride Month. We already went over that. That'd be straight Pride Month.
You guys have this whole next month. Congratulations. Celebrating your culture.
Your very lovely culture that I love, that I'm a part of, yes.
Thank you so much for watching the video. I really hope you enjoyed it. Leave us your comments below. Tell us what you thought, and tell us what you thought about the documentary, What is a Woman? We're really interested to hear your insight. We hope to see you in the next video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
While we're here... Boom, there we go.
But I'm doing God's work. That was intense. How dare you share that with me?
I'm so sorry for ruining your day, for ruining this lovely Wednesday afternoon for you.
A good Christian woman like myself shouldn't be put through things like that. I feel like I'm like channeling Terry Jo right now. You know Terry Jo?
I love her.
She's just the epitome of a good Christian woman.
Right. A good titty haver, ovary owner.
Yes, both. Titty and boob. No, titty and breast. No fake ones, neither.
No.
It's unholy.
What are your final thoughts?
Final thoughts are I'm gonna go block him immediately. I'm gonna block him on YouTube, I'm gonna block him on Fortnite. No, actually, we have to play him on Fortnite.
We do. So, Dr. Bible Witnesser, Matt Walsh, writer, if you're watching, we would love to challenge you on Fortnite.
You're going down.
I wouldn't have wanted to endure this painful video with anyone else, so thank you for being on my channel.
Of course, thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun. Gotta express some trans joy when it comes to this kind of thing, you know?
Absolutely. So, for the sinners at home who may not be familiar with your work, where can they find you?
YouTube as Samantha Lux. I'm also on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all those different places, of course. I do a lot of commentary on trans things, LGBT issues. I talk about my personal transition. It's just a lot of fun. We spread a lot of trans joy over there, so come hang out. Come check us out.
I've been a fan for a while, so I'm very honored to have you on my channel.
You're so sweet. That means so much to me. When I saw that you were like following me on Twitter, I was like, oh, there's no effing way. I was a little bit of a fangirl.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone at home for watching. If you like this video, make sure to give it a tiny thumbs up and subscribe down below. Make sure to subscribe to both of us for commentary and queer fun. We love you guys, and we'll see you next time with some brand new videos. Bye!
Cut the check, ladies! I said it, cut the check, ladies. I said it, cut the check, baby. Yeah, I said it, cut the check, baby.
There was an LGBTQ group in the UK who suggested that instead of referring to vaginas as vaginas, one of the potential replacements or substitutes could be bonus hole.
Oh my God, not the bonus hole, girl. If an LGBT person tries to give you advice on how to be a better ally, that's how you do it. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Yes, I am missing a nail. Yes, it is missing. Don't look at it. How is everybody doing today? Hope you are all doing well. This poor hand can't even do the nail clacky thing because I'm missing the thumb, the most important one. So the conversation that we're having today is an important one. And it's a conversation that I feel like, or not that I feel like, that we have not had here on my channel before. Today's video is all about allyship, okay? Now don't get me wrong, I appreciate an ally, whatever form, shape, size I can get them. Allies come in all shapes and sizes. Get yours today. For real though, I do appreciate anybody that is, you know, an outspoken ally that chooses to support the trans and LGBT community. I love all of them. So we love ya. However, there are some ways to go about it, and there are some ways to not go about it. Today's video is about how not to go about it, okay? Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, the liberal progressive Young Turks, has officially come out as transphobic. She said, Pride Month is over. Finally, I hate the transies. I'm just kidding. Actually, I think this whole thing started before Pride Month, like a while ago. And like I said earlier, I think it's an important conversation to have because as the Young Turks, as this progressive liberal media source, especially a media group that claims to be allies and supporters of the trans community, if you're gonna say all that, if you're gonna be this media company, you have to actually like do it. You know what I mean? You have to be an ally. You can't just say, I support trans people, and then say things to millions of people that hurts trans people. And yet, that's exactly what Anna Kasparian has been doing over the past few months. In fact, it's gotten to the point that transphobia from the Young Turks has gotten so bad that several LGBT employees have not only left the company, but come out against the company and said, we do not stand for this, this is transphobia, we don't align ourselves with this. And listen, I don't know what goes on behind the closed doors of the Young Turks, I'm not claiming to do so. I wouldn't even claim that everything that Anna has said is transphobic. I mean, do I agree with everything Anna has said? Absolutely not. But I wouldn't go so far as to call her a transphobe and to say all that kind of stuff because there is, you know, there's some nuance. I'll just say there's some nuance. We're gonna get into everything, don't worry, but Anna has been widely criticized, widely ridiculed by the left for coming out against the trans community and going transphobic. And it really is unfortunate because the Young Turks have been a pillar of support for the trans community for years now. So to see the people that you looked up to before, the people that, you know, had your back before, kind of turning around and saying, actually, you know, blah, 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 blah. Whatever they're saying, this, and this against trans people, it's kind of, obviously it's frustrating. You know, it's frustrating as hell. So for today's video, I want to touch on everything that Anna has said that has contributed to this, you know, perception of transphobia from the Young Turks. But also, I want to talk about where I personally feel like Anna and the rest of the crew or the rest of the staff of the Young Turks went wrong. Because let's just be honest. They went wrong. Something bad happened. I mean, it is no secret that they are in some hot water with the trans community. I mean, I wouldn't even say the trans community. They're in some hot water, period. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. I finally have long nails again. Are you done? Thank you very much. Also, make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Twitch channel where I stream video games every single week. So definitely make sure to follow me over on Twitch. Turn on your little notifications and stuff so that you don't miss a stream. And yeah, come say hi. It's so much fun. I have a great time. But yeah, with no further ado, let's start breaking down all the transphobia from Anna Kasparian. If you don't know who the Young Turks are, I mean, get out from underneath that rock. I mean, they're pretty popular. They're a liberal or progressive media source that, you know, makes, I think they have a podcast, they do like a web show, stuff like that, all that kind of stuff. And for the longest time, as far back as I can remember, they've always supported trans people, they've always supported the LGBT community, and we love them for that. They were... Bravo! Shout out to the Young Turks. I'm pretty sure that's where Hassan is from. I love Hassan. Hi, Hassan. So yeah, that's why it was so upsetting to see them kind of revert back from their allyship, just because so many people relied on them to defend the trans community, to defend the LGBT community when these topics come up in this sort of sphere, you know what I mean? When people online like Ben Shapiro and PragerU are talking about these issues, the Young Turks were always there to defend us, but not anymore. Not anymore. It all started a while back with this tweet from Anna Kasparian. At least I think it did. It might have started before this, but this is where I started hearing about it, and you know, it's all about me, so yeah. She says, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. And that tweet had 27 million views. 27 million. Oh my god. So here's the thing. Like I was saying, there's a nuance to this conversation, right? And when I first saw this tweet, I was like, okay, I mean, I kind of agree with that. Yeah, these terms like person who menstruates or birthing person were never meant to be applied to individuals. I think I even responded to this tweet and was like, I mean, yeah, I kind of agree. Like these terms were never meant to be applied to individual people. These are medical terms. They are political terms that are used to describe a very, very large group of people. And I can definitely understand how if somebody is calling you a birthing person or a person with a uterus, it can be a little bit degrading. I understand that. We never want to reduce people down to their body parts, okay? I'm a trans woman, so I especially before I had bottom surgery, never wanted to be reduced down to body parts. You can just use your imagination as to why. I think to a lot of women, these terms can be offensive if, you're saying them directly to that person, because I mean, like I said, we're boiling down a whole person, a whole identity, a whole life experience down to, their reproductive functions. It's problematic for a number of reasons, but especially because it reinforces the idea that women are simply made to reproduce, that they are simply on this earth to make babies. That is just a problematic stance. I don't think that anybody does or anybody should agree with that stance. Duh. But that being said, Anna, who's calling you these things? Who? Who did it? Tell me. I need to know. Anna, you tell me, I'll take care of him for you, girl. I got your back. Genuinely, I don't think this is happening. I just genuinely don't think it's happening. And I mean, you can pull up specific cases and stuff like that where somebody is called a birthing person. Actually, I really doubt that you can. I just simply do not think it's happening. Nobody's going into hospitals and being called a person with a uterus, or a menstruator, or a breeder. That's kind of a good one. I call people breeders, I won't lie. It's just not happening. And if it were happening, I would support you in coming out against that doctor and saying, listen, I would like to be called a woman. This is how I would like to be addressed. Do not call me these things. I would stand with you, okay? The same way that I would expect Anna to stand up for trans men who are in healthcare settings who are called women. I would expect Anna and the Young Turks and all of these progressive, liberal, quote-unquote allies to stand with the trans community and say, no, you should address trans men the way that they want to be addressed. You should address non-binary people the way that they choose to be addressed. Period. Like, period. Duh. Everybody agrees with that. But even furthermore, her coming out and saying that these terms should not even exist, anything like that, that's what kills people. And I know everybody gets all upset when I say those types of things, like, oh my god, how does these words kill people? Inclusive language, especially in healthcare settings, or when making laws and stuff like that, is vital to make sure that everybody that is affected is included. I really doubt that Anna or anybody at the Young Turks would deny anybody or say that anybody should not have access to the healthcare that they deserve. She complains about these things, but then also doesn't introduce any solutions, you know what I mean? So like, here she tweeted back to somebody defending the use of inclusive language and said, Liz, I have zero problem with inclusion, none, but there's gotta be a better way than boiling it down to a body part. No, especially in the context of having reproductive rights taken away from people who see women as a baby-making vessel. That's all I'm saying. And so like I said, I understand boiling down identities to a body part. That's not good. It's bad. However, Anna, nobody's boiling you personally down to a body part. Nobody's boiling any specific woman down to a body part. That's just not what's happening. Again, these laws are being written this way just because it is the most simplified version. I mean, if Anna has any suggestions, I would love to see them. But again, she didn't list any. She just complained about how trans people are boiling women down to a baby-making vessel, right? We're the problems now. She also doubled and even tripled down on her stances, defended herself, and just went on and on and on and on and on. And girl, get over it. Get a grip. Like I said, this was just the beginning of Anna's little transphobic spree, or the Young Turks transphobic spree, I should say. And I do want to say that I think that this is something that kind of commonly happens, where somebody will come out with a controversial opinion, get criticized for it, and then kind of go on a rampage after that. They like let one thing leak and they're like, oh, you didn't like that? Well, what about all of this? I'm not saying that's what they're doing in this specific clip that I'm about to play, but I mean, they're definitely not shy when it comes to saying controversial statements about the trans community. Let's listen.
Sex exists. Gender and sex are two different things. I know, everyone's gonna freak out about that. But it's true. I don't know when they moved the goalpost and made it so gender and sex are the same, but they're not. So what I mean by that is, people born male have different physical capabilities on average compared to women. We're talking about weightlifting here. Are we really gonna pretend like there isn't an advantage when it comes to individuals who are born male?
Okay, yep. Now, the sports conversation is a really tricky conversation for me Because first of all, I mean, the science is inconclusive. You know what I'm saying? That there's just not that many studies to really give us concrete answers. However, right now, sports professionals, sports scientists, you know, all these different people have weighed in, they've done research, and they have stated that after a certain amount of time, it is fair for trans women to compete against cisgender women. That is what the science is currently saying. That is what professionals are currently saying. And so for Anna, somebody who claims to be a trans ally, somebody who is on a liberal, progressive media source where supporters of the trans and LGBT communities frequently go and consume content, for her to say these things is awful. Like, awful. Listen, you can have your own opinions, of course, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But when the science says one thing and the data says one thing and the rules are one thing, for you to go against all of that just because of your own uneducated, uninformed opinion that, you know, men are stronger than women and that's the end all be all is damaging. It opens the tiniest little door for discrimination to enter and, you know, spread like wildfire, honestly. Jenk and Anna even mentioned in this clip that extremist transphobes have gone from, you know, bathroom bills to drag shows to the military ban. All of these things didn't really work. I mean, the drag one is still kind of happening, but they said, oh yeah, all these things didn't work, so now they're gonna go after trans sports. Conservatives are looking for that little tiny place to just grab onto and to really sink their teeth into. Trans sports was one of those things, and now here Anna is on here saying, well, men are stronger than women, so maybe they have a point. No, Anna, they don't have a point. She even admitted herself that the rules in place for trans athletes are just, are fair. She says as long as people go on hormones, then it's fair, blah, blah, blah. But are we really going to pretend that men aren't stronger than women? Who is pretending that? Who is saying that? Who is saying that trans women should be able to compete without having undergone HRT? Nobody. You're agreeing with something that is frequently an argument that comes from conservatives, but never actually happens. This is why I think that this is such a powerful example for how to be an ally. Yes, Anna is a very, very smart woman. However, you can't know everything, okay? And so when it comes to trans issues, I really, really think that you should look to LGBT people, trans people, you know, sports scientists, the people that actually know what they're talking about, and listen to their advice. Because if you had, you would know that, like, there are regulations in place that make this fair. But instead of listening to trans people and listening to the LGBT community on this issue, they blame us. They say, stop focusing on this issue because you're wrong and you don't know how to fight in politics and you're wrong and blah, 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 blah. It's just, yeah, I don't know, it's too much. The next little transphobic tidbit that we have is, well, let's just take a look.
There was an LGBTQ group in the UK who suggested that instead of referring to vaginas as vaginas because it might be offensive to transgender men, you know, one of the potential replacements or substitutes could be bonus hole.
Oh my god, not the bonus hole, girl. Girl, I mean, this is, first of all, it's not new. Like, you can Google, I remember when I first came out as trans, I would, like, look up, like, how to date as a trans person, how to date a trans person, blah, 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 blah. One of the first things I tell you about being with a trans person is that we may refer to our body parts as things that they're not medically called, that they're not scientifically called. You know what I mean? So, like, for trans men, even if they haven't undergone bottom surgery, they may refer to down there as their penis. And, like, that's fine. You know what I mean? That's what makes them feel good. That's fine. Obviously, they know that their body is different than a cis man. They choose to use these words to make situations less triggering, okay? So when you're having sex with a partner, you would want to say these words to not trigger your partner. Or even in healthcare situations, if you disclose that you're trans, you can say, I would prefer if you addressed my body parts using this language. I don't see any problem with that. I mean, it goes back to the first example where she didn't agree with people calling other people birthing persons or people who menstruate. And all I have to say to that is, Anna, it's not about you. Okay? Nobody is forcing you to be called a birthing person. Nobody is forcing you to refer to your body as having bonus holes. No, nobody. You can say vagina. You can say woman. You can say whatever you want to say for you, girl. That's fine. That is not a difficult concept to understand. I would highly suspect that Anna can understand this concept. I highly suspect it. So for her to go into a podcast and say, look how ridiculous the LGBTs are now. They're saying that we have to call vaginas bonus hole. I just can't say it with a straight face. It's her feeding into transphobia. It's her feeding into the conservative grift. It's her giving those audience members that may be a little bit on the line about these issues that little bit to just be like, see, listen to me, support me. I also don't really like the transies. Listen to me. Instead of standing strong in her allyship and saying, this is literally not a big deal. Okay, so this is the tweet that got Anna trending again this week. This is the tweet that has made everybody say that she has joined the right, that she left the left, that she's now a transphobe, blah, blah, blah. I mean, Let's take a look. She tweeted, "The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity." Did they? Honestly, first of all, no. Ahistorical. False. I mean, we can have the argument about what specific civil rights battle or what specific actions led to the success of the civil rights movement. We can have those conversations, but I really don't think that's what's important here. What's important, at least to me, is Anna, for the 3rd month in a row, going after trans people for no f***ing reason. She's talking about how recently somebody who is notoriously anti-trans went to give a speech or a lecture, and people were inside the lecture, like, waving little trans flags. People were chanting outside of the lecture hall. I don't know what she means by barricade speakers in there for 3 hours. Maybe they literally, like, blocked the speaker from getting out. And I do want to say, I don't support that either. I mean, I feel like there's better ways to go about things than, like, making somebody feel physically unsafe. But I do understand the sentiment. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I understand why it was done. I get it. I don't know. There's nuance, I guess. But why did you have to say this? Like, why? I'm looking at Anna's Twitter right now. This girl tweets once every, 3 months. And this is the tweet that you choose to put out. One talking about how the trans community is, doing things that are gonna hurt the trans movement and not lead us to getting equal rights, blah, blah, blah. Like, what's your freaking point, girl? Like I said, since the beginning of this, 3 different LGBT employees that worked at the Young Turks have left the organization, left the company, and even come out against the Young Turks, against Anna, for their transphobia. They've claimed to have had multiple meetings, multiple conversations with Cenk and Anna about their transphobia and about how they should better address the situations. They were ignored, allegedly. And as somebody who consistently says that they support the trans community, supports the LGBT community, even defends the trans and LGBT communities, this is not how you do that. Ignoring LGBT coworkers to the point that they have to leave the company because of what you're saying is not true allyship. If an LGBT person tries to give you advice on how to be a better ally, that's how you do it. You don't get to say, "No, I'm not gonna do that, but I'm a great ally." No, girl, no. You're not an ally until an LGBT person calls you an ally. Am I saying that you have to agree with everything that trans people say, every position that we hold? No, of course not. But there are ways to be a good ally and a bad ally. Okay, like choosing to focus on the trans sports issue and talk about how trans activists are in the wrong and trans activists are making it worse, blah, blah, blah. That's not being a good ally. It's just not. I mean, you don't have to be a good ally if you don't want to, but don't say that you are and then not be one. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. It's weird. And I'm sick of people claiming that they're an ally just to get credit from the LGBT community from leftists. They're like, "Oh yeah, if you're not gonna show up, stand up, and speak up for the trans community, just mind your business." I don't know. In conclusion, the Young Turks, you're bad allies. Get it together. If you need help, if you need tips, hit me up. I'm glad to help. But unfortunately, I'm not sure they're actually looking for help or looking to be a good ally. They're just looking to use the LGBT community, specifically trans people, for their gain. Boo. But yeah, you guys, that is about it for this video. What do you think? Do you think that they're good allies, bad allies? Do you think that they were right? Do you think that they shouldn't have done what they did? Let me know your thoughts down below. The comments are always open. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone. To be 14 years old and say, "I know who I am, I'm going to stand here, you can't knock me over," that's huge.
These kids are so smart. The whole point of this project was to show the world who these kids are.
Every time I read their stories or watching you, I'm like, "Oh, Samantha's having a moment."
And you're like, "Here we go again."
Yes, but it has that impact every single time.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. I hope you guys are all doing great. I hope you're having a great day. I'm having a great day. It's a little warm in here, but I'm doing good. Currently in the United States, I know I'm getting right into it, I'm so sorry. Currently in the United States, there is a calculated, politically motivated army of anti-trans activists, or what I like to call transphobes, centering their work and their political campaigns on taking away rights from trans individuals, especially those of us who are the most vulnerable, which are trans youth, trans minors, That's like a key. A minor, trans minor. I'm trans in nature. I know the opposition will say we need to protect the children, and I agree. Maybe I shouldn't say that this early in the video, but I agree. We need to ensure that transgender youth, and all youth for that matter, have access to comprehensive, specialized healthcare. The aforementioned transphobes demand that trans youth, trans individuals can be cured of their transness, their transgenderedness, through the means of self-mind alignment or some other fancy BS words. They're talking about conversion therapy. It does not work, and it is widely considered to be unethical by medical professionals, as well as by the trans and gay victims of forced conversion therapy. Like, maybe we should just take a second, ask them how they felt about it. Just kidding. People have already asked them. They didn't like it. Conversion therapy doesn't work. The reality of the situation is that some kids are transgender, and the limited evidence-based healthcare that they are offered, which very, very rarely includes surgical interventions, has been shown to be life-saving and safe. At least 30 of the leading medical professional organizations have released statements supporting the use of gender-affirming healthcare, including, let's get a little list going, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm laughing because I'm like, you're not gonna listen to people that are literally studying children's brains? Okay, whatever. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Physician Assistants, the American Medical Association, the American Nurses Association, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. In fact, just this past month, the American Medical Association solidifying their stance and saying, quote unquote, as political attacks on gender-affirming care escalate, it is the responsibility of the medical community to speak out in support of evidence-based care. Medical decisions should be made by patients, their relatives, and healthcare providers, not politicians. Preach, girl. Preach. Or boy, or non-binary. But, you know, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting the use of gender-affirming care, and gender affirmation as a whole for that matter, both have been widely criticized by these transphobes, these anti-trans activists, as unethical, inhumane, and the parents that affirm their children's gender identity have been accused of child abuse. Yeah. And yet, through all of this, all of these anti-trans laws, all of these anti-trans bills being proposed, trans youth are louder and stronger than ever. And they have some amazing leaders on their side. In today's video, we have some very, very special guests. We are going to be chatting with Jessie Friedman, who is the creator of the Are You OK project. Jessie will talk a little bit about the project in a minute, but the project highlights the highs and the lows of being a trans person in this country and, you know, this world, I guess, and provides them a safe platform to express their frustrations, give advice, and stand strong in their gender identity. That's really, really cool. We're gonna get into it. Get excited. We're also gonna be chatting with Rebecca Miner, who is a gender specialist who helps guide trans and non-binary youth through their transition and even helps guide parents through their children's gender transition and gives them the path to being a supportive ally, being a supportive parent. Both of them are doing amazing work, so I'm really, really excited to bring them onto my channel and to talk about this project with you guys. But please, just grab some tissues because you're gonna need it. I'm just kidding. Well, not really. You might need a tissue. I did. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Go ahead. You just like, I'm sorry. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitch to keep as up to date with me as possible. I stream video games on Twitch every single week. It's so much fun. I've already had my first one. You guys loved it. It was great. I loved it too. I also have a Patreon if you guys would like to donate, but of course, no pressure to do that. But yeah, other than that, with no further ado, let's bring out Jessie and Rebecca and get this show on the road, shall we? Okay, guys, we are here with Jessie and Rebecca. Say hi. Hi, everyone. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys so much for joining me here on my channel today. I'm so excited. I feel like we've been in connection for a bit now. I've heard great things about both of you, so thank you so much for being here. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
So my name is Rebecca. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a gender specialist, which means I work with queer and trans youth in their journey of becoming and am a guide to their parents in affirming it. Outside of that, I do all kinds of trainings for cultural humility and DEI work, but my favorite part of my job is getting to work with trans youth.
That's amazing. They need it, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you again for being here. It's very, very nice to have you on my channel, so thank you. I appreciate it. And hi, Jessie. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks, Samantha. My name is Jessie. I am a professional photographer and author. I have been doing portrait commissions for the past 15 years, and currently I'm working on a national documentary about trans youth, which we'll talk about today. I also do a lot of mentoring for younger trans kids and adults, and I'm excited to, be in conversation with you guys today.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've seen a little bit of your work so far. I mean, I've seen the whole series so far, but a little bit of the work that you did beforehand, and I'm a big fan. It's super, super cute. So like I said in the intro, there's a lot of really, really bad stuff happening in terms of healthcare for trans kids right now and trans people in general. So I really wanted to bring them on and talk about the series that Jessie has done and talk about the work that Rebecca does and just, bring up some trans joy for the trans kids. I feel like they need it. It's crazy right now. Before we dive right into the project, Jesse, can you tell us about the project? Like, what inspired it? Why did you decide to do it? And yeah, how's it been going?
Yeah, of course. So this project called Are You Okay has been my full-time focus for over 2 years. As part of the trans community, I was very concerned about what was happening with the anti-trans bills, starting with the first bathroom bills years ago. And as these laws have gotten more and more aggressive and violent over the years, I decided to see if I could tell a compelling, empathetic story about trans kids with affirming parents in order to educate people about the real harms of these laws. So it's been going wonderfully. It's incredibly difficult work and also incredibly inspiring. I've photographed over 130 kids in more than half the states in the country so far. And, like you mentioned, there's so much horrific news, and these laws are dangerous and concerning. So I'm going around the country asking the kids how they feel about these laws, and more importantly, how they are accessing their strength and their joy, and giving them a platform to speak up and create change. And it's been amazing.
What is the process like getting into the photo shoot? Like, how do you get them to be so strong in these pictures?
There's an immense amount of planning that happens before I get to all these different cities. But, kids and families will reach out to me. They'll hear about the project online or through their PFLAG or through a group they're part of or social media. And when they sign up for a session, I send them a bunch of information about the pros and cons of being part of such a public project. I invite them to really keep in mind that this is social activism. So by the time they show up, they're so ready to speak out. The kids that actually show up are such a small cross section of our trans youth. They are kids that have affirming parents. They are kids that have a desire to speak out and understand that this is how we create political change. So by the time the kids get there, they're excited. I make sure they know who I am and I tell them part of my story. There's a lot of trust building that goes on. But, in a way, I am offering myself as one kind of possibility model, and they're doing the same. They're giving me such hope and love, and it's really wonderful to hear the messages from them and their parents. And it's very healing. In 30 minutes, we make a portrait, I record an interview, and then they go on their way.
I can only imagine how powerful it is to meet with these families and these young people that have been so brave to put themselves out there like that. Like, just reading through the series and just looking at the series and listening to the interviews, like, I started to cry. Like, it's intense what they're going through, and it's really admirable that they're able to be so strong in the face of so much hate. So yeah, thank you for the work that you do. It's really, really powerful, for sure. Like I said, I bawled like several pages looking through this, several of the different galleries. It's intense. Like, there are some young kids in here, for sure, that are like, you read through that, you can hear their voice and their words, and it's like they're kids, they're little kids being attacked by politicians for just being themselves, for just wanting to live their lives in a way that is authentic to them. I'm just so excited to dive into it and share this project with everybody. So yeah, shall we do it?
Sure.
So I know it's probably really, really hard for you to pick favorites, Jesse, but pick a favorite.
I do feel like I've collected these kids as an enormous family now, so I cannot pick favorites. But I will just jump in with one of the kids who I just thought spoke so eloquently, and I really love their portrait, and that's Crow, who I photographed in Tennessee probably a year or two ago. They're 15, and they were so smart and so well spoken. They have 2 moms and a brother that showed up for them, and I'll just share a tiny bit of their story. So Crow says, "It's scary. I don't go out often because I'm disabled and chronically ill, but when I do go out, it's usually in Tennessee, which is where all these bills are being enacted. It affects me personally every day. I'll see all these transphobic signs on the doors and think, man, I just want to pee. I had a little too much to drink at lunch. I just want to go." When they were telling me this, I was laughing. We were laughing about it. But it's, this is real. Our president claims he wants to protect us, and then this stuff happens, and it makes it harder to live as a normal person. And I'll just skip on to what Crow's mom said. They said, "Our house has an open door policy for anyone who needs a safe place to land. It's very well known, and there are queer people who pop in and out and stay for a couple weeks. Whatever they need. It's something that we've always made a point to do, especially for Crow's friends, because they need a lot more support than they get in the community. And now they have a place they can call." That's just a really short section of our interview. But again, I met Crow and their parents outside of a church in Chattanooga, which is a tiny town full of Trump flags and Confederate flags. It's not a welcoming place. And these 2 trans women had bought this church that had closed down and recently turned it into like an LGBTQ center. So when you walked into that church, you could see all the pews, but there was also It was full of rainbow flags and disco balls. And it was beautiful and joyful. And in the bathroom, it was like an old men's room. They had painted floor to ceiling the trans flag all the way throughout the bathroom. So again, it was so joyful and hopeful to see the community coming together in such a dangerous place.
Yeah, I think that people really underestimate the power of those safe spaces, especially in places like that where they're like, it's dangerous to just go outside.
Yes.
You know, having a family member, or even like in Crow's case, a friend's family that accepts you and welcomes you into their house, or like that safe church area that you can go to and just escape the like hell that is outside, is really, really, really important for these young kids. So that's really, really great that they have that. We gotta keep going. I'm gonna cry. Rebecca, your turn.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna start with Steve. So Steve is 14 years old and from Kentucky. And I'll just read a little bit of Steve's story here. So Steve says, I don't like these laws. From the information I've gathered and what I've talked to my parents about, it doesn't sound like they're really supporting the people who are trans or NB or anything in between, gender fluid, all that good stuff. It makes me mad. I wouldn't say I feel hurt, but it definitely hurts the community. It's like they're choking the community, trying to squeeze out people who are non-binary, trans, and gender fluid, trying to restrict who we are just because they don't accept it. When I first heard about the laws, it definitely affected my mental state a little bit, but I've stood my ground and stayed as strong as I can. I have a supportive family, a supportive group of friends online. I'm proud of myself, and I'm not going to be shot down by others' opinions. My voice is louder than theirs.
That is so powerful. I mean, I'm going to keep saying this probably for all of these different kids, but to be 14 years old and say, like, I know who I am, I'm going to stand here, you can't knock me over, like, that's huge.
These kids are so smart. And again, the whole point of this project was to show the world who these kids are, that they're incredibly smart, that these kids know who they are from a very young age, typically, that they're doing their research and they refuse to be shot down, just like Steve says. So for me, it's a social study in that I'm compiling a massive amount of these stories and testimonies and faces so we can show people it's not just Steve. It's not just Crow. It's 130 kids so far that say the exact same thing. And I think that's what's so powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And like, that person was very, very young, 14, you said, right? Mm-hmm. And that's not even the youngest one that you have. Like, I wanted to pick all of them, but one of my favorites, and I know I shouldn't pick favorites because they're all great, but I couldn't help it, was Sunny. Well, it really stood out to me because of what her father said, so I really want to start with that little passage. So he says, when Sunny first started feeling this way, I was hesitant. I thought it was a phase. I was this young bull and I thought I had a boy, but at the same time, I wanted my kid to be happy, and now she's happy. I just had to open my mind a little bit. I think it's important to learn and to listen. My recommendation is to sit down and talk to your kid about what's going on and keep an open mind. Trust me, the pronouns are hard to change, but at the end of the day, it's just words. And that really, really resonated with me. And I feel like it probably resonates with a lot of trans people and a lot of parents of trans kids, because it is a big change. It's a big thing to go through. And it can, for some parents, feel like a bit of a loss. It's not just the trans person that has to transition. It's the whole family and everybody around them that has to transition as well. Maybe it's not as intense for the other people, but it's a process for everybody. And especially for my dad, like he said the same things. He just had a really, really hard time with accepting it and opening his mind. But once he did, and once he was able to see that I was happier after I transitioned and happier with the decisions that I made to transition, he came around and he got the pronouns. It took him a bit. We had like a little pronoun mess up jar where you threw $1 in every time, but he came around and now we have a relationship that's closer than ever. I really never thought I would have a close relationship with my dad. And then after I came out to him and we had these deep conversations and I told him that he can support me or he cannot, and he chose to support me and come around. And since then, like I said, we've just been really, really great. So I think that a lot of parents are capable of a lot more than they think. It's very, very overwhelming at first, but just give it some time. You know, you'll see that they're the same kid afterwards. They're just happier, freer, more social, more open. It's great all around. It's great all around. Also, the segment that her mom said about not being able to, or being afraid of not being able to find healthcare for her kid, that really struck me really, really hard as well, because I've had times where, you know, just like estrogen was on a shortage and I couldn't get it. And my mom was Googling, like, we can get it shipped from Canada. We can get it shipped from all these different places. And it's really sad that parents are going to have to do these crazy, crazy things just to get healthcare for their kids. Because her mother is so right about this. Like, these laws are not going to stop trans people from transitioning. They're not going to stop trans people from being trans or going after the care that they desire. It's going to make it less safe for them. They're going to go to the black market and they're going to do things like they did before any of this was legal. It's the same way that, like, when they outlaw abortion, it's not going to stop abortions from happening. It's just going to stop safe abortions from happening. People are just going to get hurt.
For me, I like to really make sure when I speak about my own experience and also these kids' experience, for me, this is a medical issue. I have hormones that I need, and if I don't have hormones, my body will not make them, and I will die. Right. And it's simple as that. Just like in the AIDS crisis, when people couldn't get medication, they had to get on the black market. Just like people are getting abortions. We need medication. We need safe access to healthcare. And a huge part of this project is, balancing those horrific realities and fears that these parents and kids are going through. Where's my kid going to be safe? A lot of these families are fleeing Florida and Texas and trying to go to a safer place. At the same time, Sunny, who I photographed a couple of years ago, she's just having this amazing life. She does roller derby. She's like this wonderful, happy child. She loves her brother. Like, they're just having a normal life as much as they can. And so it's important to balance those things.
And that's how it should be. That's how these trans kids should get to live. Just not having to worry about, where am I going to get my health care? Like, they're 8 years old. They're 8.
Right. No 8-year-old
crazy.
should have to wonder about that.
No, not at all. And it's crazy that there's such a double standard when it comes to this healthcare for trans kids. Like, puberty blockers have been approved by the FDA for children with precocious puberty since like the 80s or the 90s, like decades ago.
70s. Yeah.
The 70s. Like, it's been happening for a long time now. It's still happening to this day. And yet these anti-trans activists have nothing to say about cis children using these same medicines because it's not about the medicine. It's about the trans person.
On that topic, I just shared this with Rebecca. A screenshot with Rebecca yesterday when I was transcribing some additional stories for this book that I'm working on. And I was listening to an interview I did with this wonderful young woman in Indiana last year. And she was also incredibly smart and was speaking about how she had done all this research and educated herself as a 16 or 17-year-old about fascism and Hitler's rise to power. And her theory, which again, I love when my sitters, whoever I'm photographing, really articulates my experience for me. I think that's sort of the selfishness of a photographer. But she was saying that her theory is that these laws are happening not necessarily to make it harder for access to hormones, but to create a healthcare crisis in our community so that trans people kill themselves and become annihilated in sort of a hands-off way. And that was horrifying to hear, but as a Jew, that rings true for me. And at the same time, that conversation ended with her mom saying, yeah, it was hard in the beginning, but I'm so glad I have a daughter. You just love your kid. We're just gonna keep figuring this out. So as Rebecca has just said, it's unfair for anyone, whether they're 6 or 7 or 17, any trans child or adult, to have to walk through these realities and fight for their existence. But there's so many of us, and I think this is, a way, like we all do on social media, like we all do in other ways, for us to stand up together and point these horrors out, and show our strength.
I can definitely see that, and I would honestly kind of agree. It's really, really scary. And even just to further on that point of Hitler and stuff like that, the first books that they burned were trans books. You know what I mean? It's too real.
And I think people overlook that intersection a lot.
Yes.
Right? It's these stories are not new. It's a different focus this time, but these stories are not new.
Yeah.
And I think, you both just said it, it's people want to overlook the atrocities that are being done to the trans community because, it's too real, it's too scary. Turning our back is convenient. Trans people can't turn their backs, really, but lots of people can. Lots of cisgendered white gay men can, and all kinds of straight people can. But again, we don't reinvent history, it just repeats itself. And so my goal with this project, and the reason why it's so nice to present it with Rebecca, is that we just continue to uplift these stories in a national audience so people can see, again, who's being harmed, who's being sort of pushed out of humanity.
Thank you again. Thank you again for all the work that you guys do. It's very, very important. Rebecca, as somebody that works in the medical field, do you have any advice for people that are going through these medical steps and are afraid of what the future may hold for trans healthcare?
That's a big question. Since I'm not a doctor, I'm not actually prescribing in any capacity, but I do, almost all of my clients are receiving gender affirming medical care specifically, because gender affirming care is actually much broader than just medical care, which also gets overlooked. But there is fear about what will happen and will there be access. And I mean, I know people are stockpiling hormones and trying to plan for the future. I think my advice most often is to try to stay as present as possible, because for young people, it's just too much and too overwhelming to be considering, like for someone who's 8 years old, like that child should be playing outside and hanging out with friends and doing literally anything else than worrying about the future of their healthcare. So I try to put some of that worry and some of that research and needing to gather resources and information on the shoulders of parents and caregivers most often. And that's not an easy role for them either. But I do believe as caregivers, it's part of the responsibility that they hold as someone who's an adult who chose to have a child, or, is caring for a child, that they need to be holding some of that concern and doing some of that, what is ultimately emotional labor.
I agree. To those young trans kids out there that are scared about this kind of stuff, like Rebecca said, try to stay present. It's going to be okay. We're out here fighting for you. People are out here fighting for you, and everything's going to be okay. It'll be okay.
That is a really important point. Like, there are a lot of things that are very scary, and we don't want to gloss over that or pretend that that's not happening, right? There are over 440 anti-trans bills. Like, that's a real and very big number. And on the flip side of that, there are tons of people really doing this work. Like, every day I'm like, oh, thank God Chase Strangio exists. And, people like Erin Reed exist, who are like doing the work. And I could name a million other people, but who are actively in office, in positions of power where they are making changes. And I had the opportunity to work on a rebuttal document for some ACLU attorneys, and it was amazing to watch professionals from all over the country logging on and all contributing to this document. None of us know each other. None of us introduced ourselves. We were just like here for a communal effort because we all do this work and we all care deeply about these kids. And those stories don't get told enough, right? Like, there are happy endings. There are people who care so much and who really are out there fighting every day.
So going off of how scary it is, I mean, I don't want to, continue on how scary it is, but it is very, very scary and real for a lot of people. I wanted to bring up Jules. They're age 23. They're from Florida, which is, yep, it's Florida. It's Florida. We all know what's going on in Florida. Like I said, I just wanted to bring this one up because, again, I feel like it really points out how scary it is for a lot of people in this country right now. So I'll read a little segment from Jules, and then I want to read a segment from her mom as well. So Jules says, one of the reasons my mom told me it was a good idea for me to come to the United States is precisely for safety. For me to be able to be who I am and do what I gotta do without the fear that something's gonna happen to me or someone will harm me. But now I don't know. Where are we safe? Where are we actually going to be okay? It's intense. If you don't know what's going on, Governor Ron DeSantis, I was trying to think of a funny name to call him, but it's not a joke. We're just gonna call him Ron. Has been going on a rampage against trans people, trans minors, literally gender nonconforming people altogether, everybody, not even just the trans and gender nonconforming community, but like Black people, like women, everybody, proposing bills that halt puberty blockers, that halt medicine, HRT to anybody that's using Medicaid, stuff like that. It's just insane. So now 80% of people who are having their HRT, who have been on it for years and years, all of a sudden don't have their prescriptions anymore. People that may have gone through surgery that can't produce any hormones now have no hormones in their bodies, can't get a new prescription for months, and are dealing with the consequences of that. Thankfully, there is some good news. Don't worry, we got some good news for you. Judge Hinkle from Florida, he's like, no, you can't do that. That's not okay. Absolutely not. He said it was clearly discriminatory, unconstitutional, and that it would just not pass. He even argued that, I have a little quote, it says, the state's policy was largely motivated by the plainly illegitimate purposes of disapproving transgender status and discouraging individuals from pursuing their honest gender identities. And he also made a very clear statement saying gender identity is real. Listen to your judge, Ron. I don't know what to say. Like, slay.
How we got to the place where a judge needs to make a statement that gender is real is also like, where are we?
What's going on in the world?
Yeah. So I'm incredibly grateful to Judge Hinkle. And right before we got on to record this, I saw that the bathroom bill passed yesterday in Florida. So it is official that if Jules were to go to the bathroom, she could be arrested and serve, is it a year jail time?
I think it was a year, but again, just like these kids have been telling me and we're reading, it almost seems innocuous, like, oh, if you're caught using the bathroom, you'll get a year of jail time. Some people might think that's not a big deal, but a trans person in jail will get killed. And if they're not killed, they will be so traumatized that they're not going to last. So again, it's like these things almost seem inconsequential to an uneducated outsider, but truly it's a piling on of these making our existence illegal, and it's so harmful. Yeah, not having access to hormones, not being able to use a public restroom, it says so much more than just what's in the confine of those laws. It spreads this enormous message of hate. And I know so many people who have left Florida or trying to leave Florida. And again, a lot of the families that I photographed down there, we just might not be able to leave because they don't have the finances. It's incredibly expensive to uproot yourself. And at the same time, photographing and meeting Jules was like one of the highlights of my trip. When I was in Miami, it was just such a wonderful session. And her mom spoke Portuguese. And I took one semester of Portuguese in college. I was like, I can speak to her. And of course I couldn't, and she laughed at me a lot. She was so kind. And at the very end of the interview, which I don't know if it's part of what I've shared, but she gives this example of when you're a parent, raising a child is like raising a little plant as a baby. And you want to sort of put a mesh around it and protect it and all this stuff, but you have to just let it grow and do its own thing and just be there, just be supportive. And that's such a beautiful analogy.
Yeah, I love that analogy too. I read that exact part in the thing, and she's so true. It's the balance of allowing your child to grow and to do what they need to do for themselves. But I think that they said that they were like the stakes in the ground that they were tied off to. You know what I mean? And you're absolutely right about what you said about the laws not ending with what's written in the actual law. Like, it's a much deeper implication. Like you said, it all feeds together. It's all this coordinated attempt to dehumanize the trans community and to get people to be okay with turning their backs on us. It's what's going on. And like I said, there is people fighting it. There's people working on it. So it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine.
It is. But I would love to see Ron DeSantis not be able to get his Viagra prescription and realize that that is also gender affirming care.
And I'd like to see Ron DeSantis say, I don't have a gender. So
my pronouns are USA.
But you and I talked about the reality that tons of cis folks are receiving gender affirming care every single day, right? People are getting hair removal done. They're getting all kinds of procedures done. They're waltzing into surgery offices and getting whatever they need. And we don't talk about those things as being gender affirming care. But like, I even had what is considered a gender affirming surgery at 17, and no one batted an eye because I had a back issue. And so it was like, well, we got to get rid of these if her back's going to be okay. I should have clarified, I had a breast reduction, but there was no question besides like being young and, you know, if I would continue growing in puberty and all that, but like there were no issues. Health insurance was happy to pay for it. And I was comfortable talking about it, like, because I had to miss work and I had, you know, there was no secrecy about it being this like shameful thing where I was like trying to become my true self. It was just like, this is a procedure that I'm getting done for my health. And that's how gender affirming care should be always.
Yeah, but they've twisted it now to where it's not healthcare anymore. It's not medication for a condition that we have or something. It's become something else. Yeah, that's a great point. And also like, Joe Rogan and people like that are always talking about trans issues. He's on testosterone. He's literally like, my testosterone started going down. So I'm on TRT. I'm like, you're a trans man.
Yeah. How many men juice to get bigger, you know, get calf implants, get facial rejuvenation, or, you know, when I lived in LA, every man I saw looked like a Barbie doll and they could get whatever they wanted.
Right.
But they don't need a doctor's note and a therapist's note in order to get calf implants.
No, and to jump through a million hoops. Right.
And be told they're medically ill and mentally ill.
Right. And that's the strangest part of the reality of my job, is that I am often a person who is writing those letters, who is saying like, yes, this is someone who I deem with my professional experience to be ready for these procedures and to prove that they are medically necessary because they are in fact trans, which in its own way is a ridiculous form of gatekeeping. Even those processes have gotten so much smoother over the years, right? Like if we think comparatively, Jesse, especially like early in your experience, because, you know, you've been around now, having been receiving gender affirming care for decades, you've witnessed the shifts and changes over the years, and where we're moving towards more of an informed consent model, there are definitely going to be people who are up in arms about that, even though I absolutely believe that, like other procedures, parents and kids should be able to make informed decisions with their healthcare providers. We're not handing things out willy-nilly. Like, no one's performing surgery on little kids. I want to be abundantly clear about that. And some of our systems are still deeply flawed and rooted in some really entrenched and systemic oppressive ideas.
And again, this is the double-edged sword of our reality, which is there is progress. You know, the informed consent model is such a step forward versus what it was 20, 30 plus years ago. And it's not perfect. And it's going to take a long time and a lot more sacrifice for things to smooth out. So it's a roller coaster. We kind of have to just hang on. Yeah.
So, I mean, the other wonderful thing about the work that I get to do is I have the privilege of being with my clients in these incredible, like, positive moments also of like, look what happens when this works, right? Like, I have a client whose parents came to me as soon as they came out. They were 12 years old. We got them in to see medical providers. We got them on blockers quickly. They were able to then administer low-dose testosterone and start ramping it up so that they went through the exact same timed puberty as their peers, right? What we would consider developmentally normal. They've had a healthy, happy high school experience. They're in the band. They have a girlfriend, like normal, regular kids stuff. And I feel like so often the depictions that get put out are about these sad kids and they're all in danger and suicidal. And while that is true, there are also lots of happy, strong, like well-rounded kids who are like, because someone listened to me when I said who I was, I'm able to be like in the fullness of who I am starting from such a young age and not have to go through a second puberty, right? We timed that one so it was like single puberty. You're done. And, he'll go to college and he'll be able to decide if he even wants to disclose that he's trans. And there's a lot of safety and privilege in that.
For sure. But I mean, that is like, first of all, jealous of the single puberty. How dare you? That's the goal, right? Just to let people live a happy, normal, quote unquote, normal, typical life. That's what everybody wants. That's what everybody should want for their kids as well. I feel like so many people frame transition around this sad, like awful thing, but I didn't do it because I hated my past self. I did it because I love myself so much that I wanted what was best for me. I wanted to live my life in a way that was true and authentic. So my transition wasn't an act of like hating my old body. It was an act of love. And I feel like that's how it is for so many trans people. And it's just been twisted into this dark thing that it's really not. Jealousy, you get to see all those happy faces and all those, happy stories all the time. Like, I'm gonna set up a little webcam and just like watch them.
I know. Well, maybe we'll invite you to group sometime.
That'd be so fun. Yes, I will be there.
They would be like, Samantha.
Really? Oh my God. That'd be so cute.
Another story that I always want to uplift when Jesse and I share this project is Ralik. He's 20 years old and from Virginia. And here's what he had to say. People meet me and don't see me as a trans guy. So I don't tell them I'm trans. I'm a man. I'm a Black man. And that's all you need to know. When I had bottom surgery, I was more open about being trans because people were curious and I kind of got some backlash. Regardless of what you think is right or what you think God said, I did it. So the God that you're talking about can't be the God I know because I'm here, When it comes to stuff like this, people should just mind their business because we're not bothering nobody.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. That reminds me of that meme from Trixie Mattel. Have you seen it?
Which
the
one?
Interviewer's like, so what do you say to people that are like, God doesn't like drag queens? And Trixie goes, well, God's not real.
Right.
And I am.
God's not real, and I am. So do that with that.
No shame to the religious communities. We were pro-religion, but that's just so true.
It is. She was on it. Mom shared also. I feel a greater responsibility to advocate for things now. We're in the privileged sector of heterosexual, cisgendered, white, educated individuals. So for us to be able to advocate on behalf of the community that Ralik represents, both racially and through his experience as a transgender man, there's definitely an element of protectiveness that comes out that I don't think we've felt before. And I think, as you were talking about earlier, like transition affects the whole family. And I really see it as an opportunity for everyone else in the family to get curious about their own stuff related to gender and sexuality, but also to step up in a role of advocacy because of their connection. And right, that inspires that allyship that we're looking for. I appreciate hearing that from that family.
Yeah, Ralik's family they were so excited to show up for that session in Virginia. And Ralik was one of a handful of kids that I photographed that had been adopted. His family of origin had rejected him after he came out. And he ended up finding this amazing family, became so close with 2 little daughters. And just like we said, Ralik speaks about being angry because there are people that don't support him, but he also spoke about loving his life, loving the fact that he's able to transition. He has this wonderful girlfriend, he has these parents, he has these siblings, and he's powerful and he's spreading that message. And he knows all these kids know why they're showing up. They're not showing up for a vanity portrait. They're showing up to do activism and to help the next trans person in line. And I think, there's such pride, I think, that I can see and hear in Ralik's story and really all of his stories.
So Ralik says, just be you. Forget the people who don't want you to be you. Stop caring so much about them. If you're scared for your safety, learn how to fight. Get some protection, get friends. Safety is in numbers. But never be scared to be you, because whether you die today or 20 years from now, whenever you go, you will want to know that you were happy when you were here. I cry, but I cry for the things that deserve those tears. This doesn't. At the end of the day, we have the most power because we love ourselves. When you have you, you have everything.
That is so nice. Sorry, I'm just taking that in.
When I started doing portraiture years ago, Samantha, I was taught by my mentors that if your client doesn't cry when they see the work, then you haven't worked hard enough. And that's something that I've taken with me my whole life. So when I was doing these joyful, fun, high-end dog portrait commissions, I wanted my clients to be moved to tears. And if they were, which they usually were, I knew that I had done a good job. And I feel the same way about this work. This is emotional, and I want my viewers to be moved and educated. So I appreciate your tears.
Well, F you, kind of, but I understand and I fully agree. It's so powerful.
It is so powerful, and that's why it feels like such an incredible thing to be able to share with people, because most people aren't exposed to these stories, right? We all know and love trans folks or are trans, but your average person can move through their day and move through their world, even though they, statistically speaking, are interacting with trans folks. They just might not know it. This really gives people really intimate sense of who these kids are and who their families are in a way that really shows it's not scary. No one's doing anything wrong. We're not trying to harm anyone. These kids just want to be themselves. And I wish Ron DeSantis had to look at the project. I wish, I wish anyone who was passing a bill really had to sit through and listen to all of these stories. Because if you listen to 130 kids say the same themes over and over again, it has to mean something.
And I feel like that just goes to show how powerful the opposition is and their slandering of the community and dehumanizing of our identities. They've made it seem so demented almost. They've made our community seem so bad, when in reality, it's just about loving yourselves and being true and authentic and just wanting to be happy.
Right. And I think also that's the power and the importance of trans people speaking out and telling our own stories. No, we don't ever owe our story to anybody. I don't believe in coming out. I think I can talk all about why that's just a ridiculous concept. However, there is such power in any marginalized group telling our own story from our own experience. This is not an expose put on by some media company. This is not the New York Times misunderstanding who we are. This is not a cis straight person telling the story. And again, artists, I think we have a responsibility to comment on society. For me, this is different. And this is part of why I wanted to do this project, because there's a lot of journalism, not enough, but some journalism being done, some commentary being done about our community, but it is not leading with empathy. It's politicizing, it's misunderstanding. I think that's part of the power of this project, is letting our community speak for itself.
And I think that true form of accurate, honest representation you're providing in this series is so important. Like Rebecca said, not a lot of people know trans people. I think GLAAD did a survey, and I think they said like 70% of people in the US don't know somebody personally that's trans. So they're getting all of their information from media, from outlets like the New York Times and Washington Post and Daily Wire, like these awful, awful things, when in reality, like these stories are as real as it gets. So yeah, I wish I could just throw this at the face of New York Times and plaster it everywhere. Like, it's so great. Just have to say, the little tidbit about like learning to fight and protecting yourself, I don't want to say it, but
I know.
girls, strap up. Like, let's go. I'm not kidding. Like,
no, that's real.
I'm a big proponent of self-protection. There's been a lot of kids, whether they're young or in their 20s, who speak about we have to protect ourselves. There's one wonderful kid that I photographed in South Dakota. He was probably like 11 or 12, and his parents were people of faith. And the kid said something about he had been harassed. He was being bullied a lot. And one day he ended up like pushing this kid over. I don't think he punched him, but like almost. And his mom yelled at him, and then his dad got him ice cream, and then to say, good job protecting yourself. And then his mom was like, you know what, the gloves are off. You got to protect yourself no matter what. So it's just a reality.
right. My dad said the same thing. Like, I have to be clear, we're not promoting violence, okay? That's not what's happening here. But self-defense is a very different concept. And like I was about to say, my dad said when I was younger, you give them 3 chances, they keep picking on you, they keep nudging at you, they keep bullying you. You have to defend yourself. You know, you have to protect yourself. Especially in these times where people like just hate people. Just hate trans people, gender non-conforming, LGBT people in general. Like, there's so much unjustified hatred that people will do crazy things, and you need to be safe.
Yeah, and we're not here to be walked on. You know, these kids are kind and well-spoken, and they're also, you know, they're not here to accept hatred. And we shouldn't have to do that. So I'm going to share a little bit of Ash's story. I met Ash in Laramie, Wyoming. Laramie has obviously a very dark but powerful history for, you know, the queer community. And I met 2 kids when I was in Laramie. They were both friends, Mike, who was younger, and Ash, who's 17. And they carpooled from a couple hours away into Laramie to meet me. Ash is a non-binary teenager. They work with the HRC as an ambassador. They do a lot of public speaking. And I'll read a little bit about Ash. So Ash said, I get mixed feelings about these laws. There's a part of me that gets hurt by them because I know what it feels like to be a trans kid in a Republican state. But I also get angry because I see who's making the bills, and I can see that they're not looking at the effects it's going to have on trans youth. It's affecting lead planning for the future. I'm an athlete. I want to go to college somewhere. I can still play soccer, but now I have to think about where I'll be allowed to play sports because of my identity, because of who I am as a human being. I'm faced with rejection for something that I can't control. And Ash says, it's okay to not know who you are yet. You can come out multiple times. You can try different things. There's time to evolve. You can't be expected as a young person to know exactly who you are without looking into it and looking into yourself. You're not alone. Once you're ready to take a step out, there'll be people to hold you. Even if the people you love and care about won't be there, there will be someone that will step up and hold you when you need it. I mean, I've read these stories a million times, and they still make me emotional. You know, in all these towns, I am typically meeting people outside because I want the natural light, and I want this project to be imbued with a sense of, you know, that we're meeting in a destined kind of way. We're behind a building. We're at a park. You know, we're sort of in these secretive places just to add one extra layer of backstory. So I met Ash in sort of the middle of this park, and when their dad came up, their dad's kind of this like big Wyoming gruff looking man, and I was a little intimidated. And he came up with some real dad energy, and I was like, oh no, how am I going to get this guy to open up to me? But I shook his hand and looked in his eyes, and I did what I always do, I told Ash's family a bit about me, and he immediately opened up, you know, because he understood that I was like his kid and that I was here to support him and his kid. And he, you know, spoke so eloquently just about loving your kid. Again, in a state as red as Wyoming, our community is there. And there's parents who will love their kids, even in these sort of scarier places.
I always love hearing stories of like dads that may not look like your typical supportive parent. Not that, you know, we don't like stereotypes, but y'all know what I mean. I love that when they just really surprise you and just be really, really warm and receptive to the story and the journey. So that's really, really inspirational. I'm sure it's really powerful for a lot of parents out there too, you know, that may not necessarily get it, maybe in a red state where all their neighbors and their friends may not like it, may even be against it, but to see that there's parents in these red states that are supportive and are creating little bubbles of safety for their kids. It's that possibility model. And I also love how a bunch of the people that I like how you call them sitters, the people that came and sat for your series. I like that they always want to share like a little bit of advice for other people as well, because it is a scary thing to go through and it's very, very isolating. Yeah, it kind of sucks you are like in this state and like what's going on here, but I made it. Don't worry, you can experiment with your identity. You can try all these different things. It's so cool. It's so cool hearing from real life people.
In the interview, it's always the exact same questions I ask, pretty much. And the last question I always ask the kids and then the parents is, what's your message to the next trans person in line? So I'm inviting them intentionally to give not only advice, but to give a message of hope. That's what I want them to do. Some of the questions they have to really think about, but when I ask that question, without skipping a beat, they know exactly what they want to say. And they all have this powerful message of hope. And for kids, there's so many kids that would never participate in this project. It's too public, it's too scary, they don't have the support. But my hope is that they can see this when it's going to be a book, it's traveling as an exhibit, it's online. They can see it and they can get these messages of hope for free. You don't have to pay a therapist, which we all should have therapists. You don't have to go to the doctor. You don't have to find the right group. Here's a free message of hope from 130 kids. So.
Right, and even like I get messages all the time, like on my channel, on my social media platforms from young trans people, from young people that are exploring their identities that don't know what to do. They don't know how to bring it up to their parents. They don't know how to, explain it to their parents. And I think that this is going to be a really good resource for them to say, hey mom, like I am feeling something. This is what I'm going through. Here's this series. Here's this project that I think that would really, really help you. I think that my parents watched the Barbara Walters documentary with the young trans kids from like 20 years ago.
Of course.
Yeah, they watched that one and it was really, really meaningful and very transformative for them. And I think that this is going to be one of those resources for a long, long time. So I'm so grateful and I'm so excited and I'm really, really glad that this exists.
Thanks.
I do want to ask you guys one like final question before we go. What is your favorite thing about doing this work? For Jessie, your favorite thing about the series, your favorite thing about meeting with these people? And I know you've mentioned a lot of really, really great things so far and things that you love about the series, but what's something that maybe you didn't expect that you would have liked or you didn't expect that you would have gotten from the series, or just anything? And then the same thing for you, Rebecca. What's your favorite part about the work that you do, and maybe what's something that surprised you that you didn't expect? I'm just curious.
It's a hard question, but I will say one thing I did not expect when I started this project was that it would be so healing, that I would be creating a space of healing unintentionally for myself first as a selfish artist, and someone who didn't have parents who were supportive from day one as a child. It was so healing for me to over and over and over again hear parents love their kid while I was recording them, while I was 2 feet away from them. So I could sort of absorb that message, and it's been very healing for me. And I also hoped would happen with this project is that I would create something powerful enough to put into the world to create good and to be of service. And I didn't realize that these kids wanted to be of service as much as I did. My hope is that this does reach lots of people, kids and parents, and gives them some kind of hope and support and path to survival. And I think that's what's happening, but it does surprise me still. Every day I look at this project and work on it, I'm still surprised at what I've done. And that's, I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, I've said it a million times, but you've definitely succeeded in your wish for the series. Amazing. I'm a huge fan.
So in terms of my clinical work, it feels like just such an incredible honor to have people trust me to be a part of their journey of becoming, and to get to be a part of all the moments that go together to make that possible. And then also getting to witness parents really showing up, even when they're confused or have conflicting ideas or values. And within a handful of sessions, they're in a place that's completely different than where we started. And much like your dad, as you described, or some of the parents we've heard from, they just needed a little bit of education and support for them to really show up and love their kid. And so it's deeply meaningful to get to be a part of that process. And then I am forever grateful to be able to present this project with Jessie. I feel like everything kind of just came together in the timelines of our work, that we were able to share this with folks together and bring each of our perspectives. And be able to tell stories that are otherwise often not shared. I could go on and on and on, but I love this project. And every time I get to see other people moved by the project, I feel like I'm moved by it all over again. Like every time I read their stories or like watching you, like I'm like, oh, Samantha's like having a moment.
You're like, here we go again.
Yes, but it has that impact every single time. So it's just incredible to get to be a part of that.
Thank you so much for saying that about parents as well, because I feel like for some parents it can be a bit intimidating going into these sessions with their trans kid, and they have all these, prejudice maybe, and they're not the most educated. Maybe they feel like they don't belong in those sessions. But it's okay to meet your kid and their therapist wherever you are. Whatever you come to the table with is okay. We'll bring you along. We'll teach you. We'll get you there. It's just about the effort. And so, yeah, I appreciate you saying that.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much for being on my channel today. Thank you for sharing this series. Thank you for the work that you do. I feel like I just want to give you guys a hug or something. One day, eventually, we will all meet in person and it'll be a celebration. A bunch of joy.
I look forward to it.
So for people that are excited to watch and listen and read this series, how can they support the series?
Yeah, so there is a website, which is ruokportraits.com. There is a handful of portraits and stories and recordings that you can look at. You can read more about me and why this project's happening. You can support the project. It's all donation based. You can find a bunch of resources for kids and families. You can hire Rebecca and I to come speak to your school, conference, DEI group. And you can also book a session and see where I'll be traveling.
Thank you so much. And Rebecca, how can people support you? Where can they find you?
Folks can find me at genderspecialist.com. I have a newsletter for parents and families that's full of resources. I keep a blog. I have a page on curated ways to protect trans youth. So there's lots there to explore, and some coming out guides. Like if you're scared to talk to your parents or you're a parent and you don't know what to do, I've got you covered. And otherwise, I am active on Instagram and would love to have folks find me in any of those places.
All right, all their links and stuff will be right down below. So it's literally right there. Just click on it. But yeah, this has been so much fun. I mean, it's always fun talking with people that are in this field as well and do the same kind of work. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. So that's going to be it for this video, you guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy it, give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to support Rebecca and Jesse. And yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Maybe you should rethink what you're saying and what you're doing, because you're not making
Alright, so I'm hitting a little roadblock here. It just has some oats and it's delicious.
This movie is literally about us. I hope to God there's trans people, and I hope to God there's LGBT and gay people all in the movie. I hope it's the only people you see. Truly, I really don't care. Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Now, the Barbie movie has dropped. Who's excited? I am. I can't wait to see it. I'm wearing pink to celebrate, duh. So the new Barbie has dropped, and she's trans. I mean, there is a trans Barbie in there. The new Barbie movie with Margot Robbie and Ryan Reynolds and a whole bunch of famous people has recently dropped. I have not seen it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Have you? Have you seen it? Who's seen it? Let me know down below. Since the movie came out, there has been some criticisms. I mean, not like actual ones, but if there's one thing that you can rely on in this social media culture, it's that someone's gonna try to cancel you. Someone's gonna be pissed about what you're doing. Someone's probably gonna say that you're indoctrinating children. Someone's gonna say that you are sexualizing the youth, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes it's true. Not here. Maybe if I had a little bit more red lipstick on, it was a little smeared. You know what I'm talking about? That was my best Miranda impression. Sorry, we don't have to talk about that. Conservatives on Twitter, well, I wouldn't even say conservatives. These are like the very extreme, I'll just say extreme people that have been coming up with articles like this. This article from Fox News, which I don't even know if we're gonna read this one or go like right to the source. But this one says, Barbie film forgets core audience in favor of trans agenda and gender themes. Christian movie site warns. I'm gonna go right to the source. The source, the original article says, warning, warning, don't take your daughter to Barbie. Now, if I had just seen this headline, I would have thought that, maybe there was like nudity in it. Maybe somebody got killed. Maybe Barbie got her head cut off. But that's not the case. I'm like, Barbie had a sex change? But wait, doesn't she not have genitals? She's just flat there. She's already flat. She doesn't need no snipping. But no, none of that has happened. At least to my knowledge. Like I said, I have not seen the movie yet. But I'm still curious, you know? Like, I need to know what happened. I'm all about the transgender. I'm all about gender themes. It sounds good to me, so I need to know the tea. There was a trans Barbie in the film, so if you're unfamiliar with, like, the promos or anything like that, all the girls in this Barbie land are named Barbie and all the boys are named Ken, so there's like 20 different Barbies, you know what I'm saying? And yes, there was a trans Barbie. There was. Yes. I don't think she was openly trans in the film, but she is trans. Like, the actress herself is trans. For today's video, we are going to dive into this Christian movie site, see what the drama is, see what the issue is, and cancel Barbie. I mean, she's gotta go. I'm just kidding. Margot, I love you so much. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed and you would like to be, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. You guys like my shirt? Do you hear that? A little ASMR? Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep as up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Twitch that I stream video games on every single week. So definitely make sure to follow me on Twitch and come hang out when I stream. It's so much fun. I typically stream on Thursday night at 6. So be there or be square. Be there or be frickin' transgender Barbie. But yeah, with no further ado, bring out the Barbies. So I just want to start this video that I found from Kent Christmas. Kent Christmas is a Christian preacher who, in this video, is talking about the new Barbie movie, and let's take a look. Go ahead, play the clip.
I curse in the name of the Lord this new Barbie movie that has been released full of transsexual and transgender and homosexuality.
Okay, the transsexual? Not the transsexual. Babe, there's no... First of all, I wish there were some transsexuals. We need some representation in the Barbie world. We are the original dolls. You get it? Because like a slang term for trans women is dolls. This movie is literally about us. I hope to God there's trans people, and I hope to God there's LGBT and gay people all in the movie. I hope it's the only people you see. Truly, I really don't care. Doesn't Barbie have like a gay best friend? What's his name? Alan? Is it Alan? Look at him. You're gonna tell me that's not a homosexual.
I'm homosexual.
With that shirt, girl. I mean, I'm just kidding. Boys can wear whatever kind of shirts they want. It doesn't make them gay, but babe, he's Ken's buddy. That's what they describe him as. Ken's buddy. Some buddy he is. Little buddy. Cut that out. I'm sorry, I can't say that. Oh my god, he's been going. From 1964 to 2014, they've had a gay best friend. I'm just kidding. I don't think he's ever been outwardly gay, but oh my god, it says that he married Barbie's best friend Midge. No, that's a beard. I don't trust it. I'm pretty sure he's in the movie played by Michael Cera, so shout out to Michael Cera. We love a little gay Ken doll. Anyways, let's get back to the clip.
In the name of the Lord, make God loose a holy judgment. Hallelujah. Go ahead and write in all that you want. What's happened is the church has been so intimidated and so silent that we're afraid to stand up and declare, thus saith the Lord.
You're gonna claim that you've been silenced? You are loud as hell. You are screaming up on that stage, my friend. Screaming. Lower the volume and then maybe you can talk to me about being silenced, but this narrative of the churches have been so intimidated, they don't stand up for people anymore. Maybe some churches are just like not crazy like you, sir. And I would even argue that maybe like a good percentage, if not like at least half, I mean, I have no idea what the percentages are, but I would say a good amount of churches are LGBTQ friendly. I used to canvass for the Yes on 3 campaign, which is like a campaign in Massachusetts to protect public access rights for trans people. There's a fly in here. Oh my God, I need a Barbie fly swatter. But like I was saying, I canvassed a lot and we would have to get like centers where we could all meet. And a lot of times churches were the ones that volunteered their spaces. So the whole narrative that churches aren't LGBTQ friendly is just not accurate. It's just a very specific section of them. So yeah, stay intimidated. So like I said, this article from movieguide.org has been going viral. At least the coverage of this article from Fox News has been going viral. And we just have to dive into it because like I said, I need to know the tea. I need to know if Barbie's freaking getting a sex change in the movie or what's the deal. The article is titled, "Warning, Don't Take Your Daughter to Barbie." And it says, the new Barbie movie forgets its core audience of families and children while catering to nostalgic adults and pushing lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender character stories. Slay! Frickin' slay, Barbie! I wish. To make an appealing movie, executives must define their audience. For Barbie, there was a built-in audience of little girls and merchandise for the movie. I mean, yeah, duh, little girls obviously do play with Barbies, but I mean, Margot Robbie has done an interview saying that this movie was made for everyone. And I know that's very much so like a PR response to get people to watch the movie. But I mean, like, my friends threw a whole birthday party and got a whole bunch of people together and went and celebrated their birthday party at the Barbie premiere. And then a different friend group that I have, we also made plans to go see the Barbie movie. So to say that it's just little kids going to see this movie, it's just not accurate. Like, it's just factually incorrect. And also, what core audience are we talking about here? Huh? Like, who are you talking about? Hasn't Mattel always been LGBTQ friendly? Hasn't Barbie always been a little... I'm just kidding. But like, wait, hold on. Mattel literally released this a couple years ago. It's Laverne Cox. That's a transsexual. Fun fact, I have 2 of these. One's still in the box and one I play with. I made a little hairbrush for her. She's so cute. Oop. Yep, that's a woman, girl. I'm just kidding. Genitals don't define your gender. Just join me for the rest of the episode. Okay, she's gonna stay right here. Barbie is just... I can't. You gotta go, girl. Barbie has always been LGBT friendly. Like, that's just how it is. You wanna know how I know that Barbie is LGBT friendly? Because look what they freaking sent me, bitch. I got this giant ass box in the mail. They're like, can we send you something for the Barbie premiere? And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. I get this giant ass box in the mail. Should we open it? They sent me Barbie the album on record. I don't have a record player though. I'm gonna have to buy one just for this. A little Barbie hat. A Kodak Printomatic. And it's in pink. Oh my god, I love pink. A Barbie frisbee, that's for Miss Birdie. There's a Barbie towel in here. Let's go to the beach. Beach Barbie, here I go. I'm the beach Barbie now. There's also some t-shirts, a sweatshirt, and a little Barbie tote bag for the beach as well. So yeah, it's so cute. And also, like, she's everything. He's just Ken. And then it's a little Barbie car. How cute! Anyway, sorry. I just had to show you guys that. Sorry. Like I said, Alan's been around since '64. Granted, he's not out and like he has like a beard and everything, but this is not new for Mattel. It's just not. The article goes on to talk about how the movie promotes LGBTQ characters and that Warner Bros. Is losing money because of this, blah, blah, blah. I haven't looked at the box office numbers and compared them to, you know, other movies that were pro-family value, but a super majority of Americans support equal rights for the LGBTQ community. Additionally, the majority of Americans also think that companies should be supportive of LGBT people and that representation is important. So movieguide.org, you're just incorrect. Like, you're incorrect. I'm pretty sure that Warner Bros. Has done their research to see whether or not this will be profitable or not. I mean, maybe they have, maybe they just don't care. They're just that trans right, blah, 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 but I don't think that's the case. But now, core audience aside, even if Barbie was strictly for the good Christian women out there, there really just isn't that much promotion of the LGBTQ community. Like, that's just not what's happening here. Ari Knapp is the trans woman that is Barbie in the film. Like I said, she's not like the main Barbie, she's not Margot Robbie, but she is a Barbie. She's a Dr. Barbie, how fun. She actually said herself that she doesn't exactly see this as a example of trans representation. She says that she wasn't cast to be a trans Barbie. In fact, when she was cast, they didn't even know that she was trans. I love this quote. She said, Barbies are Barbies. They're not human women. They're dolls. They don't have genitalia, which like slay. Yes, we are dolls. She said, it's probably positive for Mattel to include me in this because we're trying to show all different kinds of Barbies, but that's not why I got the role. I got the role because I fit the role. To be honest, I don't look much different in the movie than the Barbies that I had when I was a kid. And personally, I love the idea of trans women playing roles that weren't written for trans people. So often trans people are playing like the trans character, which is great, you know what I mean? We love accurate representation that is actually played by a trans person, but at the same time, we're more than just trans. We can play other roles. And so the fact that she was hired just to play, you know, another Barbie, just to be another one of the girls, if you will, is really, really cool to me. I think that's amazing. That is where, at least in my opinion, like that's the goal. You know what I mean? To just have trans women living their lives, getting roles for movies that they are interested in just because they're qualified to do so. Not getting the roles just because they're trans or just for the representation points, blah, 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 even if there even was representation points. I just love it. I love it so much. So despite Hari Nef not being, you know, a trans Barbie and it not being an explicit representation of a trans woman, she says that there still is an important message for trans women or trans people. Nef says, I think as a trans girl, it's easy to get caught up in big dreams of what you'll become. And it's inevitable that you'll get struck down by external messages and obstacles of what you'll never be and what you won't be able to do. You're caught constantly between striving for perfection and recoiling from rejection. It's hard. As much as there's a celebration of femininity and being a girl, I think there's also an encouragement of letting go of the checklist we ascribe to living and living your life and being in your body your way on your own terms. The best thing that we can do as women, as trans women, is be there for each other and take ourselves at face value without relying on the green light from someone or anyone else. Oh, I'm gonna freaking cry. Well said, Arina. Well said. I'm so excited to see this movie. I feel like Barbie has always been like that strong, independent woman, and I know that there's going to be strong themes of that throughout the movie, so I can't wait. It's going to be so good. What do you guys think of the trans Barbie? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Do you think that it should have been played by a cis woman? Do you think it should have been played by an actual Barbie? If anything, I can't say it. I can't. I'll say it. If anything, trans women are... I can't. No, I can't. Forget it. Just imagine what I was going to say there. But yeah, you guys, that is pretty much it for this video, so thank you so much for watching. If you did like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye everyone. Bye. He's even written a book. A book, yes, literally a book. In the 2 months that he's detransitioned, he wrote a book already titled Gender Madness. But even just from this brief description, I can already tell you that it's going to be a bunch of anti-trans dogma. And it frames it in a way that would make the reader think that Ollie himself was a victim of this gender madness, when in reality, he wasn't. And it is just like absurd to consider him an expert on the discourse or even experienced in gender affirming care. It's not out yet, but I do look forward to reading it. It's gonna be so good. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Everybody grab your pitchforks, grab your torches, because Ollie London is back. Boo! Can we get some boos in the chat? Boos in the chat. Yes, Ollie London, the famous trans Korean, the famous trans K-pop star, has officially come out as not trans. Surprise, surprise. I know, everybody is so surprised that he's not actually trans. Not just not transgender, but he's no longer transracial either. Thank God. However, he's just as bad as before, if not worse, to be honest. I don't even use Twitter that much anymore, but I see him all over the place, literally, mostly on Twitter, because, you know, that's where all the transphobes are, but all the time I see things from this dude, and I'm like, can you shut up? Like, just zip it. Shut up! Like this tweet, the ultimate goal of the trans community is not simply to exist. It's to erase women, mutilate children, sexualize kids, take away free speech, class pedophilia as an identity, remove parental rights, indoctrinate kids, violence to obtain goals. That was a freaking mouthful. I'm surprised he can even say that with all the work he's done on his face. I figured it was just frozen by now, but it's not. So I wish it was. I wish it was. He's... Yes, he is officially detransitioned. I say detransitioned in quotes because he was never trans, like, let's just be real. But he's detransitioned and has been going on this transphobic talk show spree to spew a bunch of transphobic rhetoric and, I mean, basically just lie to everybody. I recently saw him on the H3 podcast with Ethan Klein, and it was amazing. It was so good. In my opinion, Ethan is not even like a debate bro, like a debate person, but it was so good.
I'm really interested in your journey from you identified as a trans woman, right? And then you kind of found God and pivoted to becoming a white British Christian man. Is that, do I have the synopsis correct?
Yeah, it sounds complicated, but yes, so I'm back to being myself now and like finally found happiness.
Okay. Are you pro gay rights?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm part of the LGBT community. I support people. My issue is just what's happening to children and also the erosion of women's rights. Unfortunately, the trans movement has been hijacked by a small but growing group of trans activists, which are basically pushing kind of an erosion of women's rights. So my issue is with trans activists and not actual trans people.
I like that video. Thumbs up on that video, you know what I mean? And now I don't want to sit here and go point by point by point on everything that Ollie has said because I don't care. I care, I guess, yeah, but like it's Ollie London. I really don't think that many people are taking him seriously. I more so want to focus today's video on detransitioning, specifically how the anti-trans movement is literally indoctrinating detransitioners to work for them, to advocate for their anti-trans beliefs. Because honestly, it's really sad, and I truly do just feel bad for these people. Not Ollie London, though. Not him. No, he's the one I don't feel bad for. So yeah, for today's video, we're going to talk about Ollie's transition, or should I say detransition, from a trans activist to an anti-trans activist. And I'm also going to talk about how the right wing facilitates this transition and kind of like routinely does this. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Twitch channel that I stream video games on every single week, so definitely come check me out on Twitch. We have a lot of fun over there. I love chit-chatting with you guys, so definitely come check it out. And yeah, with no further ado, let's get into the grift. Let's get into it. So a couple years ago, I made a video on Ollie London when he first came out as transracial, trans-Korean, if you will. And in that video, I basically talked about how, like, no, you can't be transracial. That's not a thing. No, we're not doing this. Cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Deadass. To me, it was a very transparent attempt to just get attention at the expense of the trans and non-binary community. They had no concern for the implications of their actions, you know, how it would affect actual trans and non-binary people. They perpetuated false stereotypes of the trans community. They perpetuated false analogies between the transracial and the transgender communities. And overall, it was just really, really bad. Like, equating a transracial identity to a transgender identity is not only like just wrong, like it's a false comparison, it's invalid. Your race is inherited from your parents and your gender identity is unique to you. So they're just not the same. And so for somebody to come on and claim to be non-binary and claim to be transracial was, in my opinion, very irresponsible and tone deaf. But we're done with that conversation for now. Thank God. If you want to hear more of my thoughts on the trans-Korean versus transgender little topic, you can watch my video from a couple of years ago. But now Ollie has taken a new direction. He's taken a hard turn and has a new gift that they bestowed upon the world. A detransition arc and an anti-trans grift. I mean, I showed you guys this tweet in my intro. This tweet has since been deleted, but I mean, you can't hide from me, girl. I got you. Ollie tweeted out on April 30th of this year, which was probably like 3 weeks after they detransitioned. They said the ultimate goal of the trans movement is not simply to exist. The goal is to erase women, mutilate children, sexualize kids, take away free speech, class pedophilia as an identity, remove parental rights, indoctrinate kids, and they're willing to use violence to obtain these goals. Lots of claims, lots of accusations. So quickly we'll just go over what all of these are referring to because a lot of this is dog whistling, and if you're not in the conversation, you might not understand what he's referring to. So let's just go over it really, really quickly. The first one, erasing women, is referring to trans women in sports. They say that if a trans woman is allowed to compete against cisgender women, it will erase all the hard work that women have done and they will no longer be able to get awards and they'll no longer be able to win. False. It's just not true. I don't want to like make the arguments for all of these things. I do have a bunch of videos on my channel where I talk about almost all of these different arguments, but we'll just go super quick. Trans women have been allowed to compete in sports for years now, and they have by no means erased cisgender women. That's just not true. Mutilate children. By this one, he's referring to the surgeries that they're performing on infants when they say that they're transgender. This doesn't happen. No trans child is having any sort of gender affirming surgery. It's just not happening. It's a lie. Bisexualized kids, they're referring to drag queens and the whole narrative surrounding drag right now that claims that drag is sexualizing kids by allowing them to watch drag performances or, you know, like drag story time or something. I don't know. Weird. By take away free speech, he's referring to how people, especially people in the trans community, will call people out on their bullshit. Like, for example, with J.K. Rowling, her cancellation or her getting backlash from her transphobic tweets and her transphobic actions is, in their opinion, taking away J.K. Rowling's freedom of speech. I feel like this is kind of silly to even say, silly to argue, but nobody took away her free speech. She's a billionaire. She's fine. Class pedophilia as an identity. This is referring to minor attracted people who the right wing came up with to try to, you know, make the LGBT community seem like they're allowing pedophiles into the community. We are not. At least, you know, as your freaking trans cult leader, we're not inviting pedophiles. It's not happening. No. Remove parental rights. That basically means allow children a safe space to express their identity, which honestly, I mean, if that is considered removing parental rights, I'm all for it. I'm kidding. I stand with parental rights, of course. The irony with this one is that when these children do go for gender affirming care, like therapy sessions or, you know, maybe even puberty blockers, that is a parent expressing their right to access evidence-based care. By indoctrinate kids, he's referring to LGBT books in schools and how, you know, if we read an LGBT book to a kid and say gay in school, they're all gonna come out gay and trans, blah, blah, blah. See, it's just silly. It's just silly. And the last one, violence to obtain their goals. You're darn tootin', Ollie. You're darn tootin'. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't condone violence. Needless to say, he has been going off, saying the most transphobic, I'll just say it, transphobic things, none of which being based in reality. It was all a lie. Guys, it was all a lie. She lied. And he's doing this because this is his new way of gaining attention. This is his new way of getting his name in the news. It's the same exact situation as before, where he pretended to be trans-Korean and pretended to be non-binary to get attention from the LGBT community, to get attention from these news media outlets that were claiming that the trans community was going crazy, and now they're allowing people to transition their frickin' race. Nope. We don't support that here on the Samantha Lux channel. Now, detransition is a very, very important topic, and I fully support detransitioners. I fully support them getting the help and the healthcare that they deserve. I fully support people who detransition having support from the LGBT community, as well as from medical professionals, and I truly hope that healthcare for detrans individuals improves, because right now it's not great. It's a very specific situation to be in, and their care should be specialized to resemble that and adequately care for their health challenges. And it is very important to have these conversations in a mature, informed manner. Ollie is not the man for the job, and unfortunately he has become a major spokesperson for the detrans community and for this anti-trans community as a whole. He's now the spokesperson for Caitlyn Jenner's first PCA, whose explicit goal is to quote-unquote keep boys out of women's sports. Who's talking about boys? I thought we were talking about trans girls in sports. Oh, you're being transphobic. Oh, okay, got it. Apparently Ollie is trans athletic as well as trans Korean, because I do not remember him participating in a sport that would qualify him to have any opinion on the matter. Maybe I have trans amnesia. He's appeared on anti-trans broadcast networks like Fox, like Megyn Kelly, like the one with Piers Morgan, all of which are known for their very pro-trans positions, of course, of course. He's even written a book, yes, literally a book. In the 2 months that he's detransitioned, he wrote a book already, titled Gender Madness, that's described, let's read a little description real quick. It's described as giving an intimate look into what led Ollie London to want to become a quote-unquote Korean woman, and how he overcame his battle to become an advocate for the millions. What? Millions, girl. Get a grip. Millions of young people who question their own identity. He recently publicly announced he had detransitioned and is living as a male again, and has since become an outspoken activist for children and women's rights, appearing regularly on blah 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 blah, to campaign against gender-affirming surgery in teenagers. It's not out yet, but I do look forward to reading it. It's gonna be so good. But even just from this brief description, I can already tell you that it's gonna be a bunch of anti-trans dogma disguised as self-revelations and finding God and escaping the evil brainwashing cult that is the trans community. Got me good, gal. I sure am. Give me your brain, let me wash it for you. The description says he's campaigning against gender-affirming surgery in teenagers, and it frames it in a way that would make the reader think that Ollie himself was a victim of this gender madness, when in reality, he wasn't. He had extreme plastic surgery, extreme cosmetic surgery at the age of 30 years old to look like a Korean pop star. Not even a Korean woman, Jimin, who is a boy. But now he's claiming that it was facial feminization surgery and he was transitioning to a Korean woman, when in the video that he posted himself about his procedures, he says it was to appear more like Jimin and more Korean. So just not at all what he's claiming it is now. And it is just absurd to consider him an expert on the discourse or even experienced in gender-affirming care. He was never a trans kid that needed this care, which, by the way, for a child, gender-affirming care consists of a name change, like a wardrobe change. There's no medical interventions whatsoever. And even those older trans kids, after they hit puberty and they do go under puberty blockers, those are extremely, extremely rare cases. There was a study done that calculated the number of trans minors that went on to have puberty blockers or, hormone replacement therapy. So the study says that from 2017 to 2021, out of a sample of roughly 40 million patients, 4,780 patients had initiated hormone blockers. 4,000 out of 40 million. Do you want me to tell you the little percentage that is? I'll tell you, I calculated it. It is 0.001%. 0.001% of that whole 40 million people ages 6 through 17 have gone on to start puberty blockers. And yet the description of this book is claiming that he's saving millions of children, millions of them that are going on to get this care. 0.001%. These anti-trans activists just lie about the numbers. Either that or they don't care about the numbers, which is why would you want to trust the numbers? Why would you want to trust data? And yet, despite the very, very low number of people that go on to receive these puberty blockers, Ollie and the groups that support him, like Gays Against Groomers, sorry, they're just ridiculous, but him and these groups have actively fought to ban this healthcare for trans kids, despite the overwhelming evidence that links gender-affirming care to a decrease in anxiety, a decrease in depression, a decrease in suicidality, and quality of life. Because who wants that, right? Who wants kids to have less depression, less anxiety, less of a chance of offing themselves and having a better life? Let's campaign against that. Let's fight against that. Ollie has also claimed that drag is a form of grooming, regardless of what the setting is, you know what I mean? Like drag story hour, where the drag queen queens reading like the rainbow fish, that's sexualizing kids. It's not allowed.
Straight to jail.
Says all. I mean, I support the rainbow fish. Straight to the library for me. And now, like I said, we can get into each and every one of all these claims and debunk them all, but I have videos on all of it. I don't want to waste your time. I'm not going to waste my time going through all of these because they're absurd and the majority of people just realize that they're absurd. And I think that most of my audience is very, very aware of those facts. I think that a lot of my audience is very aware of the reality of these positions, that trans kids aren't having surgeries, that drag queens are not grooming children, that TikTok is not indoctrinating the youth into this LGBTQ cult. And if they were, I am pissed that I didn't get an invite because it sounds like a great time. I think most of us know that, right? And if you don't know it, check out my other videos, do a quick Google search. I don't know what to tell you. I think the more important conversation to have today is about the anti-trans movement using detransitioners to push their political agenda. I see it constantly, and I'm sure as viewers of my channel, you've seen like the Epic Times documentary that loves to play ads on my channel. That documentary features multiple young people who have recently detransitioned, who are now sitting in front of a camera and warning other people about the harm that was done to them by the trans cult. I want to first reiterate that people who detransition deserve help. They deserve love. They deserve support and acceptance from not only the trans community, but from everybody. And I would fight for that support and that care for them. People who detransition deserve safety and professional help for the medical trauma that they've experienced. What they don't need is to be recruited by anti-trans activists and anti-trans organizations to relive their trauma again and again and again, using language specifically curated by these anti-trans leaders to demonize gender-affirming care, to demonize doctors that provide gender-affirming care, and ultimately get this healthcare banned. The people who detransition that are recruited by these anti-trans movements are gaslit into thinking that they're helping young, vulnerable children, but they're not. They're getting healthcare shipped away from people who need it, from the 99% of trans youth that need this care and never end up regretting it. The people who have been shown to greatly benefit from this care, the people that claim that it saved their lives, they're taking this healthcare away from them. These people who detransition are so often brainwashed by these anti-trans activists who claim to be fighting for them and protecting them and being a safe haven for them, when in reality, these anti-trans leaders would throw a detransitioner to the wolves if it meant advancing their campaigns. If somebody really cared about you as a detransitioner, they would not media train you and send you across the country on an anti-trans campaign to relive your trauma time after time after time, most of the time literally like months after you've detransitioned. They wouldn't do this to you. They'd help you get the care that you deserve, the care that you need, which, by the way, will become harder to access if gender-affirming care is banned, which is the goal of the anti-trans community. Gender-affirming care is gender-affirming care for everybody, whether you are transitioning to a gender that you were not assigned at birth or back to your gender assigned at birth. It's all gender-affirming care. And if it's outlawed for trans people, you can bet your bottom dollar that you as a person that is detransitioning have a much, much harder time accessing that care. I am so tired of seeing this happen to people over and over and over again. I cannot imagine detransitioning as something that is easy to go through, something that is fun to go through, something that is not a traumatic experience. This discourse, this discussion, this political battle that it has become is not the place for detransitioners. And that's not me saying you shouldn't be here because you're, making it more hard for us. You're making it more difficult for the trans people, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying that as somebody who is legitimately concerned for the well-being of detransitioning people. This is not what's going to help you. Anti-trans activists are only concerned with advancing their own agendas, and a lot of times it's at the expense of people who are detransitioning. This is really only one layer of how evil anti-trans people can be. I don't know, like, can somebody from TikTok or like YouTube or something like do something? Actually, I don't really think he posts much on like YouTube or anything. I think it's mostly Twitter. Daddy Elon's got his back. Alright, you guys, that is pretty much it for this video. If you are somebody that is detransitioning, first of all, I hope that you're okay. Know that I will always support you. Just because you're not trans, you don't identify as trans anymore, doesn't mean I want to kick you out of the club or anything like that. I truly, truly hope that things get better. Please, please be careful who you allow to tell your story, because I know that a lot of these people who detransition and go on to talk about their experiences in these ways, I know that they have the best intentions, but the organizations and the people and the groups that are using your story do not have those same intentions. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching. I love you, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone.
Maybe you should rethink what you're saying and what you're doing, because you're not making any friends. You're making a whole lot of enemies.
No, she doesn't want to be my friend.
I have a uterus, I have those chromosomes, and I'm not a woman. You are a woman.
You are a woman.
If somebody had a gun to my head and said, spell croissants, I'd be dead.
R.I.P. Anyways, hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. So, my favorite kind of video to film on this channel is, of course, laughing at the ridiculous homophobes, transphobes, misogynists, all the different phobes, just make for great comedy here on my channel, and I feel like I'm never gonna get over it. But I was thinking back and I realized it's been quite a minute since I have gone onto the transphobic side of TikTok, pulled a few of my favorites, and made a reaction video for you guys. When I first started making videos like this, like reacting to trans memes and reacting to anti-trans TikToks and stuff like that, the conversation was a lot more civil. I feel like in the last year or 2 years, it's really escalated into, it's just a bit more intense now, you know what I mean? The conversations are harsher, people are a lot meaner, and the transphobia is not just like, you're a man, it's like, I'm gonna kill you and your family. Okay, I'm joking, it's not always like that, but that's what it feels like, okay? Recently, the transphobic TikToks that I have been personally seeing on my little For You page are the ones that have cisgender women. Yes, I'm gonna call you cisgender. You're cisgender, girl. It's the ones of those cisgender women, the biological women, the real natural females, pretty much crying about how trans women are stealing periods from them or something. I thought you guys didn't like periods. I thought you wanted to get rid of them. Like, I'll gladly take them from you. Others of them are concerned about some drawing app. I don't know. Apparently somebody's like erasing women from their fucking doodle. I don't know. There's just been a lot. There's been a lot. You know what I mean? And instead of making a serious video about these TikToks, I mean, it's TikTok. I don't want to. I want to just giggle at them because they're ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, I want to just giggle at them because they're funny to me. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay? I have about 10, 11, I can't count. I'm just a transsexual. I don't know. Like 10, 12, 15, maybe 30. I don't know. I have a bunch of TikToks saved here on my phone that we're going to be watching and giggling at together. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Let's do it. I post the videos here on my channel every single week. So if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do so right now. Go ahead. Also, while I wait, how do you guys feel about content that is not necessarily trans-centered? I feel like I've made a lot of my content very much based around the trans community, based around trans topics, which I love. You know, I love being a trans activist, and I'm definitely going to continue to do so. But how do you feel about commentary videos on other topics? Let me know. Let me know your thoughts. Also, are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And of course, I also have a Twitch. I play video games on Twitch all the time. Last time I wore a little wig. It was super cute. So if you like video games, if you like chit-chatting, if you want to just hang out, you know, chat live, follow me on Twitch. We can do that. It's super fun. But yeah, with no further ado, let's go ahead and get into some of these TikToks, shall we? Okay, so the first one literally doesn't even have to do with the topics that I mentioned in the intro, but I think it's a good one to start with, so we're gonna do it.
We've all got a lot of decisions to make.
If you don't know Miss Beth Cooper, she has a channel, like a show or something, on the Daily Wire network, which is the network that Ben Shapiro's on, Matt Walsh is on, all those lovely individuals. And she's dropping a new product. Let's see what it is.
I'm going to make one decision a lot easier. When you're craving chocolate, there's a...
It's kind of funny because they're anti people like Samantha here, but Brett Cooper's whole career is being a gender swap version of Ben Shapiro. So I'm like, wow, the far right literally got a thing for trans people that they got a girl that looks like Ben Shapiro to promote their anti-trans candy bar because that's the reason she did it is because Hershey did an ad with a trans person and it led to Jeremy Boring doing it doing a anti-trans commercial. And also that's why she's playing Snow White. Anti-Disney. That's all she does is anytime the far right want to get back at the left, they get their pick me girl Brett Cooper. That's all she is. She has no talent. No, I'm serious. Brett Cooper has no talent. She is talentless, but the far right thinks she is because she's a pick me girl that will say anything the far right wants her to say. She has no opinion. She's just some freaking hoe. That's what Brett Cooper is a hoe. She's a hoe. Her whole career is being a hoe because no one respects her as a person.
Only Jeremy's chocolate. And there are only two options. She, her, and he, him. One of them has nuts.
That's it? That's all you got? Nut or no nut? What about caramel? What about white chocolate? What about I'm blanking here, but there's so many more options. That's the funniest fucking part is that she's like, there's only two options when it comes to chocolate. When in reality, there's an infinite number of chocolates that are out there, like different combinations, different mixtures, different formulas, everything like that. Like it's funny, you know what I mean? They're like, there's only two genders. When in reality, like, it's not that simple. Personally, when I'm thinking about buying a chocolate bar and like considering eating the chocolate bar, I don't really want to think about men's nuts. Like, that's just me. Maybe you do, girl. But I have seen many a man's nuts. I don't want to see any more man's nuts. That's all. I'm good. I'm going for the she, her, nutless Jeremy's chocolate. No, I'm not. I'm going for a nice Cadbury Carmela or like those little mini Cadbury eggs. Oh, so good.
You notice that trans men don't go back and forth with natural born men, but trans women want to go back and forth with natural born, not no damn cis.
You tell him, not the cis.
Natural born women about silly, goofy stuff like having a damn period. Wow, okay, you want to be bleeding and having cramps. I hate periods.
Deadass, like, I'm good. No, I'm all set. You can keep them. They're all yours, my friend. Where's my period? Let me just throw it back to you. I don't know when this whole debate about if trans women have periods or not started, and I don't want to be, like, insensitive to the period having trans people. Personally, I mean, I'll just say it. I don't have no period, girl. I don't have a uterus. I don't bleed. None of that. But also, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, you can't possibly have a period. You are a man that wants to be a woman. You could never experience bleeding like I bleed. Your body don't cramp like this one, girl. My thing is like, I'm good. I don't want a period. You can keep the period. And if I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't want to offend any trans women period havers. But I don't think that trans women get periods. There's no uterus. There's nothing like that. I don't bleed every month. Just had to think a little bit. Definitely don't. Are there some people that may experience like hormonal fluctuations due to being on estrogen? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't fucking know the science behind it, but you could probably experience period like symptoms from your hormones, but say that you have a period, it's just not accurate. But at the same time, like I'm saying, I'm not gonna go and be like, no, you don't have a period. I'm the only one with a period. Let them live their period having fantasy. If they want to bleed, let them. It's just weird. Like, she's so mad. She's like, these trans women just want to fight about periods. Girl, you're the one that made a TikTok. You're the one that's crying about people having periods or not having periods. And also, it's just like, it's kind of weird that these cis women, yeah, I said cis, I'm so sorry, that these cisgender women are so defensive about them being the only ones that have periods. Like, do you want a freaking trophy? Do you want like a ribbon or something? No shade, like nothing like that. It's just, this thing, it's just weird. I don't know, it's weird.
If you want to have it, baby, have it. And it always want to start when you trying to get you some. Unless it's really light and you spotting. Some men don't care, but let them tell it. They're sweeping down. They don't do that shit. They be lying. And I'm referring to Just Hilarious responding to the transgender woman talking about we gatekeeping periods and being women. Baby, look, if they want to call themselves women, cool, let them do that. We know what it is. They're men trying to be women, respectfully, and we're naturally born women.
Respectfully? She said, you're a man, respectfully. You got a dick and hairy balls, respectfully.
But let's not do this whole thing about facts. And not all of them do it, but too many do this whole back and forth because they're trying to confuse you on their bullshit. And to me, it's all an agenda, even when it comes to people just living alternative lifestyles in general, some of them. But after we done told you to stop calling us cis, fish, or whatever, but then you...
She's confused. Homegirl's confused. She said, you call us cis, fish, whatever you call it. No. We're the fish. I'm the fish. You are a cisgender. A breeder, if you will. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Am I? No, I am. Next.
As a trans woman, I don't feel comfortable sharing the bathroom with TERFs. And if you don't know what TERFs stand,
I have... Oh my god, it's our girl Kelly. Hi, Kelly.
Like the easiest fix to this. If you are genuinely uncomfortable using the restroom with biological women who don't feel comfortable with trans women who haven't fully transitioned, you could use like the male's restroom. And it just eliminates all your worries and all your problems. You know, all your cute little first world problems. It just eliminates those.
First world problems. Yeah, like being victimized and attacked in a bathroom. First world problems, am I right? I've seen a few videos by this girl. She just is mad. She's just upset. A trans woman took her man. Something happened. There's drama. I know. There's some sort of drama here. I don't know what it is. I would like to find out. I will be contacting her people. But like, do you see the way that they argue? They say, I am perfectly okay with a trans woman who was transitioned under the age of 12 and a half, who has been on hormones for at least 4.3 years, who has fully transitioned, who has shaved their face and is wearing Dior foundation. Like, girl, if it's all of those different steps that somebody has to qualify for you to be okay with them, you're just transphobic. You're just transphobic. That doesn't mean they can get a little check mark. Ding! You're transphobic. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm transphobic too. Hate the transies. I hate them.
You to try and stop me from going into a women's bathroom.
Breathe, girl, breathe.
The world just seems to be getting madder and madder by the day. See, I've been off TikTok for 7 or 8 months now, and I'm just catching up on all of this transgender identity debate. And it's clear to me now that
He said, I went away for 6 months and the transgenders have taken over and I can't escape, and now they're all over my TikTok For You page. You can delete the app.
the far left are just as bad.
In fact, please do delete the app. Please, we don't want you there. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You're more than welcome to be there.
As right-wing extremists. And I'm finding that as a gay man, a proud gay man, I'm no longer wanting my G in the LGBTQI+. And that's a sad thing.
That's a sad thing, babe. Bye. See ya. You wanna go? Then don't let the door hit ya, girl. And fix your frickin' beer. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We don't judge people based off their looks.
I'm no longer wanting my G in the LGBTQI+. And that's a sad thing. And this whole question around what is a woman? And in all of this madness, I feel the most for biological women who now have to defend their right as a woman.
I have the right to be a woman. I have the right to be a woman. Like, no, the trans people have taken that from you. You don't. Your rights have been abolished, Miss Girl. I mean, sir. This man fully has no idea what's going on. He said, I heard people are mad at the transgenders, and I also don't like the transgenders, so let's just, let's hop on our little tickle talk and make a little tickle talk.
Biological women have always had to fight a front on equality against biological men, but now we have biological men who identify as women telling biological women that they're not women. It's just...
Who said that? What? Like, genuinely, sir, who told you that? Yeah, trans women have fully claimed the word woman. Cisgender women are now just cisgenders. It's a noun. You look up woman in the dictionary, it's a doll. It's a doll.
It's madness. Utter madness.
No, it's not madness, it's a doll.
It seems to me that it's coming down to two arguments. And one argument is science and one argument is belief. And in my mind, when you pair those two together, science is going to trump what you believe.
Then tell us the science, sir. Tell us the science. Break it down, why don't you? Science clarifies that gender and sex are different, no matter how you feel.
But I truly don't understand why we can't just identify as who we are, which is...
Slay, why can't I identify as who I am? A trans woman. Like, I'm just bored of this one. This one's boring. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Can we go to the next one?
I'm done. We're not boycotting Bud Light and Nike because they are backing the gays or the LGBTQ.
We are not backing them because they are backing the gays. I don't think that's what she said, but that's what I heard.
That's not what we're upset about. You want to know what we're upset about? The fact that they put a woman, in quotes, because she's not, as the spokesperson for stuff that has no clue what it's like to be a woman. Because here's what I'm going to say.
Are we talking about the Nike one? The Nike thing or the Bud Light thing? Bud Light's supposed to be only for women now? Nike's supposed to be only for women? You're losing me. You're losing me, sis. Get it, sis? Cisgender?
You go to their TikTok page, February of 20...
Yeah, if you don't know who they're talking about Dylan. Dylan Mulvaney, yes.
22, they were a they, them. In March, they decided to transition to a woman. And their very first day as a woman is a cracked joke. And if you don't get the joke, then you're not paying attention. Because if it was any other man that said those things, they would be hung out to dry. But because it's a trans woman, it's...
I hate to break it to you, girl, but men have been saying that for a very long time and have not been hung out to dry. Like, who are you hanging out to dry? Where are the men hanging out to dry? They're wet. They're moist. They have not dried whatsoever.
It's acceptable. I'm sorry. I've spent my whole life being a woman. I've spent my whole life...
Me too.
Working hard to prove that I can do anything and everything that you say I can't. I spent my teen years walking around fearful that what I wore was going to get me attacked. I spent my 20s in bars with my hand over a drink so it didn't get roofied. You don't know what it's like to be a woman. You think that because a year ago you started taking estrogen, now you're a woman. No, you're not a woman. Until you walk a mile in any woman's shoes, you are not a woman.
Babe, you want to see my blisters? I've walked many a while in your shoes, girl. Taller ones. Taller heels, in fact. This is actually a perfect illustration of how misogyny does actually affect trans women. Do you think that trans people, specifically trans women, don't have to be afraid for their safety when they walk outside? You think that young trans women in bars and stuff like that don't have to worry about their drinks getting spiked? Because I did.
And here's another thing. The LGBTQ and trans community has a lot of the rights that they have because of us biological women, and you're trying to wipe us out.
She's just saying stuff now. She's just making things up. Where's the source? Who? Tell me. Huh? Tell me. Tell me which biological cisgender woman got us our rights. Because if I'm remembering correctly, if you check your notes back to the Lavender Scare or whatever the it was called, this woman abandoned lesbians. This woman abandoned the LGBT community because it made them look bad. You don't know your history, girl.
So excuse us while we step back and go, no, not happening. You done pissed off a whole lot of people. And if you don't like it, maybe you should rethink what you're saying and what you're doing, because you're not making any friends. You're making a whole lot of enemies.
No, she doesn't want to be my friend. Wait, is she talking to me or Nike? Anyways. Girl, nobody wants to be your friend anyways, okay? No F's given about your feelings. That's her username, if you were curious. I like that filter, though. What filter is that? Filter are you using, babe?
Also, it's not everyone that gets pregnant is women.
Yes, they are. You have to have a uterus and you need to have a vagina too.
You are biologically female. That's not.
Why does she say vagina like that? She says it like with an F. Vagina. Vagina. Like, it's a V. The.
Female, that's not the same thing as being a woman, but I already know your views on that.
You have a uterus and you have XX chromosomes.
You are a woman.
Who's that? Why is she chiming in? Shut her up. Somebody get that microphone away from that woman.
You are a woman.
I have a uterus, I have those chromosomes, and I'm not a woman.
You are a woman.
You are a woman. You are a surgeon. They may be a woman, but those earrings are atrocious. They're actually kind of cute, but you're gross, so.
I'm biologically female, but I'm not a woman.
I'm sorry you are confused, but you are a woman.
I'm
sorry people aren't telling you the truth. I think this is fundamentally a major...
Fundamentally? Girl, I think the only fundamental problem in our society is people not knowing how to talk and then talking on a stage. Damn.
There is fundamental truth. There is male and there is female and there has always been male. When you die and someone digs you up in the earth, they will say, yep, that was a human female.
Oh my goodness. See, they just don't understand. They just don't get it. They're like, I hear you. I understand you're saying gender and sex are different, but you have the sex of a female and you are a woman. And then you can just tell there's like no thoughts. They're just, yeah, that's her. It's either willful ignorance or stupidity or, no, those are the options. Yeah, and that lipstick is not your color.
If somebody had a gun to my head and said, spell croissants, I'd be dead.
R.I.P. Anyways. First of all, I love the audio. That's a great TikTok audio. I need to find that one. Now, we've talked about the Blair White effect before and how trans people will like literally go against other trans people to be accepted by conservatives, blah, blah, blah. We get that, right? This is what I like to call the Pearl effect. We'll call it the Pearl effect. Like, just Pearly things, you know her? That girl just says the craziest shit she can think of. I swear. She doesn't believe a single thing that she says. She just says the most ridiculous, controversial, clickable things that she can possibly think of and then puts them out there because she knows it makes her money, it gets her attention, it gets her clout, whatever. whatever. That's what this is. And that's what a lot of these TikTokers are. You know, the young cisgender women that are going on rampages about how trans women are taking away what it means to be a woman, and they're ruining it, and they're delusional and crazy and dumb and blah blah blah. Sometimes maybe they have some legitimate concerns, but most of the time it's just like craziness like this, where they know that they'll get a following for saying crazy shit like this against trans people. Transgenders are fighting for their rights and are oppressed when they're the most privileged and protected community out there. You really think that? Because if you really think that, there's nowhere we can go from this. Like, that's just crazy.
I don't care what people identify as. I have always respect what you want to be called. But the minute you call me a cisgender woman, bleeder, birthing person, chest feeder.
Okay, I don't know if you'll be able to hear the audio on this one, so basically it's like, but the minute that you call me a cisgender woman, bleeder, birthing person, or chest feeder, it's like, you don't know who you're messing with, I'm gonna beat your ass. Super cute and feminine and womanly behavior, I must say. It's just so funny. Like, imagine being this upset over a Latin prefix that was invented like in hundreds of years ago. It's just not new. It's not a new thing. We didn't make it up to like demean naturally born women. It's just the term that corresponds to trans. So yeah, you guys are weird for that. The bleeder one I get that one. I wouldn't want to be called a bleeder either, but I mean, you guys are the ones that are like, give me back my periods. I am the bleeder. I'm the only one that can bleed. Birthing person, again, I understand. I wouldn't want to be called that either. Chest feeder, I understand. I wouldn't want to be called that either. But again, these are not terms that are being applied to individuals. Nobody's calling you that, girl. Nobody. These are medical or legal terms that are used to describe the entire community of people that it's affecting. Oh my god, my dog is, I almost said my bird, because that's her name, Birdie. She is barking away down there. I don't know, I think it's kind of funny when people are fighting fights that just aren't being there. You know what I mean? They're just out there in the battlefield just swinging, and there's nobody there. Like, where are these trans people calling you chest feeders, bleeders, and birthing people? Like, I do that in my little friend group chat, but I'm not gonna say it to your face. It's not that crazy. Keep swinging though, girl. You disrespect that invisible entity in your kitchen, and we're the crazy ones. Okay, you guys, I think that's pretty much it for this fun little reaction video. I did have some other TikToks that I found, but honestly, there were a lot of the same, like, just cisgender women going off about things that just, I mean, really aren't real. And I don't want to say that these things aren't happening. It's not a real issue. Like, stop complaining about nothing that's happening, because these are concerns that people are legitimately having. So in all seriousness, I know I've been making jokes this whole time, but nobody is trying to take away what it means to be a woman. Nobody wants to call you terms that you are not comfortable with. And as a trans women do not get periods. I'm so sorry. I don't know why people are upset about that one though. That was like one of my favorite parts about transitioning. I get to be a girl without the period. Duh. But okay, guys, if you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. If you guys want to see more fun little reaction videos like this, not too serious, not too intense, just some giggles, let me know down below. Like I said, I post new videos every single week, so make sure to subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone. He's even written a book. A book, yes, literally a book. He's even written a book. A book, yes, literally a book. In the 2 months that he's detransitioned, he wrote. Girl dinner, girl dinner. The beginning was pretty much just girls documenting that release of that nutritional effort. That haunts us all, I swear to God. Girl dinner was a way for women to say, you know what, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. This is what we're having for dinner. It's what I like, and this is what we're doing. Girl dinner is a middle finger to diet culture. Instead of girl dinner evolving to become less and less food, let's focus on allowing ourselves to sometimes indulge in the foods that bring us joy. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. So, girl dinner has taken over the internet. At least my internet. Like, it is all over my For You page. I saw it in the news yesterday. Like, what? How did a trend that promotes eating disorders, that promotes eating water for dinner, become so viral? I do not know. What I do know is that this girl dinner trend is exposing a very, very dark reality for a lot of young women in this country and around the world, I guess. And personally, I think it's actually a very, very good example of how easily toxic patterns or toxic behaviors, I'll say, can spread throughout young communities. We'll get into it. We'll get into that. Don't worry. We'll get into it. So girl dinner is a TikTok trend, or a TikTok audio, I guess you would say. Girl dinner. Girl dinner. I don't know if that's how it actually sounds, I forget. But it's a trend that started over on TikTok with people, showing off their favorite girl dinner meals, which largely consisted of, charcuterie boards or like mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. Fun, girly meals that girls like. Duh. I love mac and cheese and chicken nuggets, so I guess I'm a real girl. A real woman. Take that, transphobes. However, girl dinner did not stop there. Nope. Girl dinner has escalated and kind of twisted into a very, very dark, problematic thing, and I want to talk about it. Oh, also I'm blonde. I forgot to mention that I'm blonde. I post new videos twice a week on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do so right now. Go ahead. Oh wait, go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And I have a Twitch channel that I play video games on every single week. I put on fun little wigs and I play video games and chit chat with you guys. It's a lot of fun. So definitely check the link down below for the link to my Twitch. Come hang out. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, with no further ado, bon appetit. Let's get into some girl dinner. So this girl dinner transformation, this girl dinner arc, I'll say, has 3 parts, okay? The first is the beginning, which is where we're gonna start. A great place to start at the beginning. I'm so smart. And this is a phase that I like to refer to as girly dinner. Girly dinner. The second phase of the transformation of girl dinner is the transformation and rebellion arc. Sounds so serious, so dramatic. I like to refer to this phase as girls dinner. Yeah, not girly dinner, but girls dinner. I'll explain the difference when we get there, don't worry. And then the final form of this girl dinner is the exposure phase. And this is what I refer to as the metaphorical girls dinner. Okay, you like my girl dinner titles? Yeah! Okay, cool. Anyways, let's get into it. So, in the beginning, girl dinner, I don't know exactly when it started, but it started with this TikTok.
That's my ideal meal. This is my dinner. I call this girl dinner.
Girl dinner. So as you can see from the TikTok, the girls I don't know why they were complaining about bread and cheese. It's my favorite meal. This is what I call girl dinner. It was just cute, you know what I mean? It was this girl talking about how sometimes she will not prepare a full meal. She'll just grab her favorite snacks, her favorite little sides or whatever, pull them all together, eat all that, and then that will be her dinner for the day. It's not a new thing at all. I mean, the term girl dinner is new, but snack dinners and stuff like that it's a very common thing. But when it started, girl dinner was all about, fun, snack-based dinners. There was no cooking, no planning, no prep time. It was just pull what you have, take your favorite stuff, let's munch and crunch, Girl dinner was pretty much anything you would consider a comfort food. And in my opinion, in my interpretation, the beginning was pretty much just girls documenting that release of that nutritional effort. You know what I'm saying? The nutritional effort that haunts us all, I swear to God. And by nutritional effort, I mean, planning out a meal so thoughtfully that it includes this much protein, this much carbs, this much dairy, this much that, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? It's been pretty much hardwired into our brains that you have to have a certain amount of nutrients per meal, blah, blah, blah. And it's just a lot of effort, it's a lot. So in my opinion, girl dinner was just you know what, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll get back at our meal plans tomorrow. Tonight, we're gonna have some snacks, we're just gonna eat some food and just vibe. It was all about the vibes. This quote, I think it's from CNN. This quote says, "Normally, I'd feel a little guilty about buying these ingredients for myself, but for a snack dinner, there's inherent permission to eat what brings you joy." And that's why I love the first rendition of girl dinner. It was just about vibes, it was just, these foods make me feel good, and so therefore I'm going to eat them. Even Popeyes, the fast food chain, the giant corporation Popeyes, created a limited time meal called Girl Dinner, which consisted of solely sides and breads and stuff like that. You could pick your favorite sides, and that was your girl dinner. Super cute, This phase of girl dinner, I am all about. I'm a full supporter of this phase of girl dinner that really just says F you to diet culture. That's my favorite phase, you know what I mean? And I feel that honestly perfectly brings us our second phase of this girl dinner arc, the transformation and rebellion stage. So at some point, I'm not exactly sure when, but girl dinner transitioned from being these elaborate charcuterie boards and these fun decked out meals with all these fun sides and stuff like that. It became a bit different. We started seeing videos like this.
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner.
Girl dinner! Girl dinner! Girl dinner! Girl dinner! And now before we get into the transformative aspect of this portion of the arc, I want to talk about rebellion. Because I do think that this sense of rebellion has a lot to do with, girl dinner. It sounds so funny, but it's true. A lot of people interpreted girl dinner to be this active fighting back against this expectation that's placed on women to cook for their husbands, to cook for their families, and prepare these perfectly balanced, well-portioned out meals, blah, blah, blah. Girl dinner was a way for women to say, you know what, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. This is what we're having for dinner. It's what I like, and this is what we're doing. These expectations that women are fighting against were likely put in place during around like the nuclear family time, which if you're unfamiliar, the nuclear family is an outdated family model that ascribes all of the housework, cooking, cleaning, childcare, all of that kind of stuff to the wife, and ascribes, you know, the working, like going out to a job, to the husband. Of course, this model is no longer feasible. Most families cannot survive on a single income, especially if they have children, nor do all women want to fulfill this role. You know, that should be the end of the story. But despite it no longer being feasible and no longer being what women want, this is still a very largely held expectation of women. In the 70s, when this nuclear family model was more prominent, they did some studies and it was shown that women were doing about 26 hours of housework per week, while husbands were doing about 6 hours. Yeah, 6. Now, this has changed a lot since the 70s. Thank God. Like, Jesus Christ, thank God. 26 hours a week? Oh my God. Newer studies show that women do about 17 hours of housework a week, while men do about 13 hours of housework per week, which is, you know, it's not perfectly balanced, but it's getting there. It's much, much, much better, okay? It's getting there. We won't talk about how the number of hours of housework goes up substantially for women once they get married, but that's a different conversation. So all of that being said, Girl Dinner is a celebration of that change. No longer are women feeling the pressure to have these perfectly balanced meals, hot and fresh, awaiting their husband's return and approval. Girl Dinner is a highlighting of that shift from cooking meals to accommodate your husband, to cooking meals and preparing food because you enjoy that food. I think that Girl Dinner is also a form of rebellion in the way that it allows young women to actively fight back against the diet culture that we are all drowning in. Every other online ad that I see is an ad for weight loss green juice or the carnivore keto water diet or Ozempic, which if you don't know, Ozempic is a type 2 diabetes medication that is on a shortage right now because so many people are using it off-label to lose weight. What? Women are constantly surrounded by messaging telling us what to eat, what not to eat, what to wear, how to look better, how to get skinnier, all of which are either consciously or subconsciously dictating what we allow ourselves to eat. I mean, this happens to men too. It's not just women, but I mean, I would say it affects women more, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Girl Dinner is a middle finger to diet culture, to skinny culture. It's about having food because you enjoy it and letting go of the need to be thin or create these perfectly healthy meals. I'm all in favor for being healthy and supplying your body with the nutrients that it needs. However, it's a balance. You know what I mean? There's a balance to it. You'll likely not want to have Girl Dinner every night for the rest of your life because you might become malnourished. You know, it's just, that could happen. But you're not going to die or fail society if you once in a while indulge in your favorite snacks for dinner. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. And if it's not, that's fine too. Like, life is too short to eat lettuce every day. It's too short. I mean, unless that's your vibe. If you like lettuce every day, you go for it, girl. So, I mean, considering what we've spoken about so far, you may be thinking, now, Samantha, what's the issue with Girl Dinner then? Why are you saying it's this dark, twisted thing? Because honestly, I do think that it is highlighting a massive problem in our society, and that is the glorification of, trigger warning, eating disorders. Yeah, glorifying it. The first videos that I ever saw about Girl Dinner were not the charcuterie boards and the mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. I would have been all about that, I swear. The first ones that I saw were the videos of girls eating string cheese and almonds or like peanut butter in bed for their girl dinner. Things that admittedly do make for great snacks. We love peanut butter. We stand peanut butter. But they are just simply not enough for an adult meal at all. Like, I'm sitting here watching the video and I'm like, that's your dinner? That's it? My nutritionist would not be proud of that. My dietitian would be very upset with me if I showed him that dinner. I don't know how many of you were on Tumblr way back in the day, but these small meals, these aesthetic small meals were frequently spread around Tumblr. And it actually led a lot of people into developing an eating disorder. They'd be scrolling on their Tumblr, right? They would see very, very thin people. They would see how little they could get away with eating. And again, either consciously or subconsciously, they would recognize that as advice. A lot of times not even realizing that the person that posted these photos, the person that posted these very small meals, were suffering from an eating disorder themselves. I believe the same is potentially true for this TikTok trend. The second phase of this Girl Dinner arc is called transformation, because we saw the transformation from these elaborate charcuterie boards and fun meals like mac and cheese and chicken nuggets into girl dinners that consisted of maybe like olives and cheese and crackers, or like a cheese stick and some fruit and bread or something. Things that are not substantial meals for adults to be eating. And honestly, it might not even be the fault of these TikTok creators that are sharing these itty bitty meals because they're victims of diet culture as well. I refer to this phase as girls' dinner because instead of the girly dinner that we saw in phase one, which was like this celebration of girly foods and charcuterie and blah, 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 the second phase is real girls' dinners. Like, this is what girls are actually eating. A cheese stick and fruit, cheese and crackers, like, just people are actually eating that as a dinner and thinking that it is an adequate dinner. They've been led to believe that these snacks qualify as meal replacements by other ill individuals and are now unknowingly spreading restrictive eating like a disease. These videos, though problematic on their own, led into the final phase of the girl dinner arc, and which arguably is the most problematic of them all. The final phase of this arc is the exposure phase, in which we see how much damage has really been done by diet culture. I refer to this phase as the metaphorical girls' dinner because a lot of it, I will admit, is likely comedy. It's sarcasm. The meals that are featured during this final arc are comedic meals that are mocking the lack of nutrition from the second arc's videos. However, it's also very, very emblematic of the effects that diet culture has had on an entire generation of women. We see girl dinners like nicotine and weed, like a Red Bull, like a glass of ice, like people pouring water into their mouths. Like I get it, it's sarcasm. It's like, what I'm having for dinner, this is my girl's dinner, just a Red Bull, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like this has been a narrative for a while. People joke all the time on TikTok that their breakfast is like an iced coffee and a dab pen. It's the same kind of narrative, you know, it's designed to be a joke, but it's also exposing a very real problem. Like, yes, some of these people that are posting these videos may not actually just be having Red Bull and their dab pen for breakfast, but a lot of people are. A lot of people legitimately are. Like, these may be intended to be jokes, but there could be real life consequences. It can lead to the normalization of not eating enough. You know, the more that you see somebody not eating enough online, the more that you might think that it's okay for yourself to not eat enough. You might not even think that it's not enough. You might just think that it's a normal portion. Like, if you see 30 videos of a girl eating string cheese for dinner, you might think that it's okay to eat string cheese for dinner. I even saw a TikTok of a young woman making girl dinner before going out drinking, joking about how little she consumed before going out and drinking liquor, which I genuinely, truly, please God, I really, really hope that I do not have to explicitly say that it is dangerous to drink without eating a meal. That don't do that. And like, I know, like, my audience is smart. We're gonna see it and be like,
well, yeah, if I saw somebody eating that, I wouldn't eat that. Like, duh, like, obviously that's not enough, but...
We're not the only ones on the internet. There are people that are younger than us that may not understand it's a joke, but also, media affects us all, whether we realize it or not. You can say, yeah, that's ridiculous, but your subconscious doesn't think it's ridiculous. Your subconscious sees it and just keeps on rolling, you know what I mean? And honestly, it's not as obvious as you would think. Like, back in 2011, I think it was, there was this whole craze of this phenomenon called drunkorexia, where girls would skip meals or restrict themselves at meals so that they could consume more calories of alcohol, or so that they would get drunker from the alcohol that they did drink. People are not as smart as you would think. People, they're not smart. But also, it's not just not being smart, it's like a sickness. Eating disorders are a legitimate sickness. And honestly, when you have that sickness or even a predisposition to that sickness, a Red Bull and Cheez-Its for breakfast might not sound that crazy. I want to make it very clear, Red Bull and Cheez-Its are not a good breakfast. Great snacks! Great snacks! Any time of the day, great snack, but you need more nutrients, okay? Thank you. I personally would like to start a petition to make girl dinner evolve in the other direction. The other direction? This way? That way? I don't know. The other one. Instead of girl dinner evolving to become less and less food, let's focus on allowing ourselves to sometimes indulge in the foods that bring us joy. Isn't that what girl dinner was supposed to be all about? Alright, you guys, that is pretty much it for this video. I hope you guys like my blonde hair. That's all I have to say. Just kidding. In all seriousness, I know that girl dinner is fun. I'm gonna sing girl dinner, the song, for the rest of my life. Girl dinner. Girl dinner. I'm gonna make girl dinner jokes all the time, but I just think it's an important conversation to talk about, to be aware of, because I don't think that people realize how impactful diet culture really is on the way that we interact with other people and the way that we interact with trends on TikTok even. But okay, you guys, if you like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. I'm gonna go make some girl dinner. You should too. Bye, everyone.
You're gonna boss me around, Gwen Stacy. Yeah, Gwen. Gwendolyn. Stop being so cute, Gwendolyn. Gwen. How dare you, Gwen? I'm trying to make sure you don't die, Gwen. You know how many Gwens died in these multiverse? A lot. Gwen.
These politicians swear that they hate us, but their lingo all sounds awfully familiar. That intonation, I've heard it before.
Problem with Ron DeSanctimonious is that he needs a personality transplant, and those are not yet available.
You can just picture him like with his little T-Rex arms. Those are not yet available. The girls are fighting. The girls are mad at each other. Hi everyone, it is Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Yes, it is me, back with my red hair. Surprise, surprise. Now, if you haven't been living under a rock, you would know that Republicans don't really like the trans community very much. They don't like the LGBT community as a whole very much, to be honest, but they really especially hate the dolls. I'm just sitting there like, little old me? What did I do to you, sir? It feels like every day these extremist Republicans are coming out and saying that trans people are erasing our rights, trans people are coming for us, and they're out to get your kids, they're out to get us, blah, 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 blah. And for the longest time, I was like, I don't understand. Like, I'm not coming for people's rights. My trans friends aren't coming for people's rights. So, like, where is this narrative coming from? You know what I mean? Like, who is starting this? But I think I finally figured it out. I figured it out, y'all. I think I solved the case. These are just mad because the trans community and the dolls and the gays are coming for their rightful crown of, how do I say this? Sassmaster Funk, King Sassatron, SpongeBob Sass Pants. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Those weren't funny, but I had to. It's really not even the name that matters. They're just mad that we're better at reading people. We're better at bringing the heat, you know, doing the little Z formation or whatever you call it. I don't remember. For the longest time, these extremist Republicans were the champions, I would say. This is the one thing that they are champions at, but they were champions at breeding people to filth, as the dolls like to say. And then the trans community and the LGBT community as a whole started becoming more popular, more relevant. I say relevant like a social media account, but the more that the trans community is visible and the more representation and stuff like that that there is, the more heat that these people feel. They feel us coming for their place and they know that they just don't stand a chance against us. What can I say? Don't believe me? I have proof for you, don't worry. In today's video, we are going to be exposing the truth about why these extreme Republicans like Donald Trump and like Ron DeSantis, we're going to be exposing why they really hate us. Okay, jokes aside, everybody. For today's video, we are going to be reacting to some very funny clips that I found of Ron DeSantis and of Donald Trump, because at this point, I'm tired of the debates. I'm tired of the conversations about literally if I should exist or not. I think it's about time that we recognize what these people are saying for what it is, clownery. And what do you do with a clown? You laugh. You laugh at him. Honk honk.
What do we have, ladies? A clown.
Specifically, these clips are clips that I personally, I have to admit, they're just so funny. Like, these politicians swear that they hate us, but their lingo all sounds awfully familiar. That intonation, I've heard it before. I post new videos every week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, go ahead. I just like mumbled and stuttered so hard, but feel free to subscribe. Go ahead. My background is red today. It's usually purple and blue, but we're changing it up. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And I also have a Twitch channel that I play video games on all the time with you guys. We chit chat, we have a lot of fun, we giggle, that kind of stuff. So definitely make sure to come over and hang out. I'll see you there. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get right into the videos, shall we? I'm so excited. I'm just gonna scoot over. Duh. How do we like the red hair? I really like this one, and this one I actually put some work into like making look better. Like the blonde one that I wore, she was fresh out the package, you know what I mean? Like this one I thinned out a bit and tried to fix up. But yeah, it's cute, right? Thanks. Okay, so the first TikTok is by somebody named John Doe's TikTok. Yep. This person really needs to be careful about putting their information online. That is just too revealing. I'm sorry. Okay, roll the clip.
Is that
Who said that?
detainees have told us that.
How would they know me? Okay, think about that. Do you honestly believe that's credible?
This is the one that inspired this video. Like, you can't tell me that he's not a queen. You can't tell me he's not a doll at heart. That's why he's so mad. There is a young trans girl trapped in this man's body that is dying to get out. It's like internalized transphobia. It's giving Blair White. I'm sorry. Blur that out. I should probably say before we continue with all this is just jokes, okay? I'm just joking. It's fine. Calm down.
I was just kidding! Come on! Come on! You guys know I was just kidding, right?
I don't believe in calling these homophobic or transphobic people trans or gay and saying that that's why they do all these evil things, blah, blah, blah. It's just for fun, okay? And TBH is kind of true. Like, at least a lot of my trans friends and a lot of my gay friends, before they came out when they were still very deep in the closet, they were a little gay. I mean, they were a little gay. They were a lot gay. They were a little homophobic, a little transphobic, you know? It's like a form of self-protection. I would never be a transy. That's disgusting. That was me. Girl, she's a full... I'm just kidding. Okay, next clip, sorry.
Problem with Ron DeSanctimonious is that he needs a personality transplant, and those are not yet available.
Red to filth. Listen, I don't want to back up Donald Trump, but he said it. He said it, girl. Ron DeSantis is a little gremlin of a man. Have you seen those videos of him like cackling? Like the crazy cackle that he does? And then he turns and he's like straight faced like, okay, let's go there.
Okay, alright, it's good, it's good. Alright, just say hi to everyone.
Scary. It's a scary thing. It's very, very scary. I gotta watch it again.
Problem with Ron DeSanctimonious is that he needs a personality transplant, and those are not yet available.
You can just picture him like with his little T-Rex arms. Those are not yet available. The girls are fighting. The girls are mad at each other. Okay, so this next one is actually like somebody doing an impression of Donald Trump, and they're reading a tweet that it has to be real. I'm just gonna pretend it's real. I don't know if it really is, but I mean, it's funny, so I don't care.
Tiny Meatball, Ron DeSantis continues to ban Disney films. Let the children watch.
I'm sorry, I can't make it all the way through. He said Tiny Meatball Ron DeSantis. That's a perfect description. He is kinda meatball-y, huh? And that attitude, it's giving saucy. He's a saucy little meatball, isn't he?
Moana, Ron. Luckily, they can still watch Puss in Boots anytime there's a video taken of you.
Oh my god. Those boots are giving Puss in Boots. They are giving these boots and people walking all over you little transies. Somebody needs to get me a little record deal though. That tweet cannot be real. No, it's definitely not real, but we can live our fantasy, right? Let the children watch Moana. What happened to Moana? Did she say gay or something? Did Moana say gay and then get taken down by Tiny Meatball? I was gonna say Ronnie DeSantis. Ronnie, stop! Stop, Ron! Oh my god, wait, is there more?
No style. You couldn't serve if it was given to you on a platter. That's true.
Okay, so the rest of that was not in the tweet, so I thought it was over, but there was a little surprise at the end. Next TikTok, thank you very much.
Why not take any questions from voters, Governor? Governor, how come you're not taking questions from voters? No, coming up to me talking to me. What are you talking about? I'm out here murdering with people. Are you blind? Are you blind? I'm not blind. Okay, so people are coming up to me, talking to me, whatever they want to talk to me about.
Are you blind? Can you see? He really said, I'm sorry. Look around, friends. What did the guy even ask? Why are you not taking any questions from voters? He's like, babe, I've been answering questions.
We'll answer this one. Meatball.
Pudding fingers. Yo, I don't know what that's all about. I don't know who started that, if he actually eats pudding with fingers. That's all I just heard. I just heard that was the talk of the town. His face does give pudding fingers, though.
From voters, Governor. Governor, how come you're not taking questions from voters?
You can see, like, on his face as this guy is asking the question, too. He's, like, trying so hard to keep the smile up for the picture. He's like... Literally fuming. Ron! Relax, Meatball Ron. Relax. Somebody get him some more sauce.
Governor DeSantis, what are you going to announce here, Ron?
Welcome to the free state of Florida. You know, that's a disgusting question. It's a woke question. Florida is where woke goes to die. I think the country's looking for a fresh face. Florida, disgusting. Make America great again. China.
Oh my god. This guy, I've seen so many from this guy. He does a great impression. A little bit too close. I think that's actually Ron, like, no, I'm sorry. I won't do that to you, my friend. I'm sorry. You're fine. You're good. The hand thing, it's giving, like, Pinky Doll. No offense, Pinky Doll. You slay. But the girl that just, like, goes back and forth like an NPC, you know, she, like, just hovers. That's what Ron's doing.
Poll just came out, the Morning Consult poll, highly respected. And it has us at 60, leading by a lot. 19 is second place, and then they get into the 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, 1s, and even some 0s in there. A lot of people. But this is incredible. So we're at 60% compared to 19%, and then big drop-offs, really big. And the 19% is going down. That's Ron DeSanctimonious.
I love how he just casually calls him Ron DeSanctimonious, like, just to, like, no shame. To the press, to everybody. He said, oh, this is a public setting. This is gonna be on national TV. Ron DeSanctimonious. It's actually iconic. I love when the girls fight. This one's kind of a cognitive dissonance to me, though, because it's Trump. Like, the insults and, like, the sassiness is giving drag queen, but, like, the foundation match is not. It's giving the other kind of drag race. Like, babe, come to the dark side. We have better makeup artists. We can help you.
They want to ban straws. Has anybody ever tried those paper straws? They're not working too good.
Why is this man talking about paper straws? This is just like, he's doing side quests at this point. He said, well, I am running for president, but we gotta do something about the paper straws, you guys. We gotta do something about it. You have to admit, he would be a funny comedian. He went on the wrong path. He should've just did comedy and just talked about straws for the rest of his life.
Right? They want to ban straws. I said, well, you know, I've had a couple of
meals at McDonald's, etc. over the years, right? Wendy's, friend of mine owns Wendy's, I'll give it a plug, right? Burger King. So they want to ban straws. I said, oh really, what about the carton? What about the plate?
What about the plate? He said, you're gonna ban the straws? Okay, well, why? He's onto something, I have to say.
What about the knives and the spoons that are plastic? Oh, they're okay, but the straws we gotta ban. Has anybody ever tried, seriously, the new straw, it's made out of paper, right? It disintegrates as you drink it. If you have a nice tie like this tie, this would have no chance.
This tie is not having no paper straws around it. I'm too rich for a paper straw. No, but for real, they need to do something about the disintegration of these paper straws because it's not it. Especially when you have a little alcoholic beverage. The alcohol literally destroys it before I can even take a sip. Like I asked for salt on the rim, not melted straw. I'm just kidding. I would have asked for sugar on the rim. I don't like salted rims. No.
By the time you get finished, the straw is totally disintegrated. Does anybody walk around with a plastic straw? Because it's not bad. You know, you whip it out, boom, boom. You never had to do that.
I won't lie, I did get metal straws just so I didn't have to use the paper straws. Okay guys, that was the last TikTok that I have for today. What do you guys think? I think we solved it. I really do. They're just mad because we're sassier than them. So stupid. But for real, some of those roasts, you're gonna tell me that that wasn't giving Miss Electra, what was her name from Pose? Electra? Remember when she like read down the blonde lady in the restaurant?
None of these things make you a woman.
That's what it was giving. I swear, they saw Pose a couple years ago and they haven't let it go since. But okay guys, which video was your favorite? Who do you think is the sassy champion? Ron or Trump? Or me? I think it's me. Duh. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you have not already and you would like to be. Make sure to give this video a big thumbs up if you liked it, and yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye everyone! A lot of these politicians are making their campaigns about how they're going to defeat the woke and how they're going to go after gender ideology, but then when they're on the stage in front of America, they have nothing to say about it. They talk in dog whistles, they talk in subtleties. Say what you want to say, tell us your policies. I need to talk about it. I want them to expose their transphobia. No more pretending to be half transphobic to get sympathy from kind of transphobic people. Either you're transphobic or you're not. Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. So this last week in the United States was the first Republican primary debate of 2023. Yes, the first one. Boo. I mean, poo. And as we all know, the trans community has been a large target of Republican candidates for this past election cycle. We have people like Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump saying that they are going to do whatever they can to limit healthcare for trans minors and, you know, honestly, even older trans people. We've seen almost 500 anti-trans and anti-LGBT bills this year alone, most of which, if not all, honestly, I think it's all of which, have come from Republican politicians. So, of course, when we think about the Republican primary debate, we think, well, shoot. A lot of these questions, or at least a couple of these questions, are likely going to be about the trans community and about what these candidates' plans are for the trans community, for trans kids, for LGBT minors, whatever you want to say. However, it didn't really happen that way. There wasn't really that much talk about the LGBT community during the debate. There were no questions about it. I think one person or one or two people were explicitly asked about the trans community, but don't let that fool you. There was still a good amount of transphobia during this debate, a lot of which was kind of snuck in there. You know, it was very subtle, but it was definitely transphobia. For today's video, we're going to talk a little bit about the debate. I want to break down all the little transphobic segments that people kind of threw in during the debate and really highlight them and make them more explicit, because I don't like no subtle transphobia out here. No, you're either gonna say it or you're gonna not say it, okay? I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Also, I have a very exciting announcement. I have finally created my secondary YouTube channel for all of my gaming content, so definitely make sure to click on the link down below and check out my second YouTube channel, Samantha Lux Games, and make sure to subscribe because I will be uploading a ton of gaming content very, very soon. But yeah, are you guys done? Thank you so much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us updated with me as possible. And of course, if you're into gaming, make sure to follow me over on Twitch. But yeah, other than that, let's get right into this debate. That's me, Blonde Samantha, back again for another ad read. Are you there? Today's video is sponsored by MD Hair. Thank you so much, MD Hair. MD Hair is the world's first medical grade hair growth treatment. And as you guys all know, I recently had surgery in which they made an incision across the top of my head. Needless to say, the shock hair loss following that surgery was shocking. So I have definitely been looking for solutions to get that hair to grow back a little bit faster because I'm not about it. MD Hair is amazing because it actually utilizes AI technology. You fill out a quiz online and upload a photo of your scalp, and their technology will analyze your scalp and your quiz data and find the perfect product for your needs. This is everything that I got in my custom kit. We have this marine collagen supplement, my customized hair wellness supplements, the customized hair care shampoo and conditioner, duh, gotta have matching, as well as this customized hair care serum. It is definitely a very well-rounded treatment plan, which I love. I truly believe that your scalp health comes down to not only how you're treating your physical scalp, but also the nutrients that you give your body to supply your scalp. I don't know if it's something about healing from surgery that just makes my scalp a little bit extra dry right there, but the serum has been so amazing, so soothing, and it just feels so good. So that's definitely my favorite part right now. But I'm definitely looking forward to see the hair loss areas fill back in. MD Hair is offering an amazing discount right now. If you use my link and my code, you can get 70% off of your first monthly kit, including full-size products. Don't worry, you're not getting no trial size. It's full-size products, all of which are customized to meet your scalp's specific needs, whatever they may be. Thank you so much to MD Hair for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get right back into it. So like I said, there wasn't a lot of explicit talk about the trans community during this debate, and honestly, I kind of think that that was purposeful. We see these politicians talking about the trans community a lot of the time, you know what I mean? Like Ron DeSantis is talking about trans people almost every other day. Brings in a population of voters who feel the same way towards trans people. The people that are already watching anti-trans content, the people that are in the anti-trans group, the anti-trans echo chamber, if you will. But when these candidates are on a large stage in front of like all of America, they likely know that their anti-trans positions will not sit as well. They're not going to come across the same way. You know what I'm saying? GLAAD actually has released a study that showed that the majority of Americans support the LGBT community, specifically the trans community. And so if these candidates came onto the stage in front of an audience that was made up of a random sample of America, if they started talking about how they were going to eradicate the trans community and make it impossible for trans people to transition, blah, 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 they would lose some people for sure. So they did not do that. They did not come out and say, I'm going to ban the transgenders, I'm going to get rid of them all, don't worry. They didn't do that, but they were still transphobic. They still slid in their little transphobic talking points to make sure that those transphobic viewers knew who was really on their side. Ron DeSanctimonious, who we are all way too familiar with at this point, was, I believe, the first one to say anything about trans people, and funnily enough, it came as a response to a question on education. Ron has said that if he were president, he would eliminate the Department of Education. Interesting. And when asked about what he would do to combat the decline in reading and math score levels, or what he would do to combat chronic absenteeism, can we get a dog whistle counter? Dog whistle number 1, indoctrination. He says, we need education, not indoctrination. No, sir, we need books. We need the books that you banned. Kids can't read anymore. Get them kids to the library, sir. He says, we need to have a focus on solid academics. And the crowd goes wild. He says, that's why I've eliminated critical race theory and gender ideology. What about the reading? What about the math? Like, yeah, you got rid of pronouns, but what about addition?
What's 9 plus 10?
21. I feel like the average American does not, like, indoctrination is not at the front of their mind, you know what I mean? They don't go around thinking,
all these kids are getting indoctrinated every day. A new day, new indoctrination.
I feel like that's not a typical thing. However, with the anti-trans community, it definitely is. And so for Ron, whose platform is largely based around transphobia and eliminating wokeness, he says, we've eliminated gender ideology, we've eliminated critical race theory, and we've elevated the importance of American civics like the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Like, sir, first of all, I mean, great. That's great. We love the Bill of Rights. We love the Constitution, sure. I remember studying that in school, though. We had way too much of it. I was bored. I'm kidding. That was a joke. But if you've heard anything about the changes in regard to Florida's school curriculum, they got rid of a bunch of stuff, yeah, but I don't know if this is real or not. Let me look. So we banned all that. Yeah, it is real. Okay, it's real. It's literally real life. So he banned critical race theory, banned gender ideology, banned all that kind of stuff because it's inappropriate for the children. Sure, whatever. I mean, no, not sure. It's definitely not, but I understand what you're trying to say. But then recently, the Florida Board of Education approved the use of PragerU Kids videos to be shown in kindergarten through grade 12. PragerU, sir.
Sir.
I hope you guys really realize how crazy this PragerU shit is, but like, if you Google it, it says PragerU is the world's leading conservative nonprofit that is focused on changing minds through the creative use of digital media, blah, blah, blah. So first of all, it's conservative, it's not nonpartisan, which, I don't know, is there like a rule that education has to be nonpartisan? Probably not in Florida, but. And then also PragerU has a kids network where if you read the first line of the description, it says, PragerU is not an accredited university, nor do we claim to be. Get that shit in schools. Get that shit on the smart boards in Florida. Sir, if you're all about solid academics, what's this? What is PragerU doing in the schools? So yeah, that's that. Another candidate who had some things to subtly say about the trans community was Nikki Haley, whatever her name is, I don't care. She was the only woman on the stage of Republican candidates. Shocker. She was asked about her previous statement where she said that biological boys in women's sports is the women's issue of our time. She said that. Yep, sure did. Leave it to a Republican to totally ignore the reproductive healthcare issue that's going on with women, but that's fine. And of course, as the only woman on the stage of Republican candidates, a lot of her answer to the question was based around uplifting women and being a super strong feminist. I don't know if she would agree with that term, but that's just my joke. She started by saying there's a lot of woke stuff happening in schools right now. Like what? Like people being taught about trans people? Like people saying gay in a classroom? I don't know what she's referring to, but yeah, crazy. She said a lot of different like woman power things, like if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman, which I honestly agree with. Woman power, shout out to you. But she ended her answer to the question by saying that she would always fight for girls, she'll always be there for her girls, and that biological boys don't belong in girls' locker rooms, ever. Okay, up the counter. Up the dog whistle counter. Dog whistle number 2. Thank you. By biological boys, of course, she's referring to trans girls. Yep. High schoolers. Children. She's talking about children. But again, she's speaking in this very vague language. She's not talking about any policies that she would put into place regarding trans athletes or any bills that she would sign or anything like that. It's just a dog whistle. It's a transphobic dog whistle to pull in more transphobic voters. But yes, don't get me wrong. Subtle transphobia is still transphobia. Referring to young, school-aged trans girls as biological boys is not only incorrect and disrespectful, but like widely inappropriate and misleading to say on a debate stage. You are effectively communicating that biological boys, aka trans girls, are a threat to high school girls. That is not true. Literally, one of the other candidates passed a bill in their state to ban trans athletes from playing in the sport that corresponds with their gender identity, and even admitted that the bill never had to be used because there were no school-aged trans athletes that it applied to. Doug Burgum, who was actually asked about this bill that he signed during the debate, claimed that the bill that he signed banning trans women from participating in sports was never needed. But then when asked by the moderator, do you think that this was maybe a little bit unnecessary? Do you think that it was maybe a bit overstated? He said, firstly, no, it was not. He said that his state had a priority of protecting women's sports, which he did. He protected the women's sports from the invisible, non-existent monsters. He's out there in the battlefield swinging at no one. Swing so hard that no one hits himself in the face. Oh, what I would pay to see that. Tim Scott also touched on the trans sports issue and said that if God made you a man, you play sports against men, as a sort of closing remark at the end of his statement. It was totally unrelated to what he was talking about. He just had to throw in, again, that transphobic dog whistle to appeal to transphobic voters. The background was so made it clear that there are only 2 genders. Again, a dog whistle. It just goes to show you that you really can't trust any Republican, I swear to God. That's why I really don't understand when trans people are like,
yeah, I'm trans, I support the trans community, whatever they say, and then they say, oh yeah, I voted for Donald Trump. Oh yeah, I'm voting for a Republican.
But they want us dead. What do you mean? Even the most progressive, feminist of Republicans don't like trans people. I feel like it's honestly, maybe they do like trans people, maybe they don't have any opinion about trans people, but transphobia has become such a leg of the Republican Party at this point that they have to be transphobic or their party will turn against them. Honestly, I really wish that the moderators asked more explicit questions and pushed them more on their answers about the trans community. Because like I said, a lot of these politicians are making their campaigns about how they're going to defeat the woke and how they're going to go after gender ideology, but then when they're on the stage in front of America, they have nothing to say about it. They talk in dog whistles, they talk in subtleties. Say what you want to say, tell us your policies. I don't know, hopefully in the second debate it is a little bit more explicit because I need to talk about it. I want them to expose their transphobia. No more pretending to be half transphobic to get sympathy from kind of transphobic people. Either you're transphobic or you're not. I'm kidding. I'm really kidding. I mean, I'm not, but I am. I'm kidding about the seriousness of it, not the reality of it. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I will be making another video on the second debate if there's anything to talk about. And yeah, what did you guys think? What y'all think of the debate? If you guys like this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye everyone! When it comes to non-physical sports like chess, girl, really? Don't fucking start with me. Don't give me the whole, you went through a male puberty, you have a male brain, you have testosterone in your bloodstream, you have testosterone in your underwear. I don't want to hear it. I simply don't want to hear it. It's chess, babe. It's not that deep. Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. We got him. We got him. After years and years and years of transphobes claiming that trans people are stealing women's rights and taking away opportunities from women and dominating women's sports, it's finally happened. Trans women have officially been banned from participating, get this one, from participating in not rugby, not swimming, well, swimming as well, but that's not what we're talking about. Not basketball, but chess. Checkers, but with the other ones, like a little horse and stuff. A few days ago, FIDE, I don't know how you say it, FIDE, F-I-D-E, placed new regulations on the eligibility for trans women and trans men to compete in these international chess competitions, except they've also exposed themselves in the process. The International Chess Federation, I didn't even know that was a thing. Apparently it's a thing, and apparently they're transphobic. They released a whole 4-page document outlining the new regulations and defining the rules, all that kind of stuff. There are a few different things that are written in this document that I want to go over with you guys, but honestly I think this conversation says a lot more about sexism within the chess community than it does about transphobia. And honestly, I also think that it highlights how a lot of transphobia can be boiled down to just sexism. So yeah, for today's video we're going to look at these new regulations, we're going to chit chat about it, and we're going to determine whether or not this is justifiable. Okay? I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead, go ahead. Are you done? Thank you very much. Also make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And yeah, with no further ado, grab your chessboards, get your little rook, get your little queen, your little pawn, and let's get into the video. If there's one thing I hate more than sexism and transphobia, it's being musty. I don't want to smell musty, I don't want my house to smell musty, and I especially don't want my car to smell musty. And thanks to today's sponsor, which is Drift, that'll never happen again. No. Drift is actually Scentbird's new sister company, and you guys all know how much I love Scentbird, so I was so excited to give this a try. Drift creates air products for your house and your home that are sustainable and made with natural and essential oils. No more of those cheap little paper air fresheners that run out after like 3 seconds. Drift's products are not only super cute, like much more aesthetically pleasing, but you can get them on a subscription service for under $10 a month for the wood and $14 a month for stone. My favorite part about the changing seasons that I experience in New England is the changing scents and flavors and special things that go along with it. And Drift is getting in on the fun. They actually do a scent of the month that is inspired by the season and the memories and the emotions that are attached to those seasons. I'm gonna get the Christmas one and just bawl. Just cry my eyes out because I'm just like, oh, the nostalgia, the Christmas, the mistletoe. You can change your scent choice whenever you want. You can change the delivery frequency whenever you want. And you can cancel your subscription at any time. You're not locked into any contracts. They're also super easy to use. All you do is take it out of the package, dry it off a bit, and clip it onto your visor. And then you're smelling amazing scents. Like the scent that I got was Grove, and it literally smells like fruit snack, like a fruit candy. It smells so good. I guess that makes sense because I just looked and one of the notes is sugared citrus. That's literally a fruit snack. And of course, you can use my coupon code LUX35 for 35% off of your first month. Thank you so much, Drift. That's an amazing deal. If you guys want to support my channel and Drift, make sure to check out the link down below. And yeah, let's get right back into the video. So as you guys are all probably well aware at this point, probably too aware at this point, the conversation regarding fairness when it comes to trans women competing in women's sports has been a hot conversation for years years now. I do want to quickly say that when it comes to conversations about fairness regarding transgender athletes' participation in women's sports, I do think that there is a little bit more of a conversation to be had. I think it's a little bit more nuanced. However, that is not the conversation that we are having today. Don't worry, don't click off, I'm sorry. Like I've said before, I do support whatever the professionals are currently saying. If they say it's not fair, then, I mean, I'll look at it, but, you know. I personally think that the studies are not very conclusive, at least when it comes to those physical sports, like I was saying. But when it comes to non-physical sports like chess, girl, really? Don't fucking start with me. Don't give me the whole, you went through a male puberty, you have a male brain, you have testosterone in your bloodstream, you have testosterone in your underwear. I don't want to hear it. I simply don't want to hear it. There is no reason why a transgender woman would not be able to compete against a cisgender woman in a chess competition. Like, am I the only person that thinks this is crazy? Please. Even if you're a little transphobic out there, even if you don't really know about the trans sports things, you know this is crazy, right? What biological advantage do trans women have when it comes to chess? Like, at that point, you're really just saying that men are smarter than women? Because, I mean, when it comes down to it, chess is a game of intelligence, right? It's a game of strategy. It's a game of, you guys know what the game's about. There's no physical ability involved whatsoever. If you can move the piece, you can play chess. What this comes down to is the Chess Federation, the World Chess Federation, whatever it's called, genuinely thinking that men are smarter than women, that men are inherently smarter than women, that a cis female could not possibly fairly compete against a cisgender man at chess. Like, have these not seen the Queen's Gambit? I have. I saw the Queen's Gambit, and the girl won. The girl was the world champion against men. And there's a good lesson for you in there. They didn't think that she could do it. They didn't think that she should compete against the men, but she did, and she won. She slayed. Let's get into this document that they published a little bit. First, they talk about what it means to be transgender as if they freaking know. Sorry, I'm just a little annoyed, but it's fine. So, there's 4 different parts. Part 1 is the definitions, personal details, blah, blah, blah. They say that if you're trans and you want to compete with the gender that you identify as, you need to provide proof of a quote-unquote gender change. So this could be a birth certificate, a passport, an ID, whatever. But you are required to have legally changed your gender marker before you are allowed to compete in this chess federation. It also says that the national rating officer, this is so serious, it's chess, it's not that deep. This part of it says that the national rating officer, whoever the that is, can reject or approve the gender change. Just guess which one they're gonna lean towards, just guess. But yeah, they say the national rating officer can reject the gender change if there is not sufficient evidence of change. They said, let me feel the titties. How big they got? They said, let me see your prescription. Let me see them moan. Part 3. Now, part 3 of this document is where it gets really good. I mean, bad, good, bad, problematic, intense, drama. It's giving drama. Part 3 is titled Temporary Restrictions After Change of the Gender. It's so dramatic. After change of the gender. It sounds like a mystical spell. After transformation into a frog. It says, in the event that the gender was changed from a male to female, the player has no right to participate in the official events for women until further decision is made. What are you deciding? What are you deciding? If men are smarter than women? Is that the study you're looking for? I can tell you, they're not. In fact, they're quite dumb. Sorry. Sorry to the men. I'm sorry to the men. It says, we'll get you this information as fast as possible, don't worry, but it could take like 2 years. They said, it won't take more than 2 years, don't worry. We'll still check it if men are smarter than women, but it won't take more than 2 years. Now, this next part was kind of oh my god, Birdie, stop. Birdie's freaking pissed. Birdie is freaking mad. Say, we hate them. Okay, so this next part, part 4, oh, what a good yawn. This next part, part 4, I don't really understand. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe they just don't know how to write something to be comprehensible, but are you okay? No, you can't go back down there because you will bark. It says, you can sit on the floor. So, like I said, this next part I don't really understand. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but tell me if you got this. It says, if a player holds any of the women's titles, that gender has been changed to a man, so like trans men, the women's titles are to be abolished. So if you're a trans man and you've won, women's frickin' chess tournament of 2020, and you transition the next year, you are no longer the champion? You're no longer the victor? I mean, I guess that's honestly kind of affirming because if you're a trans man, you wouldn't want to be the women's champion, right? It does say that the abolished women's title may be transferred into a general title of the same or lower level. So, I mean, I don't know what these acronyms mean. WGM may be transferred into FM, WIM into CM. So basically, I'm thinking that means women's Grandmaster, isn't that a chess thing? Women's Grandmaster?
1 hour later.
Okay, yeah, so I looked it up a little bit. They are both different titles. However, it says that the WGM title is much harder to attain. To gain the FM title, all a player needs to do is reach 2300 ELO. I don't know what any of this means, but basically, it's a downgrade. It's a downgrade of their title. So this part I do kind of understand. Like if you're switching from a women's division to a general division or like a men's division even, you can't have a women's title. I guess that makes sense, right? It kind of makes sense. However, the next paragraph literally says, if a player has changed the gender from a man to a woman, so a trans woman, all the previous titles remain eligible. I don't, like, what? So if you're a trans man, you can't be the women's title, but if you're a trans woman, you can compete against women and still be the male grandmaster? Okay, I think I know what the issue is. I'm thinking, this is me just figuring things out as I film this, but I'm thinking that for the men's division, it's not like a men's division. I think it's just like a standard division that only men are allowed to compete in, so they don't have like a men's title, it's just the title. You know what I'm saying? Similar to how like basketball leagues, they're not like men's major basketball league or men's national basketball league, whatever the it is. They say National Basketball League. But for women, they say Women's National Basketball League. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's just my theory. So yeah, kind of weird. Honestly, if I were to win a title, even if it was before I transitioned, I want to keep my title. I want my title. I earned that title. Especially if I'm no longer allowed to compete in that division. Like, I need to check it off my list, go to the next. But it is kind of silly. I don't see the purpose of it. And now the final part, which is part 5, is one of the worst. They snuck it in right at the end. It says the National Chess League, whatever it's called, does not publicly discuss the player's gender change. However, they have the right to inform the organizers and other relevant parties on the gender change. So basically, they can out you. If you're trans and you're competing in the national chess tournaments, everyone's gonna know that you're a transie. You're gonna be outed. A picture of your genitals will be on display at the front of the room. Copies of your birth certificate are handed out to every single player. Everybody has to sign a waiver saying that they're okay if they catch the trans disease. I don't know, you guys. I know I'm cracking jokes and it's all fun and games and stuff, but this is so silly. I mean, no, I don't even want to say it's silly because it's just transphobic. It's transphobic and it's sexist. It's transphobic because they don't recognize trans women as women, even if they are legally women. And it's sexist because they genuinely think that a woman, a cisgender female, could never win a game of chess against a cisgender man. It's chess, babe. It's not that deep. No offense to the chess players of the world that, you know, dedicated their entire lives to playing chess, but if you're a man who did dedicate his entire life to playing chess and you're afraid to play against a girl, just give it up, babe. Pack your bags. You are not as good as you think. To me, this is very clearly just transphobia. There is no reason to do this. There isn't, like I said before, there's a little bit of nuance when it comes to physical sports, but like this, there's no nuance. You're just transphobic. You just think women are dumb. But honestly, what else is new? Yes, there's nuance when it comes to these physical sports and whatever, but at the end of the day, I don't really think that that's why people are talking about trans people in physical sports. I think that it's because of transphobia. They genuinely think that men are better than women at everything, and so therefore, it would never be fair for a trans woman who is, you know, obviously born male to compete against a cisgender woman. The sports conversation and the biological advantages is simply their current excuse for their transphobia. And why is their transphobia so strong? Why is it so deeply embedded in them? Because they, and by they I mean cisgender men, they think of women as a completely separate entity. They've sexualized, objectified, and dehumanized women so much that they genuinely think of women as something completely alien to a man. They think of them as two separate species. And so therefore, when you say that a trans woman can compete against a cisgender woman, what they hear is that men are the same as women. And that just blows their brain up because they could never be a woman. They don't want to be a woman. Women are objects. Women are their little sexual toys. I know I'm kind of rambling now, but that's why it's so like cringy to me when cis women are so outwardly transphobic, because it's like, girl, you're fighting the wrong person. You're fighting the wrong team right now. Transphobia is rooted in sexism. The same sexism that's been oppressing you your whole life, and your mom's whole life, and your grandma's whole life. So yeah, I don't know. F-I-D-E, fide? You're dumb. Let's play some chess. Checkmate. Me getting all my little chess slogans out. Checkmate, Queen's Gambit. Pawn you, Pawn Star. Alright, you guys, that's pretty much it for this video. Boo. Big old boo in the chat for FIDE. F-I-D-E, International Chess Federation. Boo for you. You would be lucky to have a trans woman competitor competing for you. Oh my god, imagine if the girl from the Queen's Gambit was trans. I bet she was. She's transcoded. What can I say? I made that up. She's not transcoded, but I'm gonna say she is. All right, you guys, if you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. Thank you so much, Drift, for sponsoring today's video. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone! Right. And they did this shit in the 50s, and nobody's ever been held accountable for it. Yeah, Operation Racial Slur, basically.
Oh, let's go.
Taking my headphones off.
The headphones are off.
Well, guess what?
Heel versus babyface as his dumbass. Yeah, it's like kind of funny because this is the only thing that kind of boosts his credibility in the chill community. Him doing Starfield, the whole fucking pronoun guy, the dumbass. It's like his whole career is playing the bitch card. No, I'm fucking serious, people. As his whole career is playing the pussy card. He is the biggest pussy on the face of it's not really. He's one of the puss. Everyone in that community is a bunch of pussies. That's how they thrive, is playing a pussy card. That's what he is. Fucking pronoun guy.
Pronouns! Gender ambiguity! Current day Californian shit!
That is all of that real.
It's kind of funny because they like to make fun of people like us for getting triggered, but these morons get triggered. It's like you gotta feel sorry for them. I like go fuck yourself, man.
Really necessary. It's just pronouns, right? It's just pronouns? Like, just pick one and keep going. You don't have to look at it for that long, sir. Even having the option of choosing a pronoun sets these people off. Hi, everyone. It's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. So, long gone are the days that the LGBT community, the trans community, got to be the snowflakes. And honestly, I'm devastated. I loved being a cute, petite little snowflake falling from the sky. I was so cute, so cool. Get it? Cool? Because snowflakes are cool. I was everything. But now, that is no longer transphobes, and the extremist conservatives have effectively taken our title of snowflakes. They've taken my title of snowflake queen. I really should have worn like a cute little white dress or something, like a little snow princess dress. Would have been very fitting. But we've officially been out snowflaked by this dude, Mr. Dan. Has out snowflake the transies. This last week, Mr. Dan came on Twitter, or sorry, X. Actually, no, we're gonna call it Twitter. If Elon Musk is gonna dead name his kid, I'm gonna dead name his app. Came onto Twitter this last week to scream, yell, fight. What are other words like that? Cry about how the woke agenda has ruined another video game, has ruined his favorite video game yet again. Starfield came out this last week and it is woke. It has gone woke. There's trans people running through the streets. There's sex change hospitals on every street corner. There's drag queens working at all of the hospitals. It's terrible. Actually, it's kind of funny. I won't lie. It's kind of funny. In all seriousness, Mr. Dan did post a video on Twitter about Starfield and how it's gone woke. A lot of the replies are people agreeing with him, saying that this game is super woke and that they're pandering to the trans agenda, blah, blah, blah. And so we need to talk about it. We need to get into it and reclaim our title of Snowflake Queen. Fun fact, I'm also streaming this game on my Twitch channel if you guys are interested. Definitely come hang out with me over on Twitch. We're going to be getting sex changes all week. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. I'm still blonde. Still blonde. Still having fun. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And of course, I do have that Twitch channel as well where I'm going to be playing this game that we're talking about today, the Woke Agenda game. So come watch. It'll be fun. But yeah, with no further ado, cue the snowstorm. Bethesda Games recently released Starfield. It looks very, very fun. I can't wait to play it. And people have been going crazy because apparently it's gone woke. Apparently there is transies in it. I have not played yet, but I'm excited to find them. I've heard a lot of great things about the game. I saw some of the gameplay. It looks super, super fun. And so I'm honestly a little confused. I'm like, what is he talking about? I didn't see no transies in the trailer. I wish I had. But yeah, let's hear him out. Let's see what he has to say. Okay? Roll the tape.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more
Taking my headphones off.
The headphones are off. When the headphones come off, you know it's gonna be good. You know we're in for a good snowstorm. A good 6 to 8 inches. Ooh. I love me a good 6 to 8 inches. He really said, wait, hold on, I need to look more daunting. I need to take off my little cat ear headphones. Imagine if you actually had cat ear headphones. He literally went from gamer girly pop to one of the straight up villains from the game he's about to talk about, but that's fine, that's not the point of the video. That's not my business. If you don't want to be stinky like the people I'm reacting to in this video, let's talk about smelling good and how easy it can be with Scentbird, today's sponsor. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service. It's actually my favorite subscription service. And it's not just for the girlies, okay? They have perfume for sure, but they also have cologne and non-gender specific options. Gotta have those non-binary fragrances, duh. All of which are legitimate name brand scents. It's not like the inspired by this fragrance or inspired by that fragrance. It's the actual fragrance just put into a cute little container. I'm definitely guilty of going to a store and picking out a perfume that I love and then getting it home and never touching it again because I get like a wrong whiff of it or something and I don't like it anymore. And I'm like, well dang, there's $150 that I'll never get back. With Scentbird, you don't have to spend that $150 or $200 or $300. You can spend $17 a month and get the same exact fragrances in a 30-day supply to try out before you commit to buying the full bottle. It's been amazing to really figure out what scents I like, what scents I don't like, what scents I should not be buying the full bottles of. Scentbird actually has new packaging. It's so cute. The fragrances come in these cute little containers. Don't look at my nails. They have a cute little lock right here. And if you want to see what fragrance you have inside, you can actually just pull it apart. They're magnetic. And then inside, you'll find your vial. This one is Room 1015 Sonic Flower. Giving rich. It's giving many honey. The next one I got is Joe Love's Golden Gardenia. Let's smell this one. Yep, delicious. And finally, Juliet has a gun. Juliet. And the fragrance Pear Ink. If you don't want to be stinky like the people I'm reacting to in this video, make sure to check out my link down below. Go to Scentbird.com and sign up for your first month, and you'll get 55% off. Smelling good has never been cheaper. If you guys want to support my channel, if you guys want to support Scentbird, please check out the link down below. Thank you, Scentbird, for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back into it.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know,
come on, Dr. Seuss. Sorry, continue.
I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every conceivable opportunity so you can current day us. Sorry, do you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Pronouns! Gender ambiguity! Current day Californian shit!
Do it. Buddy! Yikes, buddy! Yikes! Listen, like, I dissociated a lot of my life, right? I love me a nice immersive experience where I can really get into the game, you know, spend a couple hours just being somebody else, you know? I get it, I vibe. And I have, ever since I was young, you know, whether it be binging Netflix in my dark bedroom or playing my little Game Boy Advance at school to, like, get away from people bullying me. Or even when I was really, really young, I would play, like, make-believe games with my friends, and I'd be like, okay, well, I'm gonna be a girl in my make-believe game. That's not relevant. The point of the story is I also love a nice immersive game, okay? Video games and media of this sort were kind of my way to survive when I didn't think that I really like belonged in the real world. I feel like that's why so many people in the LGBTQ community are into gaming, because it allows us to be somebody else for a little while. So many of us sought comfort in these digital worlds and that sense of safety that came from like fighting bokoblins or whatever. So let me say, Mr. Dan, I do understand, okay? I do understand. Let me start with that. When it comes to games, immersion is very important for a lot of people, and like nobody wants to be shook back to reality when they're in the zone, when they're in their safe space. But is all of that really necessary? It's just pronouns, right? It's just pronouns? It's not even like they have a giant unskippable cutscene that like talks about the use of pronouns and like hashtag trans rights. It's not even one of the primary customization tools. You have to go into your little game, walk around the little game town, go to a secondary customization station, that's kind of vibe, called the Enhanced Genetic Salon. The name is kind of a slay, I won't lie. And then pay that Enhanced Genetic Salon money, not real world money, but like game money, to be able to change things about your appearance, like your hair or like your size or whatever, I don't really know. And then at the end of that, you have the option to change your name or pick from either he, him, she, her, or they, them pronouns. That's it. Wait, the fact that you have to pay to like change your name and your pronouns is so Funny. Kind of funny, kind of too real.
This is personal.
I'm with Dan on this one. The paying to change your name and your pronouns is too real. That's too much like reality, okay? Bring it back to the immersion.
Cause that's all we know! Cause we're boring! We're so boring!
This man is yelling about pronouns, talking about how people are boring. I'm sorry.
We can't see past our own reflection! That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company!
All I can say is I'm sorry, like this man's...
Your immersion, you having a good time, you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no! Current day! Fuck off! You're boring! You're dull! You have nothing to say! You are a one-hived mind twat waffle!
I can't, the twat waffle actually kind of got me good. That was kind of funny. Yeah, but no, Mr. Dan, you're so right, sir. The game designers who designed a game for everybody, they're the narcissists for including a setting that would allow more people to feel immersed in the game, not the full-grown man yelling at them because they didn't shield his baby eyes from the trans cult. Like, one, this sucks, and Bethesda, please fix this, but the game doesn't even use the pronouns that you select, like, a lot of the time. Like, imagine how much better Dan's reaction would have been if this wasn't such a minute feature of the game. Imagine if this had been broad scale. You know what I mean? Imagine if you had, like, a pronoun name tag or something. Oh my god, that would have been the video of a century. And two, like I said, this setting is so out of the way, and even when it is on screen, it's only there until you pick an option. Like, just pick one and keep going. You don't have to look at it for that long, sir. Even having the option of choosing a pronoun sets these people off. They want to live in a bubble that does not even acknowledge our existence. No, I'm sorry. They want to live in a real world. They want to live in a reality that does not acknowledge us or even have us in it.
That's all you are! And you wonder why people are getting so sick and tired! You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog ideology into everything! Every single solitary thing!
I guarantee the game developers are sitting there like, hee 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 hee, got you good, sister, got you good, you little snowflake, thanks for the promo, hee hee hee. And if they're not, they're terrified. They're calling security because this man is scary looking. Mr. Dan, I'm so sorry to burst your transphobic little bubble. I'm just kidding. I'm actually not sorry. I love doing this. This is my favorite thing to do. I love bursting transphobic bubbles. Dan, Bethesda, which is the studio that made this game, I'm not sure they're who you think they are. I don't know if you guys are on the same page. Like, did you know that Elias Tofaxis, I don't know how to say your name, I'm so sorry, Elias. Or Elias, I don't know, I'm so sorry. Who was the voice actor of one of the characters in Starfield, says that the character was specifically written and voiced to be a bisexual man. Apparently he like flirts with men and women throughout the game and like, I don't know what else, but he's bi. That's one LGBT point right there, sir. Also, did you know that Bethesda Games made these games as well? And did you know they're gay as hell? Fallout 2, which was made in 1998, was the first ever Western mainstream game that featured same-sex marriage. Did you know that? Did you know that Fallout Brotherhood of Steel featured a bi and lesbian woman? Did you know that Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 also had multiple gay characters, as well as Skyrim, the all-time fan favorite Skyrim? Skyrim had gay characters, and now you're gonna come for Bethesda and say that they're going woke and they're getting political because they have pronouns? Bro. Like, granted, the gay characters were not like this big character arc or even main characters of the storyline, but neither are pronouns, babe. Neither are pronouns. And honestly, I would argue that they are less significant than the gay characters. Additionally, I really don't want to hear how Bethesda has gone political and it's ruining your immersion to your little game. Because if you played Skyrim or even the Fallout games, the plotlines are very political. They talk about the political and social implications of literal war. They have themes of sexism and racism. Like, this is just not your utopian little fantasy game. It's not. But by all means, Mr. Dan, if the game is boring to you, put it down.
Focus, get that bitch up out of here.
Put down the controller, Mr. Dan. But no. Now he continues. He loads that game right back up after he's screaming at his webcam. Screaming. I'm pretty sure he fucking broke the sound barrier of his microphone, if that's a thing. Yes, he continued. Honestly, that's my favorite part of the entire video. And no, it's not just because it's the end, it's because he just goes right back to playing. He hates pronouns a lot, but not that much. He said, I'll deal with the transies. Personally, I will never get sick of transphobes or conservative reactionaries like this losing it over pronouns in a video game. Like, it just doesn't get old. Dan? Touch some grass. It's gonna be okay. Okay, you guys, I think that is pretty much it for this video. What do you think? Are pronouns the end of the world? Are they the end of space as well? Because this game isn't even on the world, it's on space? Honestly, if pronouns can take down the world, I don't think it's a world that we should be living in. Seems a little bit too fragile to me. But yeah, you guys, let me know what you think down below in the comments below. Don't forget, I want to hear what you have to say. If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. I post videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone! The straight men around me have been so afraid. Babe, it's okay. You can wash yourself. You won't be gay. Why am I bleeding, Mr. Smith? Oh, I just jumped over the railing because I didn't want to walk on the gay fucking stairs. If we just allowed men to wear what they want to wear, to paint their nails if they want to paint their nails, the only thing that makes somebody gay is intercourse with somebody of the same sex. Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Now, I truly don't understand the fear that straight men have over being perceived as gay. Because I'm like, I love the gays. My girlfriends, my girly friends, my straight women friends love the gays. We all love the gays. Granted, I mean, we don't want to date them or like have sex with them, but like a straight man that is so comfortable with his sexuality, his femininity, that he's willing to do things that are typically portrayed as gay. Hot. I love it. I love it. Harry Styles in a dress, I'm all about it. Okay, maybe not. But like, that's cool. Since the beginning of time, and by beginning of time, I mean like my lifetime, as long as I can remember, the straight men around me have been so afraid of being perceived as gay or sus or zesty. And at this point, it's getting out of hand. It's going too far. They're stinky. The men are stinking because they're afraid that washing themselves makes them gay. Please, please wash your fucking ass, please. No longer is it just sleeping with another man that will make you gay. Now it's
holding a lighter with a pickle on it.
It's sitting the wrong way.
My top comment on the clip I posted of Cocaine Bear was, why does Alex sit like he's really gay? I cross my legs as well. I find it more comfortable.
What is sitting gay, you know?
Yeah, what is sitting gay? That's homophobic.
Playing into stereotype.
It's too much for me. It really is too much for me, but honestly, it's so funny. I'm not over it. It's just crazy and honestly, kind of sad. Like, I'm like, babe, it's okay. You can wash yourself. You won't be gay. Even if you are gay, being gay is great. It's fun. But it's so true. I'm tired of you smelling. Please, just, please. For today's video, we're going to be watching some of the craziest examples I have found of straight men being afraid that they're going to be perceived as gay. Some of them are very funny. Some of them are, like, sad. I'm like, it's okay. It's gonna be alright, bro. It's fine. But before we get into it, I want to let you guys know that I post new videos here on my channel every single week. So make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. Go ahead. You guys like my headband? It's red. And I'm blonde. Surprise. Are you done? Thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to keep us up to date with me as possible. And of course, do you like my little finger waves? That's gay. And of course, I do have a Twitch channel that I game on, and we just started playing Starfield. It's so much fun. Oh my god, did you guys hear about the man that was freaking out about pronouns in Starfield?
Fucking pronouns!
Come on and join me. I'll show you all the pronouns you need to see. But yeah, with no further ado, let's get into these videos because these straight men have to learn. We gotta teach them. Today's video is sponsored by Factor. With Factor, you can get fresh, ready-made meals delivered right to your doorstep. No more meal prep, no more dishes, no more unhealthy fast food. And all their meals are fresh, never frozen. How about that for a girl dinner? And unlike the unhealthy options we saw in my last video, Factor's meals are designed by dietitians to ensure that every single meal is packed with premium, science-backed, nutritional quality. They have keto options, low-calorie options, vegan options, transgender options. Wait. No, that's something else. But they have a lot of options. For my next girl dinner, I will definitely be hitting up Factor. And with some of Factor's add-ons, like the smoothies and keto shakes and desserts, we're not stopping at girl dinner. We're having a girl feast tonight. Definitely check out my link below, or you can scan this QR code, or you can go to go.factor75.com and use this code right here to get 50% off of your first box. You're so welcome, oh my god. Thank you so much, Factor, for supporting my channel, and now let's get back into it. Okay, so the caption says, zesty has become my least favorite word ever. I'd rather be called a, and then it's like the cigarette emoji. Figure it out. If you know, you know. I don't want to have to explain it to you. But let's talk a little bit about this word zesty because you know, back in my ancient day, zesty, the only time that I ever heard the word zesty was on those little Celeste pizzas that are like, zesty for cheese. Those are the best. The best. Apparently those pizzas were gay. Maybe that's why I'm trans. Maybe that's what happened to me. I blamed the gay Celeste pizza. If you're unfamiliar like I was, zesty is another word for sus, like suspect, or like just gay. Just gay. It's a word that people throw around typically towards straight men to say that they're acting gay. If somebody's acting zesty, they're acting a little gay. You know what I mean? And so this TikTok says, straight men, after realizing that proper hygiene doesn't make you quote unquote zesty, and that they're just stinky. Oh my god, this is this is why I need to make this video, because they're stinky. The boys are stinky. And I truly don't know how this started. I don't know where this came from. Like, who told them that smelling good was gay?
So that was a f***ing lie.
I think it truly started because straight men think that if they like touch their derriere, if you will, their bottom, it'll make them gay. So they just avoid it completely. They never go back there. They never take the loofah. They never scrub it down. They never scrub any of it. Therefore, they have the hygiene of a toddler. Men, don't be afraid. Get on back there. It won't make you gay. Unless it does, then you're probably fucked. Probably gonna get fucked too. Or like straight men will have literal fucking dry, crusty, cracking lips because they're so afraid to use a chapstick because it looks like they're applying like a lipstick or something, and they're just like, no, I can't.
I'd rather fucking bleed from the mouth.
Like, babe, I'll fucking shield you. I'll cover you up. Nobody will see you applying it, just please. Please. I don't want to kiss those crusty crusts. I can't. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good at my mouth. It doesn't feel good anywhere. Like, it's just not the vibe. I think that's also why straight men tend to use like a 3-in-1 product, or like their fucking 3-month-old bar of soap on their face, because they think that buying hygiene products is something that's girly, it's gonna make them gay, blah blah blah. Yes, not being stinky and having healthy skin is now gay.
If you wash your face and you're thinner, you're going to hell.
At least there won't be any pimples in hell, girl. Okay guys, this next video is actually the video that inspired me to make this video. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. Okay, play it. You guys hear my chair creaking? I'm gonna stop doing that.
You like the lighter? Pickle? Nah, man. No damn pickle. Hey, man.
Nah, man. No. No pickles. No pickles here. You don't like pickles? Who doesn't like pickles? A little dill pickle, a little bread and butter pickle? Are you kidding me? What's your guys' favorite pickle, by the way? I'm currently a dill pickle kind of girl, but I used to be all about the bread and butter pickles. A little half sour pickle, delish.
What's wrong with pickle, bro? No, pickle, man. No good. It's, no, pickle, no. What? No, pickle. You got one with a lady on it?
Pickle no good. Pickle no good. You got one with a lady on it? He says, I can't smoke any cigarette that's been lit by a pickle lighter. I smoke a pickle lighter cigarette and I'm done for in the street. Can we get a show of hands? How many of you have seen a man with a pickle lighter and thought they were gay? Because I haven't. I don't know why I'm raising my hand, because that's not me.
Give me one. No pickles. No. What's wrong with that, bro? Pickle, no good. Pickle, no good. Who said pickle is not good? Pickle, no good. You eat pickle? Man don't wear pickle. You eat pickle or no? No. I don't like, I'm allergic to pickles. No good.
He said, I'm allergic to pickles. No good. Pickles give me a stomach ache. I bet they do, sir. I bet they do. Somebody please riddle me how a thick, crunchy, juicy, hard pickle could be gay? I mean, I guess if you're Shrek, then I mean, you know, it's a little, you know.
I'm allergic. Make my stomach hurt. Come on, man. You got one with naked lady? What? Naked lady. Man, I got a pretty lady for you. Who? She's cute, right? Oh yeah, she's nice. You like this one? Yeah, I like this one.
He said if there's no naked lady on it, I don't want it. I want to get a hard on every time I go to light my things. This guy on TikTok does this all the time. He gives guys lighters that he thinks that they might not like or whatever. There's this other one. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. Let's play it.
Come on, man. You gonna give me a pink one?
What's wrong with the pink?
Nah, give me something pink.
What's wrong with the pink?
I don't want pink.
That's lighter.
Like, say it, sir. Why don't you want it? What's wrong with it? You like how they don't want to say, like, gosh, that fucking pink lighter's gay because it sounds fucking batshit crazy. The pink lighters are the, hold on. Pink lighters are the best ones. A little pink clipper? Period. Also, if you buy a Bic lighter instead of a clipper lighter, you are canceled. I think I dented my wall.
Lighter? I'm paying for it. I don't want pink. I paid for it. The customer's right. I don't want pink. I want black or red or whatever. Any color but pink.
Sir, you have a Trap Life shirt on. You think we don't know what a trap is? You think we haven't clocked what kind of shirt you're wearing, what kind of life you live. We know all about the traps here on my channel.
I don't know what is that happened with Pink.
I don't know what's your face, you know what I'm saying? Whoever you talk to on fucking Facebook or internet or
He
whatever.
said, I don't know anything. I don't know about your fucking face. Like, sir, it's just a lighter. It's just a lighter. Just take your sandwich bags and go. It's okay. Like, I'm sorry, wasn't pink originally made for men? Wasn't pink originally a boy color? First of all, it's fucking stupid. It's a color. It's not that deep. But I will Google it for you.
A few moments later.
It says, in 19th century, this is Wikipedia, by the way. Very simple find. In 19th century England, pink ribbons or decorations were often worn by young boys. Boys were simply considered small men, and while men in England wore red uniforms, boys wore pink. Pink's a boy color. Do you want to be a good-smelling little English boy or not?
I don't like where this is going.
Okay, let's move on. I don't want to talk about good-smelling little boys. I'm over it.
Guys, I came to TJ Maxx again. I'm gonna get the Hello Kitty Precious Vanity, and I also want to look for that blanket that I've been seeing around everywhere. That's only $16.99 and it looks so freaking soft. I'm sorry, I need to be stopped. Brought him with me today.
Just control the damage.
I also want to buy my.
Okay, alright, let's talk about this real quick. Okay, so throughout this whole TikTok, this girl is talking about how she's so excited to go find her Hello Kitty mirror and her Hello Kitty blanket. She's going to TJ Maxx, she's going to HomeGoods, she's going to all these different places, searching for something that she is so excited about. And the entire video, she pans over to her boyfriend like a few different times and he's just miserable. Just fucking miserable. Straight face, literally wants to die. Looks like he thinks that carrying his girlfriend's shopping bags will make him gay, and gay people just killed his mother. That's how he looks. It's so cringy to me because it's going along with this narrative that
straight men don't like shopping, straight men don't like Hello Kitty stuff, straight men actually hate their girlfriends.
That's the one that gets me good. Like, sir, you don't need to have a girlfriend. You can be gay. It's okay. You can have a boyfriend. What part of going shopping with your girlfriend, seeing your girlfriend so happy and so excited, is gay? What part of that? I don't understand. Maybe that's not what he's thinking. Maybe he just hates Hello Kitty. Maybe he hates soft blankets. Maybe he just has been to TJ Maxx too many times in his life. I know that I have, but I will still be going tomorrow. Maybe it's not that he thinks that people are gonna think he's gay, but I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it isn't, because that is the narrative. You know what I mean? That is the thing. We've seen it in movies, we've seen it on TV, we've seen it in the media, whatever, that
Straight men aren't supposed to like to go shopping. Straight men don't like their girlfriends spending money on things they like.
Like, sir, let me tell you something. Let me tell you a little something right here. Going shopping with your girlfriend and being excited about the things that she's excited about, carrying her bags for her because her cute little dainty little hands can't carry the weight of all of her exciting purchases, that does not make you gay. That makes you a good boyfriend, okay? It makes you the opposite of gay. It makes you a good fucking straight boyfriend. Ladies, please, if your boyfriend is like this, if your boyfriend is miserable whenever you're happy, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. If your boyfriend is more concerned about potentially appearing gay or looking sus or looking zesty, he has some growing to do. He has some growing to do. He's got some insecurities. He's not the one, babes. He's not the one. Okay, so the next video that we're gonna watch is actually a straight man reacting to another straight man who is rating items that men wear based on how zesty they are.
It was black as a dog.
First of all, sir, what's up with your hair? Is your hair pink? Or is that like a wig or something? What's on your head? Sir, I don't think you have any room to talk about how zesty other things are if you have pink hair. Like, it's just... like, it's giving no self-awareness. But again, I stand the pink hair. It looks cute. It looks great. But I'm just saying it's a bit ironic.
You need to seek help.
I have so many issues with this video, it's not even funny. First of all, nail polish was created for guys. Second of all, Tyler the Creator, A$AP Rocky, Lil Yachty, Post Malone, fucking Youngboy, they all paint their nails. If you're a young guy...
Literally. Please. Oh, his name is Sam too? Oh my god, we love Sams. I did not know that nail polish was originally made for men, but I believe it because everything in this world was made for men.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
But truly, how did society come to a point where paint on your little like a paint, like wall paint but for your fingers, how did we get to a point where this inanimate object, this fucking item that you put onto your body means that you fuck other guys? I don't understand. Unless you are... I can't say it. Unless you're gay, you're not gay, okay? Unless you're a man sleeping with another man or a woman sleeping with another woman, you're not gay. It's okay. Do whatever you want. And like I said earlier, like, men with painted nails, kind of a vibe. I'm kind of into it. Granted, a lot of you straight men that are insecure probably wouldn't want my advice, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna give it anyways. I know this video is all just fun and laughs and stuff like that, but it really is kind of sad that straight men are walking around this world so afraid of being perceived as gay that they will not allow themselves to paint their nails. They won't allow themselves to wear the clothes that they want to wear. They won't allow themselves to move their body in certain ways because they're so afraid of being called gay, of being called zesty, of being called sus. Number one, we need to stop this whole zesty trend, this whole fruity sus trend. Is toxic. It hurts not only the LGBT community, but also straight men that just want to live their lives without the fear of being called gay. Like, have y'all never seen that, who was it? Hillary Duff. Have y'all never seen that Hillary Duff commercial where she's like, you shouldn't say gay. Do you know what you say when you say that?
Yeah, it's totally gay. You know, you really shouldn't say that.
Just like leave people alone. Let people live, babe. I guarantee this guy, he fucks more than you. I guarantee if you're out there calling people sus, if you're out there calling guys zesty for painting their nails, you're not getting laid as much as this guy. Okay, so this next one, again, you probably won't be able to hear the audio, but it's like a little transition video and it's just some irrelevant music, so it doesn't matter. Oh my god, okay, this one looks like it's literally in a school. I hope you bitches are late for class just because you don't want to walk on the gay staircase. They walk into class, sorry Mr. Smith, I had to walk to the other side of the school because I didn't want to go on the gay staircase. Why am I bleeding, Mr. Smith? Oh, I just jumped over the railing because I didn't want to walk on the gay fucking stairs. That's fine, you don't want to walk on the staircase, jump and die, I don't care.
Stop it. Get some help.
I'm just kidding. That was an exaggeration. That was a joke. I don't want anybody to do that. Like, really, you hate the gays that much you don't even want to walk on a fucking progress flag? Wouldn't that satisfy your anti-gay needs? To stomp all over our flag? Stairs are gay. You have to take the elevator. Stairs are gay. You have to scale the side of the building. Stairs are gay. Jump out the fucking window. Oh my god, you guys. There's something wrong with men. I swear to God. Not all men. I don't know. I do think it... Hold on. Sorry. Let me just... My natural hair just gets a little tangled sometimes. Now, don't get me wrong, I do actually feel kind of bad for these straight men. Believe it or not, I, in the past, identified as a straight man. Oh my god, I can't even say it. Like, can we just cut the fuck? Yes, I did identify as a straight man at one point in time, and it's not fun. Like, I mean, it wasn't only not fun because I'm not a straight man, but it also just wasn't fun having to navigate through life avoiding all of these different things that could make somebody potentially think that I was gay. Granted, it was harder for me because I was definitely a bit girly, a bit fruity. Like, I remember back when I was in elementary school, even the coolest boys in school would be made fun of if they wore pink, or would be made fun of if they styled their hair a certain way, or moved their body a certain way, and it's truly sad. It's really, really sad that boys as young as elementary school, even younger than that maybe, are being taunted and teased and ridiculed for doing things that they like, for behaving the way that they naturally would behave. Imagine how different the world would be. Imagine how different the straight male community would be if we just allowed men to wear what they want to wear, to paint their nails if they want to paint their nails, to freaking have a little swoop in their hair if they want to swoop in their hair. Like, at the end of the day, it's really just not that serious. If you're not putting it in another man's butt, can I say that on YouTube? If you're not doing that, then you're not gay, okay? The only thing that makes somebody gay is intercourse with somebody of the same sex. Other than that, live your fucking life. Does it make you trans if you wear pink? Now that's a different story. We'll get into that next video.
You serious?
I'm just kidding. But alright, you guys, what is the craziest thing that you have ever heard a straight man say is gay, or is sus, or is zesty? I know there's some crazy examples out there, so please let me know your craziest that you've heard. If you like this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up down below. Like I said, I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so subscribe if you are not already and you would like to be. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching. Go put on some pink. Go paint your nails, man. Get a nice little pickle lighter. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye, everyone! This kind of thing just needs to stop. Like, it needs to stop happening. I don't want to see it anymore. I feel so bad for the prides. I'm begging you, ladies out there, don't marry a man like this. Do not marry a man that does not respect your boundaries, please. Like, if he doesn't respect your wish to not smash wedding cake in your face on your wedding day after you have your makeup done, your hair done, your dress on, then he's not the man for you, babes. Don't do it, babes. Run. Divorce, babes. Annulment, babes. Hi, guys. It's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Now, can somebody please tell me where the F, yes I said F because it's 5 seconds into the video, I'm not going to say the F word yet, we'll get there. But can somebody please tell me where the F, straight men, get the effing audacity? Because, like, listen, no shade, I myself am a straight transgender woman, so I personally date straight men. I know, please pray for me. It's so sad. It's really, like, so unfortunate. But no shade. I love straight men as much as the next straight woman, okay? But that being said, They have lost their effing minds. Like literally, I don't know if there's such a thing as like wedding fever, you know, like baby fever, when people get like baby fever and they want to have a baby, whatever. But I don't know if there's such a thing as a wedding fever. If there is, I definitely don't have it, but my TikTok For You page thinks that I do, because I keep getting so many TikToks of weddings and brides and, you know, people walking down the aisle and like cute little things. It's cute. I love it. You know, shout out to them. Congratulations. I'm just kidding. Shout out to them, you know? But every now and then, when one of these wedding TikToks comes up, there is a straight man doing some crazy things that I'm just like,
you just sit down at your table.
Like, I know you have a name plaque out there at a table somewhere. Go find it and sit next to it. Like, this kind of thing just needs to stop. Like, it needs to stop happening. I don't want to see it anymore. I feel so bad for the brides. You know, it's never a gay man either, because the gay men always bring nice style. They always smell good. They always have great party food. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They don't have any of the party favors. But they're definitely not going around smashing cake and their future wives. Well, obviously not their future wives, but they're not going around smashing cake in anybody's face. Okay? And that's more than you can say about the straight men in today's videos, because it's either groomsmen or like some random straight man at the wedding, or even the groom himself sometimes. They're doing too much. And I'm like, girl, why are you marrying him? First of all, walk out. Like, wedding's canceled, wedding's over, get an Uber, time to go.
I'm out of here.
In today's video, I want to show you guys some of my favorite cringy straight men ruining weddings TikToks. That was a very long description of the videos that we're going to be watching today. But yes, that's what we're going to be watching, because my channel, Samantha Lux, is all about the girls and the gays. And if there's one thing I'm going to do with this
cringy men ruining weddings TikTok content,
is I'm going to share it with you girls and you gays to make sure that you don't make the same mistake as the women in these videos. Okay? I post new videos every single week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, make sure to do that right now. Go ahead. I also just started a new YouTube channel for all my gaming content. It's Samantha Lux Games or Samantha Lux 666 here on YouTube. So if you like gaming content, make sure to check that out. Are you done? By the way, are you done subscribing? Thank you so much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok to keep us updated with me as possible. And like I said, I have a Twitch channel, so if you guys like gaming, you can follow me over there as well. But yeah, with no further ado, ladies, grab your divorce papers, because you're gonna need them after this video. I promise you. Okay, so I have a bunch of TikToks saved. I have like 20. There's no shortage of videos of men ruining weddings, because, you know, men just can't help themselves. They ruin everything. Just kidding.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
No, I'm not.
Psych!
Okay, so the first one I think I want to watch today is the one that inspired today's video, because this one has gone super viral, and I don't know. That's it. It's gone super viral. Let's start with this one. Okay, so before we play it, beautiful wedding. Beautiful blue lights, the flower arch behind them. It says money. We got money. We put budget into this wedding. So let's see this beautiful cake cutting ceremony, shall we? I'm sure that it won't go wrong at all, right?
Now watch this reaction.
First of all, it started out so nice. Like, they're like, yay! And then he hit the like little board in between the cake. So I didn't know there's boards in between the layers of cake. Dumb. I think his masculinity, I think his strength got a little bit threatened because he couldn't cut a cake. And so he put his whole freaking force into it, smashes the cake, cake everywhere, sword. I mean, they're literally using a sword, so it's like, why are they using a sword? I don't know why, but fully slice this cake up like he is this woman's knight in shining armor, and the cake is freaking Shrek or something. I don't know. And the fact that he was so proud of himself too, like he did it, and then you can tell he was like a little like,
yeah, I freaking dominated that cake, bro.
And then you can hear the screams of the audience, like, what the what are you doing? That cake cost $5,000. And then he's like,
let me just get my beer because I'm just drunk. That's why. I'm not crazy. I'm just drunk.
No, sorry, you're crazy and drunk. The way that the wife, or like the soon-to-be wife, maybe not anymore, but the bride, the way the bride looks at him like, are you joking? I wanted some of that. Like, isn't this supposed to be a happy moment? Why are you so mad? I swear to God, man had an allergic reaction to a cake a long time ago and he just got triggered or something. I thought he was gonna slice his bride's freaking leg off. Snatches the cake. He said, I've been waiting all day for this freaking cake. Give it to me! Now! Oh my god. Okay, well, firstly, I will say, I think this one might have been an arranged marriage, which is problematic in itself. And I mean, that's just my opinion. We don't have to talk about that. I know it's a very culturally significant thing, so we don't have to talk about it. But I do think that that might play a part into why this man is so angry at his wedding. Like, babe, calm down. It's cake. It's literally champagne. Why are you freaking out? Why are you smashing bottles?
Stop it. Get some help.
Especially with the kids literally 3 feet away from you. Like, you definitely got a shard of glass in that little boy's forehead. You will be getting billed for the stitches. Personally, I think that if you're gonna get married to a man like this, maybe part of your wedding gift package, like in your little, you know how like when you're having a baby, you write like a little list of things that you want for your baby, you know what I mean? And then people bring that as a gift to your wedding or to your baby shower or whatever. I think that the first thing you should write on your wedding wish list is anger management classes for this husband. Honestly, not even just this husband, but like every husband that we're gonna see in this video, they need anger management. And not the kind from that movie with Adam Sandler.
Strava. Okay.
Uh-oh, why you tripping? No, hey.
No, instant divorce. First of all, that cake, again, giving money, giving rich, giving bougie. You're gonna throw it at me? Your beautiful soon-to-be wife that also spent thousands of dollars on hair, makeup, and dress, you're gonna throw that at my face? I'll stab you. I'm just kidding, that was just a joke. But for real, I'll kill you. Like, unless you have a pre-written, signed, bank-sealed document saying that you have my permission, my explicit permission to throw something at my face at my wedding, on my wedding day, don't dare. Something is in the men's water. I don't know. What are men drinking that is making them think that this is okay? The lack of respect, the lack of acknowledgement of people's boundaries is astonishing to me. I mean, it just comes down to respect. So little respect for somebody that they're about to marry that they would ruin this day that is like supposed to be this magical, beautiful moment for their soon-to-be wife. Like, every girl dreams of this moment. Every girl dreams of getting married. Well, not every girl, duh. But like most girls, a lot of girls dream of this beautiful wedding, and how dare you, sir? Because you want to joke about it with your little boyfriends after the fact. Your boyfriend don't care, sir. And I hope that same boyfriend is gonna let you sleep on their couch because you are not sleeping in my house after that. See, now that's the only acceptable form of like cake in the face. It's like maybe a little dupe on the nose, like a little, that's it. He messed up my lipstick, he messed up my contour, he messed up my eyelashes, my eyeliner, anything important on my face that I can't quickly touch up, you're done. And also I feel like it's different when the girl does it to the boy because the boy's not wearing makeup. He can just go like this and it's done. But for a girl, when she gets cake smashed in her face, she's gotta redo her whole face. That could have taken hours of work. That could have taken thousands of dollars to do. I just don't understand like what goes through men's minds or like why nothing is going through their minds in this moment because they really need to get it together. I mean, we didn't even watch what he did. I don't even know what he's done yet, but I'm just so amped up from the last one. Let's see what this guy does though. Oh my god, yes. It's too much. She does a little tiny dupe on his nose and he takes his whole plate of cake, rubs it in her face. It's just making me so mad right now. I don't even know these people, but I'm furious. I'm fuming for this girl. Oh my god, I actually want to cry for this girl. This one is actually like much worse and the other one's it's so sad. You can tell she is the type of girl that's like, don't mess up my makeup, don't mess up my hair, everything has to be perfect. She's like me, you know what I mean? She's like a perfectionist with her look. You can tell. Like that bun alone on her head took at least 45 minutes. It took 2 cans of hairspray, 45 minutes of work, and like 25 bobby pins to secure that hair. And that's the hair alone. That cake is a good 20 stacks high. You know that costs money. Those aren't cheap. Even the dress is like so bougie. She has a headpiece on. She spent money. I don't even want to make that big of a deal. Like you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on your wedding to like deserve the respect of not having cake smashed in your face by your future husband. But it just makes it a little bit worse for me, you know? She is fighting him with all of her strength to not do it and he just overpowers her. That is something that pisses me off so much about men is that they will sometimes use their physical strength over girls. They literally overpower them. They over muscle them. It's not a thing, but you know what I'm trying to say. This girl is trying so hard to get him to not do it, but she's just not strong enough to stop him. He should know that she's trying to stop him and respect that. Done. Divorce. Divorce, babes. Divorce. What's the ab about? Annulment, babes. Oh my god. Okay, so this one she was like laughing at the end, so like, I mean, no, I'm not even gonna say that she was laughing, so it's fine, because honestly in that moment I would probably laugh too, just because I don't want to make it like an awkward moment, like, you know what I mean? It's still like a wedding. I don't want the people there to think that I'm like pissed. Like, I'm just gonna, you know, it's gonna be fine. But she verbally yells, no, do not do that, and he still does it. Divorce. Divorce, babes. No means no. Also, the strength that he put into that. He broke her nose. This is not a boxing match. This is not your homeboy. This is your future wife. He said, happy wedding day, babe. Have a black eye. I love you so much. And she's like, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm He overpowers her, uses his muscle, his testosterone jacked freaking body to overpower his little tiny wife, smash cake in her face after she spent money getting her makeup done, getting her hair done, getting her outfit, everything like that. Smashes it in her face after she said don't do it.
But imagine how tired we are.
My favorite part of this video is she walked away. She got visibly pissed and walked away. That's what I would do. I'm out, girl. Bye. Actually, I just said that I wouldn't make a scene, but I would make a scene if I were brave enough. She did what every woman wishes they would do if this happened to them. It's so sad because a lot of times women probably do want to leave. They're probably pissed in that moment, but they have to keep it to themselves. They have to act cool because if they freak out, then they're a crazy bride and they're bridezilla because they didn't want to get cake smashed in their face. How dare you? Not her though. She said, I told you don't do that. Now I'm leaving. She's goals. She's everything.
This guy for sure is not his best friend. He's one of these drunks that just shows up to weddings thinking he's the life of the party and just ruins it. Oh, by the way, the groom definitely knocked him out at the end of the video.
Oh, the way you can see the groom like winding up like, oh, I'm gonna kill. As he should. As he should. You know, at least it wasn't the groom this time because those ones just make me extra mad. At least it was just some random drunk man. But also, who invited him? Who invited him? Where's security? Get this man up and out immediately before he gets stabbed by this wedding cake cutter. I'm just kidding. I'm very violent today. Really fun story. My sister might be watching this, so if she is, hi sister. Oh, James Charles there. Oops, sorry. So at my sister's wedding, there was a man like this. There was a drunk friend that was just being crazy. She was like about to walk down the aisle and he was like standing up, like walking around, going up and talking to her. She's like, can you sit the fuck down? You're not supposed to be here right now. You're not supposed to be looking at me. Go get in your seat, sir. Pretty sure someone hit him at the end of the night too, but he deserved it. So it's fine. I'm just kidding. Violence is never the answer unless you smash cake in my face or something like that.
I still can't believe my husband did this at our wedding.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
This woman's marrying a grown-up iPad kid. Literally. I can't get off his phone for more than 5 minutes. But not even, it's worse than that though, let's be real. Sir, that's a football game. That's ESPN, sir. You're getting married right now. You don't see that you're at the literal head table. Everybody can see you watching football right now. You don't see the annoying look on your wife's face, sir. For the Patriots, girl. For the freaking Jets. The Giants. I don't know. Are those football teams? I think they are. Sportsmen are just scary. Like, babe, it's on Hulu. Watch it when you get home. Watch it tomorrow. As a matter of fact, don't watch it at all. You can skip one game. Actually, this is kind of iconic. I'm just cracking up. I'm cracking myself up. Imagine she was sitting there and she had her little Grey's Anatomy on her phone at the table. There's a new episode today and I have to watch. She's watching 90 Day Fiancé? That'd be me. I love 90 Day Fiancé. Big Ed's just right on the front table. Football, you can skip. 90 Day Fiancé, that's a different story. That one's kind of fun. That one's kind of good. Still though, I would be mad. Don't talk to him. Don't look at my husband as I'm walking down. Actually, was that even the husband? Husbands don't walk down the aisle like that, do they? Husbands walk down the aisle with the bride? No. Who's that? That is not that girl's father, is it? Even if it is, if it's the father, that's even worse. I don't know what it is with men and their sports, but like, it's weird. It's too far. Also, why are you recording as this girl is walking down the aisle? Don't you know weddings are no phones? There's a no phone policy. I will take that and smash it and throw it in the river and put it under the cake that this bitch just smashed in my face.
I'll do it. Don't try me.
I just watched it again. His face is so funny. I can't even be mad. He said they lost. Quality content. That would have made the wedding for me, to be honest. If I saw that, ready to go. Give me some cake and I'm out. Okay, everybody, the last video that we're gonna watch today does not feature any men ruining weddings, thankfully. We've seen enough of that today, but it does give you some advice on what to do if your soon-to-be husband smashes cake in your face when you tell them not to. So pay close attention. I don't know if you'll be able to hear the audio because we'll have to cut it out for copyright reasons, but it says, when he smashed wedding cake on my face and ruined my $1,600 bridal makeup, but actually ended up saving me $50K in divorce fees and half my net worth by showing me how little he respected me nice and early, so I could qualify for annulment, I left our reception venue without saying a word and filed the paperwork in the Uber home.
You ate that.
Literally, yes, that's what you do. That's called taking a sign from God and acknowledging it, running with it. taking it. You said, I've seen the light, I've gotten my sign from the Lord, and I am going to listen. As you freaking should. Save yourself money, save yourself drama, get a new husband even faster. I don't know what kind of juice these men are injecting into their veins, but whatever it is, I kind of want some. Because I could use the audacity. I could use a little bit more confidence. No, I couldn't. Let's be real. I'm begging you, ladies out there, don't marry a man like this. Do not marry a man that does not respect your boundaries, please. This is like the most simple example of a man that does not respect your boundaries. Like if he doesn't respect your wish to not smash wedding cake in your face on your wedding day after you have your makeup done, your hair done, your dress on, then he's not the man for you. Like it's not just going to magically get better after you get married, like he's likely not going to respect you. Like it's not gonna get better than this, babe. It's not. And if he can do something like that in front of all of your beloved friends and family, then just imagine what he could do behind closed doors. Don't do it, babes. Run. Divorce, babes. Annulment, babes. But okay, guys, that is it for today's video. I had a lot of fun making this video. I love laughing at dumb men. Like I said, this channel is for the girls and the gays, am I right? And the straight men that will not smash cake in your face. They can stay too. I post new videos every single week, so make sure to subscribe if you're not already and you would like to be. Give this video a big thumbs up if you liked it. Make sure to follow me on all my social media platforms. Check out my second YouTube channel. I have so much going on. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye, everyone! I'm gonna get some cake. Let's get some cake, everyone. Let's go.
Legends. I think old lady that reference. That is. You got it. It was like, I ain't want to say it. He doesn't want the communities together because of science, aka being gay is real and being trans is made up. That's what he's saying. He thinks that we're faking it.
Marsha P. Johnson threw that first brick.
She didn't throw the first brick. And second of all, Marsha P. Johnson was also a gay man.
Marsha, this dumb.
I passed one of those laws in Nebraska that protects children under the age of 18 from receiving gender-affirming care and hormones.
What the is happening? What is happening right now? Hold on. Hi everyone, it's Samantha Lux. Welcome back to my channel. Now listen, I've done many Jubilee React videos in the past, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm bored of it. I'm done with it. But then I saw this Jubilee episode, the conservative gays versus liberal gays, and the amount of transphobia in it, like, made me so mad. So mad. But we're fine. Today I'm no longer mad. I'm just motivated. For today's video, we are going to be watching some of the Jubilee video. Not all of it, because it's like an hour long. But the transphobia needs to be addressed, because I don't think I've ever talked about transphobic gay people before on my channel. So we gotta get into it. I post new videos twice a week here on my channel, so if you guys are not yet subscribed, go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. Alright then, thank you very much. Make sure to follow me over on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok, as well as Twitch, to keep us up to date with me as possible. And yeah, let's get right into this Jubilee video. I don't know if it's the FOMO or what, but whenever anybody talks about the trans community, I'm like, what'd you say? Come again? So yeah, let's get into it. Okay, the first question is, the gay community is over-sexualized, question mark. Now, I say yes, I think it definitely is over-sexualized, but my little caveat, is it caveat? It's not caviar, caveat, right? My little caveat is I don't think the community is sexualized by the gay community itself. I think it's more so sexualized by people looking in from the outside. People who aren't exposed to the gay community will likely focus on the sexual aspects of our identities and ignore everything else. They don't consider, especially for the gay community, the love behind the identities. It's all about sex to them. Get your mind out of the gutters, you dirty, dirty people. But do I think the community itself is actually over-sexualized? Like the people in the community, do I think they're overly sexual? No. I mean, granted, I'm not a gay person. I don't identify as gay anymore. So things could be different now, but you know. I personally think the community is sexualized just enough. A nice Goldilocks amount of sexualization. But to someone who would prefer the gay community remain in secrecy, any amount of openness in regards to sexuality would likely be considered over the top. Steven, you just slapped your wife's ass in front of your 4 kids. No, I don't think the gay couple holding hands is going to indoctrinate your children. I don't think they're trying to shove gay sex down your throat. Probably trying to shove something else down your throat, Steven.
And the over-sexualization is apparent in the apps that we can get. I mean, you can literally have sex on demand, or you could find it in a location wherever you want. Certain businesses are actually keeping doors open because men are having sexual relations in the bathrooms, and that's inappropriate. I mean, we want our privacy too, just like women, and now we can't even have our privacy because a small sect of men ruin it for us.
So, that's interesting. The existence of gay hookup apps indicate an over-sexualization of the community. That's an interesting claim. Now, is it that there are only sex-based dating apps for gay people, or is it just that the gay community is trying to catch up still? Like, I'm not sure that I agree that, you know, dating apps being used mainly to find hookups is something that happens solely in the gay community, or even
mostly in the gay community. The top 2 apps for the straight and the gay community are Tinder and Grindr, both of which were proposed as a dating app and then turned into like a sex app. A sex app? A little dating app? A little hookup app? People just love an easy way to find you know? Or whatever you're into. Whatever you're into. If you don't like whatever you want, it's on there. Also, sir, I went to UMass Amherst, aka Zoomass, and I'm telling you now, gay men are not the only ones having sex in the bathroom. Okay? They're not. They're not. Maybe all of Zoomass was over-sexualized, but that's besides the point.
And that was really frustrating too. When I came out the closet, it was like I had this innate pressure, like, oh, I have to download Grindr, I have to be super sexualized, and that's really bad on our youth because although, I mean, everyone has sex, I get that, but why is it that our community is so hyper-focused on that?
Again, I think this pressure to, get on the apps and to be sexual is not exclusive to the gay community. When I first came out, and yes, I did identify as a gay boy when I first came out in my teens, I don't want to talk about it. I felt like I had to catch up. Everybody around me was falling in love and dating and losing their virginities and stuff like that. And I didn't. I didn't have any of that. My town was relatively small. I think there was like 3 gay kids in my class, and I was not interested in that except for one of them. One of them was so cute. He was like the grade above me. I was obsessed. He still follows me on Instagram. Hi, sir. He's so gay though. He's so gay. You would not like me now. But that's all to say that I was, it's embarrassing, but low-key desperate for connection. And the only place that I knew to go as a gay individual in my small little town was Grindr or Hinge. The fact that I still remember them. Ew. And I'm just gonna say, like, for a young teen boy, I think I was a minor my first time on Grindr, to be honest with you. Like, don't arrest me, I'm so sorry. It was a horrible place to be. Grindr was a horrible place to be. It was not safe. It was not a good place. The men there were, in my opinion, predators. And I consider myself lucky that nothing bad happened to me from that app because I've heard horror stories. And I know that they're on there. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. You've seen the first episode, Euphoria Season 1? That's all you need to know. So I do agree that there is pressure to form those connections, to be like your straight peers. And I also agree that there's not really a safe, non-sexual place to figure it out, to do all that. At least when I was a teen, I have to say it though, don't go on any apps. Grindr, Tinder, whatever it is, don't go on them if you are under 18 and it's not safe. And I'm not just trying to be like an annoying parent, it's the trauma. Don't do it. Don't do it. Go to a bowling alley or something, I'm begging you.
I was able to go to Portugal and there was this queer retreat. And it was like the first time I felt like safe and secure as a queer person because it wasn't sexual and I could have these relationships with queer men, but there is no expectation to be sexual.
Yeah, we see it at the bars. I mean, it's
You go to a gay club, you're getting grabbed.
You're
getting hugged, you're getting groped.
I mean, I avoid them at all costs.
Yeah, again, this is just not unique to the gay community. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry at all. It's just really not unique. I don't know why I'm fighting them, but it's just not unique. Talk to any girl, cisgender, transgender, anybody. Any girl, when they go out, they get touched. When I go to bars, I get touched. When I go to clubs, I get touched. I remember one time I was literally at a party. I had like a little crop top on, right? I was at the little party. A man took his hand. He was walking behind me. He took his hand, placed it around me onto my stomach, and then as he walked by that way, he like ran his hand along my whole center of my back. Sir, my friend standing next to me was like, that really happens? Like, he was like a gay boy. He was like, that really happens? I thought that was just like whatever. And I was like, yeah, it fucking happens. It happened 3 times today. Them being touched by gay men is not an over-sexualization of the gay community. It's men not knowing how to respect boundaries, and it's present in the straight community as well. It's just all of you. I'm just kidding. It's not all of you guys, but a lot of them. I'm just in a very man-hating mood this week, I guess. Just kidding. We love the men. Just don't touch me and then we'll be good. Okay, the next question, the next prompt is, pride is still necessary. Duh. Like, duh. Yes, pride is extremely, extremely important right now. Not only have we seen almost 600 anti-LGBT bills proposed this year alone, some of which have become law, which is a record-breaking number in itself, but then some of those have actually gone on to become law. Laws that ban trans people from going into the bathroom that corresponds to their gender identity, laws that ban children from accessing evidence-based healthcare, laws that prohibit young girls from playing on sports teams. It's just a bunch of nonsense, to be honest. The community is not by any means safe or fully accepted. And until we are safe and fully accepted, pride as a form of protest will always be necessary. Did you know that the first Pride was held exactly 1 year after the Stonewall Inn riot, where trans women threw bricks at police officers who were trying to arrest them for wearing clothing that belonged to the opposite sex? It was just a law that criminalized being trans in public. Pride started as a protest to unjust laws targeting the LGBTQ community, and it shouldn't end until its mission is complete. And hey, I like a little Pride party, don't you? A little Pride fan? Like a little... Hold on. I have my little Pride fan. Hold on. This one's actually from the Vice President. It says Kamala Harris on it right there. She signed it.
Yeah, I think Pride's necessary, but we need a PR revamp. Yeah, I think we need a rebrand. I take a lot of issues with what I see at Pride parades now, just because, as we've discussed previously, I think that it's a little bit over-sexualized. We're celebrating essentially sex rather than love. and we have people running around riding bikes with their balls out in front of kids. But people are afraid to look at our culture and say, that's not acceptable. Because if straight people were walking around doing that, it would be a totally different discussion.
When I hear the argument of kink at Pride and no bondage at Pride, blah, 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 my brain just immediately checks out because I've been to so many Pride parades. I've been to even like a huge Boston Pride parade. I saw no kink. I saw no bondage. No handcuffs, no harnesses, none of that. Not even a furry mask. I really wanted to see a furry mask. I saw no balls out. None. Can you imagine my disappointment? My devastation? No balls out of Pride? Does that mean that nobody at Pride is ever sexual? No, of course not. But I really don't think it's as big of an issue as conservatives like to make it seem. To me, it all boils down to the whole, you can be gay, just not in front of me. I just don't want to see it. You're gonna get gay on me. I'm gonna catch the gay. Like, yeah, you are. Cough, cough, bitch. But in all seriousness, to me, that's what this really boils down to. People just don't like having to see gay people be gay, loudly, proudly, for a whole month of the year. It's too much for them. They can't handle it. Because where's the whole no kink at Pride, no bondage at Pride, no kink in front of children community when Coachella happens? James Charles posted his butt out. Or when it's St. Patrick's Day and people get blackout drunk and take all their clothes off. Or when Mardi Gras comes around, where are you then? Oh right, they're in New Orleans getting their little beads.
It should be interesting. Yes, heels.
I know. I'm alone on this one. But the reason I'm alone on this one is because I organized one of the most successful prides in my community in 2016. I was told I was never allowed to help them again because how dare I invite a hate group like the NRA when all I wanted to do was arm LGBT people and educate them on how to protect themselves. Because as you guys said, there are those people who would hurt us. I live in a very, very red community. I dress like this to galas. Big government galas, realtor galas. No one has said anything to me. And in fact, all I get is positive affirmation that, hey, you're living your best life. And I say, it's not really necessary because I can walk down my street in heels and braids. I've done this in Michigan. I've done this in Tennessee. I've done this in Missouri.
And
I've
walk
done
around
this
like this in all those states?
Yes, I have.
What does your husband look like?
My husband is 6'4" and he's
And there's your
a man.
protection.
Man, come on. For real. The fact that this guy doesn't get beaten for wearing heels does not mean that the LGBT community has advanced beyond the point of needing pride. It means that the work that the LGBTQ activists before him have done is working. Without those people fighting, the people that you're saying are now unnecessary, you would be arrested for wearing those heels. You should still be arrested for wearing those heels. Let's be real. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just those specific heels, not in general. Also, like what Barrett said, the fact that his husband is literally 6'5", 6'4". Like, I wouldn't beat you up either, even if I was a homophobe. With your 6'5" boyfriend? No, not me. Mr. Heels, just because you feel confident enough to wear those heels around and feel safe enough that you won't get beat up, does not mean that everyone everywhere else is safe to do so. Dozens of trans people are murdered every single year for being outwardly trans, for being visibly trans. Gay people are assaulted on public transportation for holding hands. Just because he was lucky enough to have not encountered violence does not mean that the violence is not out there and it is not targeting us. It is. Not the curve question. Here we go with all the transphobe nonsense. Let's get into it. I'm ready. Let's just be clear. Obviously, there's a difference between LGBT people and T people, right? LGBT and TQIA plus people. There's a difference. For lesbian, gay, bisexual people, their identity that includes them in the community is about their sexual orientation, who they are attracted to. You guys know how gay works, right? Thanks. And for trans and gender nonconforming people, obviously the thing that includes them is their gender identity, not a sexuality thing. And as I say in my channel all the time, these two things are completely separate. But does it really matter? For the sake of naming the community, does it really matter if they're separate? In the beginning, when this community was forming, we were all quote-unquote gay. Then as connotations developed and gay became more so known for gay men, the word lesbian was introduced to describe gay women. Then in the name of inclusion and after some backlash from the gays and the lesbians, bisexuality was introduced to the community. And similarly, when more was learned and more differentiations were made, more letters were added so that more people could feel recognized. I will say, personally, I don't think that we need all the letters, like the LGBTQIA2SP 44, 31, 23, those are all numbers. Girl, learn your letters. I'm not trying to sound like one of those homophobes, transphobes, whatever. If you want the letter in there, by all means, I will say it. I will include you, all that kind of stuff, for sure. I just say that to mean that, like, when we're talking in, like, a broad discussion and we're talking about the LGBTQ community, I feel like LGBTQ+, kind of catches us all. You know what I mean? And if it doesn't, like, we can talk about it. I don't care. It's really not that big of a deal. Like, it's not pie. There's enough community space to go around. I promise. But why divide the community? Why separate the community? Because personally, I think that the community is stronger when it's united, of course, you know, stronger together vibes, you know how it is, you know how that works. And I just don't see any reasoning behind wanting to separate them other than wanting to distance yourself from other members of the community, which is whack. It's whack, especially in the current times. That shit's whack. Trans people and gender nonconforming people need support right now. We need allies, especially allies in the LGBTQ community. And separating yourself from us is just not the best way to show that you're an ally. And I mean, if you really want to get technical about it, all lesbian, gay, and bisexual people are technically a little queer. They're a little gender queer, if we're being real. None of us conform to the cisgender heteronormative standard that was put before us. None of us. Even if you're like this Clarkson and do everything you can to look like a straight man, you're still gay. You're still not following those gender norms that were put in place for you. You're an effing queer. I can't say that. I'm sorry. You are, but I'm sorry. I won't say it. You guys, I look so good blonde. Should I just dye my hair blonde for real? I saw a couple of you guys since I posted this. If you ever like, did you really dye your hair and then dye it back? I'm like, no babe, that was a wig. They're like, it looks so real. It looks so good. I'm like, does it? I don't think it looks that good in person, but on camera, maybe I'm fooling you guys.
But I do think that the LGB is very specific, rooted in science. It's very clear as day. You have lesbian, gay, and bi. The main difference between male and female, we all know what that is.
I'm trying to twitch. Rooted in science? He doesn't want the communities together because of science, aka being gay is real and being trans is made up. That's what he's saying. Let's just break it down. Let's put it into English because he thinks he's so smart and putting it in fancy words. He thinks that we're faking it. Just whatever you want to say, he thinks that they're legit and we're not. And therefore, having the non-legit people with the legit people kind of takes away from the legitness of gay people, blah, blah, btransphobe. It's okay, he's just a transphobe. Trans identities are fully supported by science. This is just a fact. Google it. I'm not going to explain it to you like I don't have the time. Google it, bro. Little does he know, though. Little does he know. There are currently no studies indicating a presence of a gay gene or any specific genetic cause for being gay. So, sir, you're not based in science. But more importantly, this is not the hill that you want to climb. As a gay man trying to legitimize the gay community, the whole science argument is not the route that you want to go, I'm telling you now. Gay people should not be accepted solely on the basis of their scientific legitimacy. They should be accepted because they exist. Because they're human. No if, no and, no but regarding their sexuality. And the same goes for transgender people, okay? Not only are we rooted in science, but the science, it doesn't matter. Trans people are not validated by studies that examine our genesis or any evidence of developmental differences. Like that's, no, we are valid because we are here. To me, the community is not so much about sexuality or gender identity. It's more so just comprised of the people who have suffered due to our cisgender heteronormative rhetoric. The rhetoric that told us that we were wrong for being who we are, for not following the gender norms prescribed to us. And also, I mean, there's no difference to them. They think of all of us as so.
Even when I first started coming out, the first thing that somebody said to me was, "Are you going to transition into a woman?" And I'm like, "Wait, what? That has nothing to do with my sexuality. There's nothing wrong with doing that." But because they're together from an outsider's point of view, optically, I think if our goal is to educate the populace on who we are, then we need to make a more clear distinction between LGB and TQ+.
When I first watched this, I asked myself, I was like, why do they care so much about having the LGB and the TQIA+ portions of the community separated? Why do they want it so bad? There it was. Y'all just saw the answer. That was the motivation for this separation.
Motivation for the separation.
He feels like society views gay people and trans people as the same. They get confused, they don't know the difference. So, to him, in order to progress the gay community, gay white men, he wants to drop the thing that's holding them back. Yes, the transies.
I think it would be an incredible disservice to the transgender community who gave us a lot of the beginning for us to fight for our rights, a separation from them, now that we have our rights. That's just so privileged of us, like Marsha P. Johnson threw that first brick at Stonewall, and because of her...
She didn't throw the first brick.
Or the second, or
She
the
got there
third.
at 2 a.m., first of all, and second of all, Marsha P. Johnson was also a gay man, so when she was fighting for those rights, she was fighting for gay rights because she was gay.
Marsha, this dumb bitch. How dare you? Excuse me, but I have to correct this really quick. I just have to. I can't let this go. Marsha P. Johnson, MPJ. I'm gonna calm down. Marsha P. Johnson was simply not identifying as a gay man back at the Stonewall riots. This is just not true. However, like I literally just said, words like transgender didn't exist back then. We were all just gay. So that term was really just used by anybody that wasn't straight. So she did refer to herself as a gay person, not a gay man. Watch your mouth. But she did, since high school, use she, her pronouns and referred to herself as a transsexual. Just like Negro. Oh my god. But yeah, I swear to god, this dude. This Clarkson dude, can we just separate from him? Can we separate the community from him? He needs his own letter so we can separate it.
Either way, when you say over 500 LGBTQ+, the distinction between the two gets lost, and I don't think that it's...
I passed one of those laws. I passed one of those laws in Nebraska that protects children under the age of 18 from receiving gender-affirming care and hormones. Because I've seen...
And you're proud of that.
Yes, I am very proud of that.
I am so ashamed of you.
Because I have friends who had their first experience with affirming care. Can I finish? But can I finish?
We're sitting here
But
with,
can I finish?
the stuff you felt as a child
I'm sure a lot of
is
us
so
disagree.
sad.
Let him finish.
What the fuck is happening? What is happening right now? Hold on.
Wait till you have your whole lives. Let's talk about this.
But let's be perfectly clear. The most permanent thing a kid can go through is puberty. Fewer than 3% of people who do any kind of transition regret it and go back. Fewer than 3%. Finally, I want to make this very clear. There has been really robust standards of care laid out by all the leading medical associations that has been in existence for a long time that is science-based about guidelines for these things. But to be clear, the guidelines are very specific about this is supposed to be the parent's decision with their kid, with their medical provider. What you did was rob all those families of choices, and shame on you for it.
Yes, he said, here's the facts, babe. I have notes for you. Less than 3% regret rate. Gender affirming care is evidence-based. Studies, science. Oh my god, I'm literally getting like flashbacks to when I was on Jubilee. The trauma. It is so heartbreaking to see people in our own community, in the LGBTQ community, actively fighting to make our lives harder. Yes, there are incredibly sad stories of detransitioners. And yes, they deserve space to tell those stories, talk about their experiences, and they deserve the help that they need. We need to remember that these stories, as sad as they are not indicative of the efficacy of gender-affirming care. But you know what is? You know what is, babe? The mountains of data and studies supporting the use of gender-affirming care. Studies that back the safety of its use. Studies showing the effectiveness at lowering rates of suicidality, levels of depression, levels of anxiety, levels of dysphoria, and for increasing self-confidence and overall quality of life. Is that not what you want for trans people? You don't want them to have good quality of life? You don't want them to have lowered rates of anxiety, depression, all that kind of stuff? You don't want that? Psycho. For this man to advocate to take away evidence-based healthcare for children because of a few sad stories that he heard, one sad story that he personally heard that were likely molded by some anti-trans activists, he fell right into the trap. He fell right into their trap instead of listening to his own community about what's best for us. Shame on him. Oh my god, thank god we have a lighter topic. Am I right? Am I right? We have a round of applause for a lighter topic in the house. Thank you so much. So I would generally say no to the question of drag shows are not too sexual for minors, but I wouldn't recommend bringing your child to a late night drag show. I don't know if you could because usually they're in 21 plus bars, but like maybe do like a brunch or like a story hour. We love a little drag queen story hour.
Although I do think that there are wonderful drag shows that are amazing for adults, also may not be appropriate for children, but it's not inherently the art form that determines
I agree.
that.
Yeah, I mean, the vast majority of drag shows happen in places that are 21 and up.
We don't say the same thing about pop stars. It's literally the same thing, you know, and I think that it's hyper myopic, zoned in because we are queer.
I think what's most important here is why we're asking this question. Obviously, drag can be sexual, but like Barrett said, there's a lot of things in pop culture and mass media that is overly sexualized that nobody's making laws about. Yes, they get criticism, but not as much as the LGBTQ community. They don't get bills written to try to outlaw it, okay? The whole drag is too sexual is simply another avenue that transphobes and homophobes alike are trying out to see if it'll stick. It's the same as the bathroom bans, the sports bans, the groomer claims. It's all the same monster in a different mask. Okay, so this prompt was I would date a trans man, and I think we're gonna skip this question. Not because I don't want to answer it, but just like, Jubilee, can we just not do the whole, would you date a trans person? Would you one of them? It's dehumanizing. Like, is it just me? Everybody has their opinions on whether or not they would date or sleep with a trans person, and that's fine. Everybody has their own reasons for it, their own preferences, whatever. We're done with this conversation. It's fine. That's fine. Trust me, you can go to Jubilee's comment section in this video and find all of the anonymous icons telling you exactly what their preference is, whether it be for or against, most likely against the transies. The prompt and the conversation in general, not just on Jubilee, is humiliating and it's damaging. Hearing conversations like these when I was first transitioning really taught me that I was unlovable because I was trans. I'm unlovable because I'm a not because I'm trans. These conversations should be private between a trans person and their potential partner, not exploited on Jubilee for engagement. Okay, the last question, it's a good one. I actually think there's one more question, but it was like about being gay, and I'm like, I'm not gay. I can't answer that. So this is such a broad question, but there are a few points that I want to hit on to respond to it. When it comes to LGBTQ topics in school, there's a breakdown to it. Not everybody's talking about the same thing, so let me just break it down into 3 little segments, okay? The first aspect of talking about LGBT people in schools is inclusive language. Like, should teachers ask what pronoun a student would like to use? And I would say yes. This is the perfect time for a teacher to say, okay, say your name, say your pronouns, say something about yourself, like a hobby. You guys know how icebreakers work, right? Okay, cool. The teacher can just give examples of pronouns, he, him, she, her, they, them, whatever, and allow the kids to say what their pronouns are, what they go by. And if a kid is confused about another kid using they, them, or something like that, the teacher can provide a short response, a short answer, or they can just be like, talk to your fucking parent. Not my job. Then you're not stepping on any parent's toes, and it's just a nice way to be more inclusive in a classroom. The next part of the conversation is sex ed. Should LGBTQ sex ed be taught in schools? And my answer is that it should be the same as straight sex ed. So if you're doing a sex ed class for, 6th graders on straight sex, whatever, they should talk about LGBT people at the same time. No more, no less. Just make it the same. And now the third and final aspect of this is, should female teachers be fired for talking about their wives in school? No.
People are talking about the Don't Say Gay bill or their parental rights in education bill in Florida, which was up to grade 3.
It goes up to 12th grade now.
Either way. Well, when it was originally up to grade 3, that's when I would say I agreed with it, right? Because I don't think that it is the government's place to teach my future child about sexuality. When teachers open the discussion to young children about sexuality and inherent sexual attraction, it puts them in a position where they could step on the toes of parent. And I don't think it's the government's place to teach anyone's kids about sex. And I know there are kids that may need to learn about it because their parents aren't good parents, but I don't think that exception makes the rule.
That's good for you, but it's taught. With the way the world is moving now and the way that the community is just so open and so expressive, and the child is gonna see regardless. You rather them learn the correct way.
So I think that sex ed is important in general. That's not the prompt, that's not the question, but I do personally think that it is an important thing. Like I said, as long as the LGBTQ sex ed is as in-depth, get it, in-depth, is as in-depth as the straight sex ed, then I'm all good, like I'm cool, whatever. But I do agree that providing that safe space for all students to learn how to have safe sex is really, really valuable for a lot of students. Not everybody gets the same amount of education at home, so it's great that he wants to, teach his kids on his own or whatever, but I also think that, at least the bare minimum of how to be safe while having sex should be taught in school.
As a gay man who grew up with parents who were very, very prudish, I figured it out on my own. I think it's the government's job to start educating these parents, because the parents need to have these sensitive conversations with their children. And what we're doing right now, where we're teaching the children about sexuality and completely not involving the parent, we're leading them down a road for psychological issues because they've got no support system at home. We live in 2023. Most of the people are very accepting, but parents have to know what's going on in their children's lives so that they can be prepared. And I think it's the school's responsibility to prepare those parents, not to have children have these conversations with parents, because children do not teach their parents.
This guy. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because I'm really nice. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and pretend he's just trying to get some airtime or something, like relatable. But there is a little bit of truth to what he's saying, if you really dig it out of there. That kids don't teach their parents. What I'm choosing to hear in that statement is that kids can't teach their parents to be supportive of their queer identities, nor should they have to, and that schools should help teach parents how to be better allies. Yes! Ally! Teach the parents. Teach them, teach them, teach them. But I think it is both. Okay, I think that kids do need to be taught in schools because, let's face it, some parents are just not going to give them the information. They might not even be supportive of their queer identity. So that kid would know nothing about it because his parents aren't teaching him, the school isn't teaching him. How is he gonna learn? Online from creepy old men. Just gonna say it. I do agree though that, maybe as well as teaching the kids about it, having sex ed for kids, whatever. Oh my God. For age-appropriate students, I think that the students can have sex ed and the parents can get some more resources. I think it's a nice little mixture, right? My only concern is, what about the teachers? What about the educators? They're gonna need a raise if we're making them teach our parents too.
How do you get parents involved when they don't support it though? I have a lot of really good friends who are educators and they want the parents involved, but a lot of their parents are coming to school already queerphobic.
Right. See, and that's the challenge. That's the challenge for the schools. It's not the school's job to overstep that unsupportive parent and then shelter that child, because now that child has created a two-world system where I feel safe here, but I don't feel safe at home, and then the state comes and takes the children, which is happening.
Let's really think this one through, sir. Let's think this one through, Mr. Heels. Does the school providing safety for a child to express how they feel create distance? Or, think this one through, give me a chance. Does the unsupportive parent create the distance when they choose not to listen to and respect their kids' thoughts? I don't know. I'm stumped. I don't know.
Kids feel like they can be completely safe wherever they are, and knowing that changing parents is kind of an impossible lift, to be frank. Not making it mandatory to create safe spaces for LGBTQ kids in schools is begging for disappointment, begging for failure, and to your point about learning about being gay, the ways that I learned about being gay, especially from the internet, I'm almost 40, there's baggage from that I still carry with me.
100%.
And so if I had been comprehensively educated when I was a kid in school, my life would be meaningfully different today.
Can we get an amen? Can we get an amen? Like, oh my lord, is there baggage? Kids should not have to search the internet to find out if they're wrong for being gay or for being trans. The internet is not a safe place for anyone. Literally anybody. Literally me, I'm like, I gotta go, log out. Let alone kids trying to figure out their sexuality. They should be taught immediately in a safe environment how to be safe and that exactly who they are is right. And that's my cute little ending statement for the day. It really blows my mind how closed-minded people in the community can be. I didn't really notice it a lot in my teen years, probably because I was living as a gay white man. No offense to the gay white men that are watching. I love y'all. You're watching. That means you're one of the good ones. But there is an issue with allyship to the trans community within the LGBTQ community, and it's really upsetting. I don't know if you guys have seen Pose, but there's that one episode where the girls go into a bar and it's a bunch of gay white men.
How could you discriminate against me in my own community?
This bar is called Boy Lounge. We have a specific clientele. Gay, under 35.
White?
Frankly, yes. The New York City nightlife is segregated. Look, I've got a friend. She works at the Cubbyhole. I'll call her. You guys can go. You can drink free all night.
But I don't want that scene tonight.
I'm sorry. I'm not throwing a costume party.
I'm really glad that some of the people on this panel were so strong-worded and stood up for the trans community. Barrett, thank you so much. I don't remember what the other guy's name was, but thank you so much for standing up for the trans community. Yeah, we need more allies like y'all. It's sad when the call is coming from inside the house. That dude that passed the bill? Throw him in jail! Throw him in gay jail. Yeah. Gay jail is like there's no men allowed. It's just you in there with a bunch of fucking ugly fucking... What do gay men love? I don't know. They're in jail. No poppers allowed. My hair looks so good right now. Are you kidding me? Somebody screenshot me. Me making the ugliest face. I'm like, I'm so cute. Okay, you guys, that is pretty much it for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I love doing little react videos like this. So let me know what you guys like to see down in the comments below. I hope you guys are playing along with me and giving you guys' responses to the questions as well, because of course I always love to read what you guys think, what you guys hear. I learned so much from you guys in the comments. I'm like, I should have thought of that. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm gonna go. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Come play video games with me on Twitch. Yeah, can't forget to put that little promo in there. Okay, bye everyone. Love you.
So yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow for the other half of it.